The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 9. By Timbre. Translated by Graverabber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 33. Nobles of the North. Chapter 326. Marquis Zweig. Marquis Zweig's territory is located near the center of the empire's northern region. Since Gordon has taken control over the eastern side, this place is now rather close to the front line. The capital of Marquis Zweig's territory is Deuce. That is our destination. Speaking of Lord Zweig, I heard that he is an elderly noble of the pro-imperial family faction, but does he have any tie with you, young master? Lars raised that question as we are approaching the city of Deuce. I have to wonder how to answer that question. After all, the basis of that question was wrong in the first place. To begin with, Marquis Zweig does not belong to a pro-imperial family faction. Yes, after the death of the crown prince, he was the one who kept attending ceremonies and festivals at the imperial capital as the representative of the northern nobles. That might be why he is seen as a royalist, but that is actually not the case. His actions were nothing but loyal though. His actions, yes. After the death of the crown prince, people began to treat the northern nobles coldly. At first, they were only cold, but it continues to accelerate as the northern nobles who felt that his death was not their fault couldn't forgive such treatments. At the time, the relationship between us and them wouldn't be so cold if the northern nobles were more understanding of the feelings of the people in the imperial capital. On the contrary, if the people in the imperial capital could control their emotions better then. However, the relationship between the two has become colder and colder. One after another, the northern nobles moved away from the central part of the empire. As they kept moving away to the north, the northern nobles became stronger. Even so, Marquis Zweig did not stop his interaction with the central. However, he didn't do it out of his loyalty toward the imperial family. That person was thinking of the empire as a whole. If the imperial family and the northern nobles continue to grow more estranged, the country would eventually break. Because of that, he continued to appear as the representative of the northern nobles. He was showered with curses. No matter how unreasonable they treated him, he never spoke out. He thought that if by doing such a thing can alleviate the sadness of losing the crown prince. He thought, if he can take it all himself instead of letting the whole northern nobles become subjected to it, it will be fine. He didn't visit the imperial capital because he liked it. Of course, he would hate such a thing. Even so, he always came. The empire became unstable after the loss of the crown prince. However, father could not use the simplest method to restabilize the empire by invading the Dominion. If you have no outlet for their emotions, their anger will only smolder. The sadness of losing the crown prince and the anger they have toward the Dominion were directed toward the northern nobles. They were used as that outlet. I can understand their feelings that such a thing is unreasonable. Father knew about it, but he did nothing. If we are to stop the cold treatment toward the northern nobles, we need to find another outlet. And father couldn't find any. After all, he already had his hands full with just himself. To my father, Marquis Zweig was like a savior. For the sake of our country, Marquis Zweig became the vessel of everyone's grudges. Malicious gossip alone is not enough. The people's anger was so great that they needed to let it out directly. That's why Marquis Zweig always attended the events. That person has always been enduring. He had been the subject of the unreasonable grudges that the people in the capital hold toward the northern nobles alone. He didn't willingly attend the events in the imperial capital because he is loyal. He came for the sake of our country, without any complaints, just taking in the grudges of the people. Everything. For the country, for our people. That was supposed to be what the imperial family should do. If we lost the crown prince, it is our job to raise up a new beacon of hope and rule the country well. Since we couldn't do that, we pushed everything to one old man. I see. Is that why you respect him? Well, yeah. I cut the conversation short. The rest of the story is not something that I should just tell people. It's an important memory in my heart. When I was young, when the crown prince was still alive, I was being bullied by Jide and his gang. They have done it until it became a habit. And the troublesome thing was that it was not only Jide who got so used to bullying me but his entourage as well. I knew it since I was a kid. If I use my status as a royal, I can hurt others. That's why I didn't use it. I couldn't. I was scared. After all, I was bullied. If I tell father about it, how much punishment will befall them? The more I thought about it, the more I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Over time, they became addicted to bullying me and their sins just become heavier and heavier. All the more reason why I couldn't say anything. I was being a coward and it was stupid of me. Because I didn't say it right away, things got bigger until I could not do anything about it. If it was Jide alone, then I might be able to. Jide is the eldest son of a powerful noble. The most he will receive is a heavy rebuke. But what of his entourage? There were also young nobles from less powerful houses that reluctantly went along with Jide because they were worried about their relationship with Duke Horsfarth. They had no choice but to follow Jide's orders. I'm sure that their houses will be destroyed. It was Jide who involved them. However, it was me who continued to be Jide's outlet of stress until the problem became too big. That way, more and more noble children were involved. Eventually, I was labeled as the dull prince and became a target of ridicule. When it became like that, I couldn't tell it anymore. I know my father's personality well. As long as I don't tell, he won't do anything. So I didn't. I thought it would be fine if I just put up with it. And eventually, I got used to it too. Around that time, I met Marquis Swig. He yelled at Jide and his entourage and helped me. At the time, I must have an annoying look on my face. Most nobles do not try to help me. After all, to them, the eldest son of Horsfarth House is much scarier than a prince who can't even stand up for himself. Still, it's not that there were no nobles who tried to help me. The first time that happened, I only thought that it was troublesome to cover up for them. Still, Marquis Swig did not help me out of his kindness alone. I can still remember what he said to me back then. "It is my pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I am Marquis Swig, a noble from the north. You are truly splendid, Your Highness." Your Highness's conduct touched me to the depth of my heart. I had been comforted. I had been scolded. But this is the first time that someone praised me. Marquis Swig noticed the reason why I chose to stay silent. "Your Highness is kind and strong. I shall strive to be like you." Saying so, Marquis Swig walked away. To convey his feelings, the Marquis chose to yell at Jide and knelt down for me. Surely, it was because he did that for me that I didn't think that what I have been doing was wrong. It was easy to improve my situation, but that would require a lot of blood to be shed. Lawrence was a good example. No matter how well I try to handle it, it will still result in death. After all, that's how you treat a rebel. If I had cried to my father when I was a kid who couldn't intervene with the situation, it would probably have resulted in an undesired outcome. That's why I felt gratitude toward him. That's why he has my respect. I want to repay that favor someday. For the last 3 years, I couldn't do anything to Marquis Swig. And the Marquis didn't ask to be helped either. All I could do was solve the Empire's problems as Silver. But it is different now. I start to act like a prince. I will take this opportunity to fix the relationship between the northern nobles and the imperial family. After all, if we can't do that, we won't be able to win. How nice would it be if we could do it together? Even if it is a little, I might be able to show him that I have grown. At that time, I wanted Marquis Swig to think that it was not a mistake to kneel to me back then. "Young master, Deuce will be within our sight soon." "I see. Then I will leave it to you, all right?" Along the way, we hashed out the details for our cover. Unless the Nabi Ritter does not take down their hood, my identity won't be leaked. The northern nobles have little to do with the central. In other words, they hardly know the face of the imperial family. They might know our characteristics, but only knowing that I have black hair and eyes would be too little to find me out. Moreover, I am supposed to be sleeping in the imperial capital. Anyone that can notice my identity now must be quite a praiseworthy individual. When I was thinking so, the city of Deuce came into sight. However, young master, smoke is rising from the city. Something seems to be happening. I know. Hurry. I kick the belly of my horse and start rushing toward the city. Seeing that, the Nabi Ritter followed me. Chapter 327. Schwartz. When we reached the Gate of Juice, a huge lightning strike struck down inside the city. It's daytime. Moreover, the sky is clear blue. That was not a natural phenomenon. Magic, quite a powerful one at that too. There is no doubt that it was a modern magic spell, but the level of the user is quite high. There is a high-level mage inside this city. What is going on here? The gatekeeper is absent. The city is too defenseless. We decided to enter Juice just like that. My heart is beating rapidly with an unpleasant premonition. And my gut is often right. That's why I hurried the horse forward by myself. When I reached the city square, what entered my sight was a battle. There were knights present on both sides, but on one side, the knights are with bandits while the other is protecting crying citizens. Which one should I side with? That's plenty obvious. Some houses seem to have been burned down and some looked ransacked. The number of bandits is overwhelmingly higher. However, that didn't matter to me. At the center of the square, there was a scorch mark. The lightning strike earlier must have struck there. And beyond that scorch mark was a black coffin. It seems like a grand funeral was being held here. The bandits must have broken into the city while it was being held. Schilling. Why did you betray our gracious lord? The lord is dead. There is no law here anymore. I will gift this place to His Highness Gordon. He will surely reward me handsomely. Those words entered my ears, but I couldn't understand them well. I just slowly advanced my horse. Lars seems to be screaming something in the back, but his words didn't enter my ears either. I rushed my horse forward in a daze, breaking in between the two conflicting sides. Seeing a stranger wandering into the scene, a bandit stood in my way. Hey, punk. Who the hell are you? This place is ours, all right. Shut up or I will kill you. Chai, hi. I glared at him with the intent to kill. The bandit fell on his back and desperately crawled away. After seeing him crawl away, I got off my horse and approached the coffin. There was a name inscribed onto the coffin. Marquis Adam von Zweig. It was the full name of Marquis Zweig. Why? How? My attempt to understand the situation floated in my mind, but I still couldn't process the word death. There is the me that can calmly accept his death and another me that is still confused and unable to understand it. My emotions mixed together and became uncontrollable. When I slowly reached out to the coffin, only the feeling of coldness came back. That coldness made me understand it. My benefactor is dead. What are you doing? Just kill that guy already. It was the young knight that was called Schilling from earlier. Using the Marquis's funeral as his opportunity, he betrayed Marquis Zweig and brought in the bandits. A fool who got caught in Gordon's scheme. A ridiculous fool who sullied Marquis Zweig's funeral and tried to destroy his city. Ah, that's right. There was one thing that can sort out this emotion. It was something that Schilling said. If I just order my men to kill them all, I would feel refreshed. I have the subordinates that will comply with that order with me. It would be easy to subdue them. Slaughtering them all is fine as well. Even so, such a simple order won't leave my mouth. The more I try to say it, the more my heart tries to reject it. I understand the reason. I wanted to show my growth to the Marquis. I wanted to prove to him that it was not a mistake when he kneeled for me. Even so, I can't do what I did in the past. I can't expose such a shameful figure to him. Marquis Zweig was not someone dominated by emotions. He was someone who acted while thinking ahead. Back then, he didn't say any simple words either. He didn't choose the easy way out. Right now, I can't choose such an easy way out either. I realize your greatness again today. It is difficult to control your emotions. Marquis Zweig continued to endure his unreasonable treatments without any complaints. He had been killing his emotions, all for the future that lies ahead of us, because he believed that was for the best. I can't afford to show my ugly side to such a person. I have to get my emotions under control. What would happen if I ordered my men to kill them? I will just feel refreshed. There are more important things than that. to keep my presence here a secret, and to persuade the northern nobles. Then there is only one thing I can do. This land is ruled by the greatest noble of the north. Such conflict doesn't suit his land. And we have no need for thieves. Protect his citizens. Do not let them suffer any more harm than this. As you wish. With that said, Lars leaped out in front of the bandits and instantly cut down several of them. Then, is incapacitating them enough, young master? Yes. Minimize the killing. Apprehend the ringleader. Yes, sir. The Nabi Ritter in black cloak unsheathed their swords and began hunting down the bandits. The knights who were with them are caught. As expected of the Nabi Ritter, they didn't miss any single one of them. Had I ordered them to slaughter the bandits, it would only plunge the situation into chaos. The damage would have increased and some bandits would have fled. This is good. Still, the emptiness remains in my heart. The situation should be in our complete control soon. I turned my eyes to the coffin and touched it again. It's cold after all. Why does it always like this? I couldn't cure my mother's illness, and when I am finally going to pay back my benefactor, he is already dead. Even though I was pushing Leo to become the emperor for the sake of our country and the people, both the country and the people have to suffer because of the succession war. Why can't anything I do go well? I wanted to hear your advice. My hand that was touching the coffin gradually turned into a fist. There was a feeling of water flowing down my cheeks. Are you crying? When I turned my eyes to the voice, a beautiful blonde girl was standing there while being supported by a maid. She has long hair tied on the left and right sides and is dressed in a simple long white dress. Perhaps she was ill, her complexion seemed pale and it felt like she has a hard time standing. A girl that leaves the impression of being sick. The girl's left eye is green while her right is reddish-brown. Odd eyes. That might be the reason why I can feel a large amount of magic power from her. There were tears in her eyes as well. You seem to be crying too though. Of course, I am crying. After all, I am the granddaughter of the person sleeping in the coffin you are touching. I see. How did the Marquis die? He was bedridden for a long time. The other day, his conditions worsened. It must be because of the war. The anxiety must have shortened Ojasama's life. That's a shame. While putting various emotions into words, I slowly kneeled in front of the girl. My name is Schwartz. I lead a mercenary corps. A long time ago, I was taken care of by the Marquis. I came here thinking that I might have found the chance to repay my debt. Schwartz, black, her. Is that an alias? I inherited it from my father. I see. My name is Charlotte. You saved me, Schwartz-san. I think we can have a slow funeral now. Do you want to join us? Of course. Thank you. Charlotte sadly muttered, so her atmosphere turned sorrowful. For some reason, her figure overlapped with my mother and I turned my gaze away. Chapter 328. Charlotte. The funeral proceeded in peace. It wasn't flashy and all the attending citizens were crying. At night, because I helped them today, I was able to get a room inside the Lord's mansion. Originally, I intended to talk with Marquis Zweig about the future, but now my schedule is all messed up. I intended to use Marquis Zweig's influence to persuade the northern nobles, but now I need to persuade them one by one. But to persuade them, I need personal connections. After all, I am currently a young leader of a mercenary corps who doesn't have any influence. If I have to reveal my identity each time I visit one of them, then it is likely that my existence will be leaked and I would be taken lightly by the nobles here. I want to choose the right timing to reveal myself. Every northern noble should be indebted to Marquis Zweig so they wouldn't refuse his request, but Marquis Zweig, who has enough influence to persuade them, is already gone. I wanted to use his connections to gather the nobles for a meeting, but I can't use that plan anymore. This is troubling. What is? When I talked to myself inside my room, I somehow got a reply. I immediately turned to look at the balcony of my room and found Charlotte there. Even though she looked so pale during the day, it seems she is quite energetic. That's dangerous, you know. It's fine. I am in good shape today after all, said Charlotte with a light grin. I can't believe that at all. It's not about your health. What would happen if you fall? It will hurt. If you already know that, then get down. But the wind feels so good tonight. Why don't you join me instead, Schwartz? She said that and laughed. She is a child with vibrant expressions. I can't think of her as someone who just lost her grandfather at all. I am in mourning though. Me too. I'm just in the mood to talk to someone. So, talk to me. Ha. It seems that going somewhere else is not an option for her. When I gave up and went out to the balcony, Charlotte was looking up at the sky with her legs dangling out the railings. The starry sky is beautiful. How did you come to be indebted to my grandfather? He helped me when I was a child. Not only that, he was the one who showed me the path. That sure sounds like Oja-sama. He was a good person after all. It's regretful that he's gone. I wish I could have come sooner. Since he couldn't get up from his bed for some time now, you don't have to beat yourself up because of it. The doctors told me that they couldn't do anything either. He had been hard at work for a long time now too. It can't be helped. Charlotte muttered so and sighed. The cause of his hardship was probably the conflict between the northern nobles and the imperial family. He had been the one who maintained that dangerous balance alone for all this time. There's no way that he can be in good health if he has to keep up with that. Can I ask you one thing? Please. Ask me anything. Why did you forgive the rebelled knights? Are they the only knights in your territory? You know about the war in the north, right? Because of that, security has been deteriorating around here. The knights were posted all over the territory to deal with that. That's why I forgave them. And it was my fault too. Yours. To think that she would say that it was her fault. Because I never thought she would say that, I asked her back in surprise. Without minding my tone, Charlotte nods. Yes. It was my fault. Even like this, I am still a super strong mage after all. Ah. You are doubting me, her. It's true, okay. I don't doubt that. I know that you have a great amount of magic power, and I also saw the lightning strike before entering the city too. Yes. That was my magic. But I'm sick. If I was in good condition, something like that would never have happened. That is not necessarily wrong. If she can easily use such a high-level spell, then it wouldn't be difficult to control the situation. So they were relying on Charlotte's power to keep order while dispatching the knights out to maintain public security her. That's why she's thinking that it was her fault. Well, I understand her. But I can't say that I am impressed with a city that counts a sick person as their fighting force though. My illness is special, you see. I am in good condition most of the time. But sometimes I will suddenly have a seizure. I don't know when it will happen, and sometimes I can quickly recover, but there are times that it lasts for a long time too. I never thought that I would have a seizure right after I shot my magic. It's a good thing we came. Right. Thank you. She is probably truly grateful. I can feel that special feeling from her words. The attack earlier today didn't cause any civilian casualties. There were only a few who got injured. The damage to the houses is also kept to the minimum. Considering that bandits managed to breach the city, it was probably a miraculous result. That must be why she is grateful to us. However, she should not direct such gratitude toward me. Why is it that the North turned so dangerous in the first place? It was because Gordon set up his base here and Leo came to deal with him. The security here is deteriorating because the two armies are glaring at each other. The military deserters and the opportunist bandits who want to rob supply convoys have become rampant. Everything is the imperial family's fault. Charlotte, who surely thought so, is coldly staring at the city. If there was damage to the city, I wonder what would happen. Well, maybe another lord will move. Right, Oja-sama had a lot of connections after all. But you see, I hate the northern nobles. They had always pushed everything to Oja-sama. Even if they start helping us now, I wouldn't be grateful toward them. Then you must hate the imperial family even more, right? Yes. They might be the people I hate the most in the entire world. They used my grandfather as a scapegoat for their selfish hatred and waging war in the north. Because of that, Oja-sama was. I understand Charlotte's feelings. Those feelings should be obvious if you are related to Marquis Zweig. The northern nobles are one thing, but the imperial family never rewarded Marquis Zweig. He was the only one who made an effort to suppress the conflict from happening in the north. Yet, because of the succession war, an actual war broke out right at his doorstep. I hate the emperor. I hate the princes and princesses. But the one I cannot forgive the most is Gordon. He is the prince that should be the closest to the north after all her. That's right. Even so, Gordon never did anything for us. He only thought about how to gain the emperor's favor, and when his rebellion failed, he fled to the north and brought war straight toward us. I will absolutely never forgive him, even though Oja-sama had always been protecting this place. I share your sentiment. That was the reason why I wanted to meet the Marquis. I also think that we can't leave that prince alone. I thought that I could help him. Oja-sama had been moving quietly. He was writing to all the northern noble houses. It was an invitation to discuss the problem of the north. As expected of the Marquis her. He didn't outright say that they should join hands with Leo. After all, that would strike the nerves of the northern nobles. As a result, he probably judged that he needed to guide them to arrive at the answer themselves. What becomes of the letters now? I kept it. Then, will you finish his work? If you are going to do that, then I am willing to cooperate with you. It could be said that those letters are Marquis Zweig's last will. If we have that, many of the northern nobles will move. Not to mention that it will have a tremendous effect if his granddaughter is the one who leads the movement. However, it's impossible. After all, Oja-sama didn't write the letter to the only person that only Oja-sama can persuade. Duke Lowenstein her. Yes. If that person doesn't move, then the northern nobles won't move. Since he's a stubborn person, it would be useless to try to convince him. The only one who could do that was only Oja-sama. But he is no longer here. Is it impossible for you? It is because it is me that it is impossible. He is not someone that would be convinced to move by his own grandchild. Besides, I hate my grandfather on that side too. What? Just now, what did Charlotte just say? His own grandchild. What does she mean? Ah, I never introduced myself properly her. My name is Charlotte von Lowenstein. My father was a son of Duke Lowenstein and my mother was the daughter of Marquis Zweig. So in other words, she is also Gordon's cousin. Chapter 329. Marquis Zweig's Will. Siebes. Right here, sir. The next morning, I summoned Siebes. It would be suspicious for a leader of a mercenary corps to have a butler, so I ordered him to collect information. Well, among other things. Still, what we need right now is information. So who exactly is Charlotte? She is the daughter of Duke Lowenstein's second son, sir. The Duke has 3 children including 2 sons and a daughter. It is already decided that the eldest son will inherit the headship, but since he is sickly and seems unreliable, some say that Lady Charlotte will be the next Duchess of Lowenstein, sir. What about the eldest son's children? Only 1 daughter, sir. And she is still quite young as well. And Charlotte's parents? They already passed away, sir. Until 3 years ago, Lady Charlotte was raised as Marquis Zweig's daughter, but she was returned to the Lowensteins as per the Marquis's will. Certainly, Marquis Zweig only had 1 daughter. The Lowenstein house originally had a spare, so they allowed Charlotte to be raised by Marquis Zweig. Otherwise, Marquis Zweig wouldn't marry off his daughter. After all, his line will be cut off. However, he returned his precious heir to Duke Lowenstein. He must have done it out of consideration for Charlotte. So he wanted to keep Charlotte away because of the slander her. It would seem so, sir. Lady Charlotte came over to take care of the Marquis because his conditions were worsening. Since she was originally his stepdaughter, Lady Charlotte is currently in charge of his house. What of her ability? It is said that she has inherited the talent that earned Duke Lowenstein his second name as the Thunder God, sir. According to her reputation, she seems to be quite a talented thunder mage. She probably is one of the best modern mages in the Empire. One of the best of the Empire. I frowned when I heard that. Right. After all, the best high-class modern mage of the Empire has just recently passed away. Noticing my expression, Siebes lowered his head. Please forgive me. I was being inconsiderate. I don't mind. I was just being sentimental. It was my fault for being affected by it. What would I do if it hurt my heart every time I remember it? Will the person who died come back? Neither Xandaranu nor Marquis Zweig will return. What the living should do is not obsess over the dead. Something like that should be left out until we can obtain peace. Since Marquis Zweig is already gone, we have no choice but to have Charlotte take his place. Are you sure, sir? It would mean that you will be using Marquis Zweig's granddaughter though. It's too late to say that now. Besides, Marquis Zweig probably intended Charlotte to finish his work from the start too. What do you mean by that? He must have known that he didn't have long to live. Even so, he didn't write the most important letter, the one intended for Duke Lowenstein. That should be what he wrote first, but he put it off. He probably intended to leave the rest to Charlotte. It will not be easy for Charlotte to persuade Duke Lowenstein. However, it is not entirely impossible either. As the granddaughter as well as the stepdaughter of Marquis Zweig who was entrusted to Duke Lowenstein, she might be able to move his heart. That's why Marquis Zweig wrote the letters to all other nobles. As long as Duke Lowenstein is willing to move, we should be able to unite all the northern nobles. The question is whether Charlotte is willing to do that or not. I am against leaving such a huge responsibility to a young lady who just lost her family, sir. We don't know when she will collapse. Well, that's right too. But she is the granddaughter of Marquis Zweig. That alone should be worth placing expectations on her. With that said, Siebers didn't object any further. What will Schwartz do after this? When I was invited to join her at breakfast, Charlotte raised such a question. What should I do? The one who should answer that is not me but Charlotte. Heading out to the front line is an option, but this is a civil war. If we are on the losing side, it will affect our subsequent work. Mercenaries also have it hard here. How about being hired by the Zweig house? We are shorthand after all. I don't mind that, but I would hate to be hired without knowing my employer's future prospects. What are you planning to do from now on? Keeping the territory safe, I think. Then what will you do if Prince Leonard loses? Will you lower your knees to the rebels? If it comes to that, then we will fight. If you are going to fight anyway, why don't you join the winning side? Cooperating with Prince Leonard would provide you a higher chance of winning, you know. If Leo loses, Gordon will set his sight on the northern nobles who refused his rule. It is doubtful whether they can beat Gordon, who gains momentum from his victory. Even if Gordon was to exhaust himself defeating Leo, there will be reinforcements from the Dominion and the United Kingdom. The northern border is still there because of Leo. If he loses, it will collapse. After all, the northern nobles couldn't care less which side they are on. I don't want to join hands with the imperial family even if it increases our chance of winning. I think most northern nobles share the same opinion. It seems to me that some of them already went out to support Prince Leonard though. They are those who have lost their territory or royalists. Those people. They are pretty smart. I can understand from her words. Charlotte has a firm grasp of the benefits of joining Leo. However, her feelings are still in the way. If Prince Leonard beats Gordon, he will become the only candidate for the throne beside Eric. If you gain the favor of the next emperor, then the North will no longer receive a cold shoulder. That is what they are probably thinking her. I know. That's why they are smart. I've heard Prince Leonard's reputation before. The hero who saved the South. He seems to be a good person. But his current situation is still inferior. No matter how good a reputation he has, it won't amount to anything if he loses. That's a mercenary-like opinion. For reference, let me ask you a question. What would you do if you were in my place? Charlotte asked. Her green and reddish-brown eyes are looking at me as if she is trying to test me. This answer is important. My intuition tells me so. If I give her a bad answer, then I cannot get Charlotte's trust. On the contrary, if I can give her a good answer, she might come to trust me. If it was me, I would finish Marquis Zweig's work. You mean to assemble the northern nobles? No. Marquis Zweig wouldn't want to immediately assemble them. He tried to set up a meeting to form a discussion. That's the will of Marquis Zweig. But I can't do it. They will never attend a meeting that Duke Lowenstein does not attend. Then you only have to make him participate. Don't be crazy. He is not an ordinary old man, you know. It seems that Marquis thought you could do it though. The reason why he didn't write that letter was that he intended to leave it to you. He probably intended to have you persuade Duke Lowenstein yourself. Or perhaps he thought that even with his letter, Duke Lowenstein wouldn't move. If he is that stubborn a person, then that is certainly possible. Oja-sama was. If you can move Duke Lowenstein, then most northern nobles will also move. With that line of thinking, the first letter he should have written would be a letter to the Duke himself. The fact that such a letter does not exist means that he wanted to leave it to you. You are pretty smart too, her. I can't think that far at all. Even like this, I am still the leader of my men after all. It's up to you whether you want to believe my earlier guess or not. But if you want to try to finish his work, then I will cooperate with you. After I said that, I stood up. The conversation so far is not bad at all. The rest is up to Charlotte to decide. When I thought so, I was called from behind. Schwartz-san. You don't have to add an honorific. You are the granddaughter of my benefactor after all. Besides, you are an aristocrat. Then, Schwartz, do you think that I can finish Oja-sama's work? I have never met Duke Lowenstein, so I don't know if it will be successful or not, but the fact that you inherited the blood of Marquis Zweig and that you were raised as his stepdaughter will never change. I envy you. Even I wanted to learn a lot of things from that person as well. That is my true feeling. There were many things I could learn from him. This person must have learned a lot from Marquis Zweig. You are really strange. When I hear you say it, it makes me feel like I can really do it. It's a leader's job to motivate their subordinates after all. Right. Let me think it over for a few days. Will you stay with us until then? Fine by me. Also, you can just call me Char as well. We are not that different in age after all. With the conversation concluded, Char quickly returned to her room. Chapter 330. It is important to doubt. The night a few days later, I was thinking of the next move inside my room. Char still doesn't give me her reply. We don't have much time. If we keep loitering around, the enemy will start moving first. You are making a difficult face again. Whose fault do you think it is? I heard a voice from the balcony. When I turned my eyes toward the voice, Char was sitting there on the railing again. I will say it just in case. It's dangerous, you know. It's fine, it's fine. Saying so, Char laughed and started dangling her legs off the railing again. Such a carefree attitude from someone who could have a seizure at any time. I went to the balcony and started talking to her. Ha! Did you come to give your answer? Mostly, yes. But I am here to confirm something too. Confirm what? Char nods. She then started talking about her past nostalgically. My parents died when I was little and Oja-sama took it upon himself to raise me. I learned a lot from him. That's enviable. Right. So, Oja-sama also taught me this. It is important to doubt. That is certainly something Marquis Zweig would say. Doubt can stem from anywhere. If you are trapped inside it, you will never be able to build a trusting relationship. However, doubts are certainly important. After all, the stronger the doubt, the more you can trust if you can resolve it. No matter how good someone seems to be, never trust a person that makes you doubt. On the contrary, no matter how bad a person may seem, if that person can clear your doubts, that person is worthy of trust. That was what he taught me. I see. In other words, you have some doubts about me, right? Yes. I've been asking my grandfather's aides, including the ones that are already retired, for the past few days whether they remember any mercenary corps that Oja-sama used to help. And their answer is, no one remembers someone like that at all. Char's eyes, which were fixed on the starry sky, turned to me. I can see the doubts in her eyes. If I cannot clear it up, I will not be able to earn Char's trust. Who exactly are you? Schwartz. A former noble from a faraway country. When I was deprived of my status, I took my vassals and became a mercenary. That was when Marquis Zweig had taken care of us. That was the setting. It would be easy to lie here, but it will only give raises to new doubts instead. Whether there is someone like that or not, Char has no way to look it up. I don't have anything to prove it either. After all, we didn't prepare any proof. Marquis Zweig left behind some good lessons. That's about right for someone who will become a head of a noble house here. Doubt everyone and see how the other party responds. That's how you measure your opponent. The other party has to be the one who takes the initiative. If you want my trust, then earn it. If you challenge your opponent like that, they will have no choice but to do their best to gain your trust. It is difficult to lie without giving birth to more doubt, especially when the other party is already suspicious of you. The troublesome thing is that everything depends on my response. If you are not going to say anything, then I have nothing to say to you either. It seems that you properly learned from Marquis Zweig. Of course. I intend to succeed him after all. That's right. This person in front of me is Marquis Zweig's successor. She is the granddaughter of Duke Lowenstein, but before that, she was Marquis Zweig's stepdaughter as well as his successor. I can't be dishonest with her. No, lying to her will not work. I also have a teacher. I was often told by him that nothing is as fragile as a lie that you have to force yourself to tell. What does that mean? It means you cannot lie to yourself. If you realize that your lie will not work, it would be better to just raise the white flag. My own Ji-san is the man who became emperor by winning the succession war. His words have enough convincing power. People can lie to others all they want, but it is not that easy to lie to themselves. It takes a lot of effort to deceive yourself. If you have your hands full doing that, then you won't be able to deceive others. So, if you think it is impossible, then don't do it in the first place. I will not lie, and I don't want to lie. I do not want to deceive, and I don't want to be deceived. When your heart tells you that it is impossible, you should give up on lying. I slowly lower my hood. Then I introduce myself to her again. I am the 7th Prince of the Empire, Arnold Lakes Adler. Even though I had no other choice, I apologize for the deception. Lady Charlotte von Lowenstein. Why didn't you lie? If you wanted to deceive me, then you should have done that. You already know how much I hate the imperial family. Why did you choose to give me your name? There may have been a way to deceive you, but I thought that it won't work. As long as that is my true feeling, I have no choice but to obediently tell you the truth. Char's eyes never leave me. However, there are no longer doubts in her eyes. If Char really hates the imperial family, then I have no hand left to play. The only choice left would be to forcibly visit Duke Lowenstein by myself. I doubt that it will succeed, but that would still be much easier than deceiving Char here. I'm troubled. With what? It is the opposite of when we first talk with each other here. While having a bitter smile on her face, Char looked up at the starry sky. Oja-sama used to tell me a story about when he helped a prince with black hair and black eyes. That is why I have a suspicion that you belong to the imperial family. The Marquis was unexpectedly talkative here. Oja-sama liked telling old stories, but his favorite was the story when he helped out that prince. He always smiled and told me how much the event touched him while telling it. Is that so? There are 2 princes with black hair and eyes in the imperial family. You and your twin brother. Which one of you did Oja-sama help? Unfortunately, it was me. I see. I would understand why he admired the prince so much if it was Prince Leonard, but it was you who was called the dull prince instead. Her. Char's words are not malicious. She only relays the content of her heart. Oja-sama. After the crown prince's death, he took it upon himself to prevent the country from dividing. The imperial family did nothing. They only use him because he was convenient. That's why I hate the imperial family. Yes, that is correct. I can't say that I understand it. Since I belong on the side of the people who wronged her, there is no way that I can understand her feelings. I can imagine what it must be like, but that is far from understanding it. Such a pain can only be understood by those who were directly subjected to it or those who have been around to witness it happen. It is not something that a person who is on the side that inflicting such pain can understand. But I still cannot forgive Gordon for betraying Oja-sama's earnest wish. If we leave things as they are, Gordon might be able to win. Duke Lowenstein might be fine with that, but the Zweig house is different. I will not allow such a future to exist, Char said with a strong and determined voice. She then got off the railing and stood in front of me. Her odd eyes are staring right through me. What is the chance that we can persuade Duke Lowenstein? 50-50. It depends on how much the Duke treasures his house and the north. Our chances are not so bad, her. All right. The Zweig house will side with you. You hate the imperial family, right? I do. But Oja-sama taught me that a title is still nothing but a title. I choose to believe in you, who I can see right in front of me, rather than judging you by the title of the imperial family you carry. You have shown sincerity in response to my doubts. I know that you are a good person. To be honest, at first, I thought that you will lie until the very end, since you are one of the imperial family. I was prepared to strike you with thunder at first. But you didn't choose to lie as I thought you would. That's why I believe in you. Rather than holding on to the prejudice from your title, I think that I should trust in my own impression of you. Saying so, Cha knelt down in front of me. One of the 47 clans of the north, the House of Zweig, shall be your highness's power. I pledge the knowledge given to me by Oja-sama and my thunder to your highness. Thank you. And what do you wish for in return? I do not mind if it will be after the war, but allow me to succeed the title of Marquis Zweig. I cannot have any other family name other than this. I understand. That is a cheap price to pay. Marquis Zweig didn't have any successor. If he wanted to keep his house alive, then he should have adopted an heir, but rather than that, he thought it would be better to leave everything to Cha. The problem is Duke Lowenstein, but let's include this in the negotiation with him as well. House Lowenstein also has a deep-rooted grudge against the imperial family, you know. I know. That's why I came here personally. If it is about being persecuted, then I won't lose too after all. I said so and showed her a grin. Chapter 331. Gordon's subordinates. East side of the Empire's northern region. Aside from Leo's army that is fighting in a siege battle on the west side of Gordon's base, there was an army facing down Gordon's at the south. It was an army that was judged to be trustworthy among the whole imperial army. The general of that army is called Harnish. He is a young man in his late 20s who was originally an adjutant to General Istman. During the rebellion in the imperial capital, he was involved in the reconstruction of the south and came to serve under Leo by the recommendation of General Istman. Including the 3,000 men who served General Istman, who is now half retired due to the loss of one of his legs, and 10,000 men of his own, he is leading a total of 13,000 soldiers. Angry at what the rebels did to General Istman, who he looks up to as his father, he came out to the battlefield to take his anger out on Gordon, but now he has no choice but to seal his anger. Did the enemy make any move? None, sir. Harnish sighed at the unchanging reply and stared at the enemy army. He wants to go rescue Leo's main army, but the opposing army does not allow that. The enemy army consisted of 20,000 soldiers. The general leading that army is Gordon himself. He really looked down on us. The reason why the enemy supreme commander came out here personally is to say that he is confident that he cannot be defeated by the likes of Harnish. He had been tempted to break that prideful attitude many times, but he managed to restrain himself. Gordon might be restraining Harnish's army right now, but on the contrary, it could be said that Harnish is also restraining Gordon. 20,000 enemy soldiers coupled with the enemy's supreme commander. It's not so bad if you put it like that. Of course, this will not improve the situation. However, the situation will not worsen as well. What about the letter? We received another one, sir. This one is signed by Gordon as well. If it was signed by Her Highness Liselot, then I would have framed it and hung it inside my room though. Burn it. I have no need for such a letter. Yes, sir. He read the first one, but he never read any subsequent letters from Gordon. Gordon stated his wish for Harnish to join him. Of course, Harnish understands why he would wish for that. Surprisingly, only a few generals of the Imperial Army have joined Gordon's side. There are still many armies that can breathe down on Gordon's neck. However, most of them chose a wait-and-see approach. After all, Gordon failed his attempted rebellion at the Imperial capital. Whether to jump on board with Gordon when he already missed his greatest opportunity? That was the question that made many generals hesitate. The Emperor is aware of that. That's why he only sent the trustworthy generals to the front line. However, if Harnish switches over to Gordon's side, the momentum will change. If Harnish, who originally didn't belong to Gordon's faction, chooses to join his side, it will indicate that Gordon has the advantage. All the generals that sway toward Gordon's side will choose to join him. That was Gordon's aim. Ridiculous. Harnish suspects that it is a suggestion from the influential noble on Gordon's side. After all, Gordon's army is only blocking his path to join Leo's main army but not cut off his withdrawal route. Even if they can't come to an agreement, the momentum will still change if they can get him to withdraw. After all, withdrawing here means abandoning Leo. How shrewd. It is a strategy that cannot be done without political skills. One that is aware of their own advantages. If this is prolonged, it will only be harder on Leo's side. The alliance with the Sokol Empire will not be finalized anytime soon either. After all, the Sokol Empire has nothing to gain in this. Moreover, it is Eric who is in charge of negotiating the alliance. Harnish can't think of any reason that Eric would help Leo at all. Damn you, Duke Horsfarth. He just keeps injecting something unnecessary into Gordon's head. Harnish curses the name of the noble who currently should be at Gordon's side while glaring at the enemy army. There is no movement in the enemy army, Your Highness Gordon. I thought as much. At Gordon's camp. There, a brown-haired middle-aged man is making his report to Gordon. The man with his characteristic calm and cold atmosphere was Rolf von Horsfarth, the family head of the prestigious Horsfarth ducal house. During the rebellion at the imperial capital, he chose Gordon's side. In this succession war, Rolf has set himself up with the Gordon faction while sending his second son to Eric faction as insurance. It doesn't matter to him which one of them wins. The Horsfarth house will be able to maintain its status. However, during the rebellion, he decided to bet on Gordon and took both his eldest son Jide and second son Rayner with him to join Gordon. Seeing that Rolf had chosen Gordon, many nobles followed him. As a result, Rolf has a solid position in the Gordon faction. Together with the knights under the command of his aristocrat followers, he possesses a sizable force and Gordon also respects his opinion. That's why Gordon followed Rolf's plan even though it was a roundabout plan that Gordon dislikes. Duke Horsfarth. It appears that William allowed the enemy to replenish their supply. Do you think that we can still maintain this carefree attitude? The situation hasn't changed, Your Highness. Even with all the supplies he received, all Prince Leonard can do is stay on the defensive. No matter how long he can hold out unless the situation changes, there will be no alliance with the Sokol Empire. You are saying that no reinforcement will come no matter how long he endured? Exactly, Your Highness. And over time, more and more generals will convert to our side. His Highness William has also succeeded in seizing the enemy's prototype weapon in exchange for allowing them to resupply. We have already begun analysis on it. Time is on our side. Gordon nods at Rolf's reasoning. He wanted to crush the army in front of him immediately, but he can't help but let that desire go. No matter how long it takes, he must guarantee his victory. Gordon is now hungry for a win. Knowing that, Rolf proposed an endurance battle. With the Empire being surrounded by enemy nations, the worst thing that can happen is the prolongation of this civil war. Come to think of it, His Highness Henrik has submitted a request to be dispatched again. Henrik, do you think he will betray us? I wonder about that. Since he is the younger brother of Her Highness Sandra, it might be in his nature. However, he already has no place in the Empire. I doubt that he has the courage to betray us. I agree. Conrad and Mother are acting separately from us after all. We do not have enough pawns. It would be bad to carelessly use one. Then, how about we give him command of a unit? Right. William will need reinforcements. I will appoint him as a commander. Let him take your eldest son with him. As you wish. What about my second son, Rayner, Your Highness? That one is excellent. We need him to take care of domestic affairs in Wismar, so leave him there. Yes, sir. Finished giving his orders, Gordon stands up. After all, he knows that the enemy army will never move. I am going to sleep. Don't wake me up unless necessary. As you wish. Rolf said and reverently bowed. While thinking that his gesture looked nothing but shady, Gordon ignored him. No matter how much he doubts Rolf, He is still usable. It's fine if Rolf chooses to betray him as well. When the time comes, he only needs to crush it. Even if Rolf betrayed him, Gordon's dominance in the north will not change. I still have a trump card to play after all. While muttering so, Gordon gets ready to sleep. Chapter 332. San. Schwartz San. I've finished handing the letter to the Lord here. We were heading to Duke Lowenstein's territory together with Char. It would take too long to send the letter to each northern nobles after persuading Duke Lowenstein, so Char decided to hand the letter to each of them on our way to Duke Lowenstein's territory. For the lords whose territory is far away, we dispatch some of the Nabi Ritter to deliver the letter. They are entrusted with Marquis Zweig's letter as well as Char's personal letter. The content of her letter is that she is on her way to persuade Duke Lowenstein. If Duke Lowenstein moved, she wanted them to agree to a meeting as per Marquis Zweig's letter. Those lords will now pay close attention to the movement of Duke Lowenstein. They should leave their territory and approach Duke Lowenstein's territory. With that being the case, it will not be difficult to convene the meeting of the northern nobles. Well, that is fine and all, but why are you using San again? You don't need to add honorifics while referring to me. Only me and Char are inside the room. I understand that she can't call me Arnold, but I couldn't understand why she chose to add San to my name again. Is that an order? Your Highness. You really hate the imperial family here. And yes, I don't want you to add honorifics when calling me. Then I apologize for my rudeness. I decided to trust you and bent my knees, but getting along with you is still an entirely different matter. I still hate the imperial family after all. Didn't you say that you won't judge me based on my title? The crisis we are facing does affect the entirety of the North, so I will not judge you by your title, but my personal feeling is still a different matter. With that said, Char had an indescribable expression on her face. It looks like a mix of disgust and friendliness. I can understand that her heart is still in conflict with that alone. I see. I still want to get along with you though. Impossible. You would find it a pain to eat something you don't like, right? It should be fun to overcome that though. It is still troublesome to force someone to eat what they don't like, right? Certainly. Char already has her conclusion. Since she can't erase her disgust toward the imperial family, she decided to stay a distance away from me. A person who knows that and tries to shorten that distance must be troublesome for her. Still, since we are going to persuade Duke Lowenstein together, it wouldn't do if the relationship between us is weak. If I couldn't get along with Char, then it would be impossible to persuade Duke Lowenstein. But not getting along with you would negatively impact our chance of persuading Duke Lowenstein, right? I can put up an act. He will surely see through you. So, why don't we put in some effort to get along with each other? What do you have in mind? Char sat down in the chair while squinting her eyes at me. Her unpleasant mood exuded from her entire body. It seems that at least she is willing to cooperate. At least the first barrier is down her. For the time being, let me confirm one thing. What do you hate about the imperial family? Your blood. I can't even stand someone who has the blood of the imperial family. You get right down to business here. As expected, there is nothing I can do about my bloodline. She rejected my whole being from the start. Still, I am not someone who would give up just because of that. I took off the hood I was wearing and lightly brushed my hair up. There aren't many black-haired emperors. The reason why I have black hair is that my mother is from the East. So, if we are talking about blood, then I am a half-commoner myself since my mother was one. I only have a few qualities of someone that belong to the imperial family. Since the characteristics of the blood you loathe so much don't appear on me, it is the same as I don't possess that blood. But you still belong to the imperial family, right? I am not proud about it, and I've rarely been treated like a prince. Among my brothers and sisters, I am the only one who got thrown in jail as a child, you know. I don't think that is something that you should brag about though. Char sighs astoundedly. Of all the members of the imperial family, I am the farthest from being treated like one. Even if she says that she dislikes me because I belong to the imperial family, I have almost no such characteristics. Even I can't wrap my head around such an argument myself. How about it? Do you still think I am one of the imperial family? I do. Why? But you are one, right? There are people who would treat you as one after all. I have childhood friends who tried to kill me several times with wooden swords, you know. For argument's sake, they are supposed to be my vassals too though. That's surprising. So no one tried to stop them even though you were about to get killed. Char's words made me smile. The adults around me pretty much all have a non-interference policy. They never get in the way of the children. I didn't say anything after all. Besides, if I exercised my privileges as a prince, I wouldn't be able to establish an equal friendship too. So you just silently accepted it. Was that how Oja-sama helped you? That's right. I could have told my father that I was being bullied, but at worst, the ones who have low standing might even receive a death sentence. It's scary, right? Childish bullying between children can even result in the death penalty. That's why I didn't say anything. At that time, Marquis Zweig helped me. He said that he understood what I was doing and was touched by it. It made me really happy. So you've been so adult-like since you were a kid, huh? If it was me, I would already cry to my parents. I wouldn't think about what could happen after that at all. I have no shortage of role models after all. In that sense, I might have benefited from being a member of the imperial family. As a child, I had my eldest brother and Lizaranyu around me. They set the example of what being an imperial family member should be like. So I was able to embody that in my own way. That was all there was to it. You really are not like someone who belongs to the imperial family. Even so, you are still one of the people who abandoned Oja-sama. Right, I cannot erase that fact. But that was exactly why I came to him. I thought that I finally got the chance to repay him after all. Repay him? That's right. The imperial family has an inerasable debt toward Marquis Zweig. After the death of the crown prince, the empire was shaken. We had so many things to do that we were short on hand. At that time, it was Marquis Zweig who appeared and solved the problem of the north for us. It was convenient. That's why we didn't do anything. I am not trying to justify it. After all, the imperial family had taken advantage of his feelings toward the north and used him. That's quite a way to say it. It is the truth that will not change. My father made a cold decision and didn't give the Marquis anything in return. I think that I should have done something earlier. Still, I kept putting it off. That will never change. However, I should be able to repay him with what I am about to do. A debt is something that is meant to be repaid after all. The one who abandoned Oja-sama was the emperor, not you. Just like you who want to succeed Marquis Zweig, I am the son of that emperor. Moreover, I am also a part of the imperial family. That should be enough of a reason for me. As a member of the imperial family, I will repay the debt that my father built up. First, I will unite all of the northern nobles. After all, the ones who can save the north are only the clans of the north themselves. I and the northern nobles are similar. I had put up with the bullying to protect the noble children. The northern nobles endured the cold treatment to protect the northern region. They could have protested as much as they wanted, but they chose to only take their distance. They could have touched on the topic of the crown prince's death as well. Still, the topic of his death was too sensitive at the time. If they have done that, the situation now might even be worse than this. That's why they stayed silent and endured. To not turn the north into a battlefield. It is because they are like that we can rely on them in a situation like this. Don't people often call you a weird person? I am often told that. Right. Whether you belong to a noble house or the imperial family, your way of thinking is still strange. Even though you said that people rarely treated you like a prince. Why are you still saying that you have to fulfill the obligations of the imperial family? Even you have been removed from the position of Marquis Zweig's successor, right? Even so, you still choose to inherit his work. Why? I just thought that I should do it. My answer is the same. Positions and titles might help you make a decision, but it doesn't mean that they can determine everything. It is up to us to decide. I am here right now because I think that I must fulfill my obligations as a part of the imperial family. How people treated me in the past has nothing to do with that, no? Even if people continue to call me the dull prince, it is up to me to decide whether I want to fulfill my obligations or not. I was raised that way. Everything is my responsibility. In the end, a title is only a title. Right now, I think can understand the true meaning of those words," said Cha as she stood up and tried to leave the room. I stopped her. "Cha. My nickname is Ul. Will you call me that? I will call you that when you manage to repay your debt. Until then, you are Schwartz." Cha leaves the room after saying so. It is still strange to call our relationship a friendly one, but it is at least better than her using San to call me. Still, if Cha is this tough, then it seems that I will have a much harder time with Duke Lowenstein her. I sighed and leaned back on my chair. Chapter 333. Duke Lowenstein. At the center of the Lowensteins' territory, the city of Allah. It is the largest city in the north and is its de facto center. We are currently at a big mansion located in the center of that city. Charlotte Sama. Please kindly wait here. Duke Lowenstein is currently attending a meeting. I understand. Cha nodded to the butler without any complaints. Seeing that, I muttered in surprise. He is prioritizing a meeting over his own granddaughter her. Ojasama is that kind of person. He doesn't mix personal business and his work. As long as the imperial family isn't involved, I might be able to arrange something though. You sure said it. You should abandon that optimism of yours. If you got found out, you might get a bolt of lightning flying your way, you know. Make no mistake, he will kill you. Don't say such a scary thing now. I'm not kidding, okay? He is the kind of person that will seriously do it. If you want to reveal your identity, then I recommend you choose the timing wisely. I give her a nod. Although I have dealt with many people who ridiculed me as the dull prince, I have little experience dealing with people who hold a grudge against me. That is how strong the imperial family is in the empire. There is no need to remind me not to let my guard down. My opponent this time is the Thunder God of Lowenstein. I have met him once before. I briefly spoke to him at the feast of my 10th birthday celebration. I can still remember how intense he was. Despite being an heir to a ducal house, he joined the army and climbed to the rank of general with his magical ability. He is a veteran general who fought numerous battles and contributed greatly to the expansion of the empire. His battle record remains undefeated. Using the personal army of House Lowenstein together with the soldiers of the imperial army, it could be said that his force was never inferior to that of the enemies, both in terms of quality and quantity. Still, it is undeniable that his record is still extraordinary. It is different from saying that the emperor never lost a battle. A battle in which a general and an emperor head out to is different in the first place. The emperor does not appear in battles that post high risk of losing. Moreover, he is always accompanied by the imperial knights. It is much more difficult for an emperor to lose a battle. He is currently the only person in the empire to outperform Lizaranu in terms of battle records. When he is far from the front line, he shows his capability as a wise general, and when he personally engages the enemy army, he shows everyone that he is more than capable to lead his men out personally. A general with both wisdom and courage. That is the Duke of Lowenstein. Are you nervous? I don't know. But I do think that it would be bad if I fail here. If Ojasama gets angry, then I will protect you. At the very least, I should be able to stall him. I will count on you if the time comes. When I smiled at her, Cha's eyes went round and she immediately frowned at me. She probably thinks that I am being optimistic her. As I thought, you really are a weird person. You think so? Among the current imperial family, do you know anyone who has enough spirit to stand up against my grandfather? Who knows? Well, if a person comes to mind, then it would be Lizaranu, I think. Whether it be Eric or Leo, they would have a problem if they have to face him alone. They will never rely on their guts alone and will definitely face him with an escort. While I was thinking that far, Cha let out a sigh. I am confident that the Princess General wouldn't lose to him, but what about you? I have my confidence too. What kind of confidence? The confidence that you will protect me. I'm counting on you. Ha! You don't even consider the possibility that I am going to stand by and do nothing? But you will protect me, right? What if I just gave you some empty words? If it is like that, then I will just accept my fate and chalk it up as I don't have eyes for people. Even Duke Lowenstein wouldn't suddenly murder a prince, right? He will probably let me off with an arm or two. Cha frowned at my words. She tries to say something again, but the butler returned before she could. The meeting has concluded, my lady. This way, please. You are not going? I am going. Just stay behind me. Never leave my side, okay? Yes, yes. I replied as I shrugged my shoulders. We were guided to a large audience room. This room is probably the one you used to convey your request to the Lord. And waiting back inside the room was a red-haired old man sitting on a chair. His big frame body resembles Gordon, and like a former general he is, his back is straight. His sharp red eyes were looking at Cha first and then me. This old man is Duke Victor von Lowenstein, the person who was nicknamed Thunder God. I, Charlotte, have come to greet you, Oja-sama. Good work. Did Marquis Zweig say anything at the end? No. I see. He can be so cruel. Even though we had a promise that we would have a drink together. Saying so, Duke Lowenstein closed his eyes. He must be reminiscing the memory of Marquis Zweig. After all, he was his ally who supported the North for the longest time. Their children got married and they finally became relatives. If not for this situation, Duke Lowenstein probably would have visited the Marquis to see him off himself. Probably understanding that, the vassals in the audience room also stay silent. Is your body doing fine? Yes. I had a seizure, but it was nothing serious. I see. That is good to hear. Oja-sama, there is actually someone I would like to introduce to you. At the funeral of Marquis Zweig, a group of bandits invaded the city. When I could not handle the situation because of my seizure, this Schwartz and his mercenaries helped us deal with them. He has a debt of gratitude with Marquis Zweig and he has taken care of me. Who? The Duke said so and paid his attention to me. In response, I lower my head and greet him. It is my pleasure meeting you. My name is Schwartz. I see. You have taken care of my granddaughter her. No, I have owed a great deal of gratitude to Marquis Zweig. I visited him thinking that it was my chance to repay it, but I couldn't make it in time. I want to repay that favor to Lady Charlotte instead. That's a good heart you got there. So, was it your suggestion that Charlotte has been sending letters to each and every noble here? Duke Lowenstein's gaze turned sharp. When she saw that, Charlotte hurriedly comes to my defense. Oh, Oja-sama, that was all my doing. Marquis Zweig believed that every noble of the North should find a way out of this conflict together. For that sake, he had written letters to every noble to invite them to a meeting. I see. So, is there a letter addressed to me? No. He decided that I should be the one who personally persuades Oja-sama. Marquis Zweig really knows me well her. No matter what he writes to me, I will not move. That's why he decided to entrust that to you her, Charlotte. I can understand that. I understand it, but it's a failure since you brought along a mouse to persuade me. Schwartz is only an escort. I will be the one who... That's not it. Seriously, it seems you have looked down on me her. A pleasure meeting me. Don't make me laugh. Didn't every noble of the Empire had the pleasure to meet you already on your 10th birthday? I have already met you back then. I have even personally held you in my arms when you were a baby, you know. Saying so, Duke Lowenstein stands up from his chair. The atmosphere immediately turned heavy. Even his aides are having cold sweat. Champage. I never thought that I would be found out so quickly. If you wanted to hide your identity, then you should have tried hiding those eyes. It's the same eyes that the guy who robbed away my daughter only to strengthen his bloodline had. I can tell with a single glance. No one hates the eyes of that man as much as me after all. Duke Lowenstein's voice turned to a roar. While listening to his roaring voice, I stood up and took down my hood. I will apologize for the deception. I didn't want to get killed, you see. Me. You have grown to be quite a bold man, didn't you? That attitude and that way of speaking, it's the exact same as the Emperor when he was still young, you know. We are parent and child after all. I never thought that you would recognize me since it has been a long time since we last met. And it was supposed to be a light greeting too. It is truly something, that grudge against the imperial family of yours. So you came to talk even though you already know that. Arnold Lakes Adler. said Duke Lowenstein as he immediately identified me. Chapter 334. Forged Letters. That was surprising. And it wasn't about how he immediately recognized me as a prince. I already expected him to be able to tell that much. I am not so naive to think that he would be so easily deceived. What surprised me was how he correctly identified who I am. Was there an information leak? I am supposed to be sleeping at the imperial capital though. It is just a guess. Before the battle truly began in the north, your younger brother came to visit me. Secretly, with only a few imperial knights accompanying him, that is. I see. So you recognized me from Leo's face, huh? There is that too. But it was your brother who said that if the war goes on, his elder brother will come to me. He said that he will leave it to you to persuade me when the time comes. That's why I can tell right away. He sure said some extra thing. I sighed and crumpled my hair. I'm not surprised that Leo was here before me. Rather, it is a given. After all, Duke Lowenstein has that important of a position. However, I was surprised that he told the Duke I would come. Certainly, the longer the war, the higher the probability that visiting the Duke would be included in my course of actions. Considering the members of the imperial family left in the capital, it can be predicted that I would be the one who will be dispatched to the north. However, it was impossible to certainly predict that I will come to persuade Duke Lowenstein here. After all, there is a possibility that I would just lead out the army from the imperial capital, or that Leo is not even at a disadvantage in the first place. So it was not a prediction based on the situation at the time. It was the result of thinking about what he would do if he was me. He knows that I dislike leading a large force. He knows that I don't want to leave the problem of the northern nobles alone. After all, if we leave the problem of the north as it is, it will only be an ember for future problems after we win the war. That's why he thought that I will definitely try to solve the problem of the north in one go. With that line of thinking, persuading Duke Lowenstein is inevitable. Even if he is my own younger brother, he sure understands me well. That hero prince seemed to be confident that you can persuade me, but if you rely on a disguise like that, then I guess I can't expect much from you, her. I was only hiding my identity to hide my existence from the enemy. It has nothing to do with persuading you. Who? Then what kind of bargain have you brought to my table? You came all the way here with my granddaughter. Don't think I will just let you go back to the capital if you bring out some boring deal, all right? The Duke said as thunder crackled from his body and struck the floor. It seems he doesn't like the idea of me using Char to approach him, her. Well, that much is obvious. Judging from his words, the root of his grudge against the imperial family was how we took away his daughter. It wouldn't be strange for him to be protective of his granddaughter. Don't think I will just let you go back to the capital, her. I have no intention of heading back to the capital without attending to the problems in the north. You said that I looked down on you. Let me repeat that back to you then. My own younger brother is fighting right now. I have no plan to run away by myself. Also, as a member of the imperial family, I will not neglect the problem of the north any longer. Don't underestimate me too much. Even if people call me the dull prince, I am still a prince of this nation. Duke Lowenstein listened and sat back on his chair. His eyes were even sharper than before. What dull prince? You were only pretending to be incompetent, right? Your father was the same. He pretended to be lazy about everything and gradually showed his claws in the succession war. It is extremely difficult to be on guard against someone who you are so used to look down on. His opponents were defeated without being able to see his full ability. You give off the same smell as he did, you know? My father, Emperor Johannes, had the ambition to ascend the emperor's throne. That was the reason he hid his claws. But I am different. I cannot protect my family unless I enter the succession war with my brother. That's why we joined the succession war in the first place. If not for the succession war, I would have continued to be the dull prince, and I have no problem with that at all. If there was no succession war, you would choose to continue being ridiculed for the rest of your life. Don't make me laugh. Exactly. At the very least, I think I have proven that for 10 years already. Father was hiding his abilities to take the throne. He was not like me, who had no such ambition and ended up not showing my abilities. Father had a clear purpose while I didn't. It would be rude to my father to compare myself to him. Chmph, whatever. So you are saying that you unwillingly participated in the succession war? That this is no place for others to see your abilities? Don't you think that this is the opportunity to make those who looked down on you kneel before you instead? You are correct. Besides, I do not enjoy making others kneel to me in the first place. I am not exactly like the old men of the previous generation, you see. To take a knee is an ancient tradition. It has a deep meaning to it. Proof of loyalty, proof of heartfelt gratitude. I am well aware of those meanings. It is exactly because I am aware of its meaning that I do not wish for it. When you force another person to kneel before you through a show of force, what meaning does it have? If the person kneels before me out of recognition, then I will gladly accept it, but if that is not the case, then it will only make me feel sick instead. Despite being a part of the imperial family, you can still make some sense here. Souls do not dwell in meaningless actions. If you already understand that, then what are you trying to do by persuading me? To save your younger brother? It seems that I gained a little of his recognition. If he kept testing me as he was, I would never be able to get down to the main topic. This is good. Of course, there is that too. Leo is needed for the future of the empire. I know that there are people who ridicule his idealism. He certainly still has many shortcomings. Still, there is no future for an emperor who cannot go through with his ideal. For the empire, her disappointment appears on Duke Lowenstein's face. He probably didn't expect such a mundane answer. He averted his eyes away as though there is no worth listening to me anymore. At that moment, I continued to speak. That's why I will not leave the problems as is. I want the empire under Leo's rule to be better. That's why I decided to solve the problems of the north. The imperial family is always like this, misleading its vassals with nothing but words that are only pleased to the ear. That's right. That is what it means to stand on top of people. We mislead people and make them dream. That's the role of the people who stand on top. After all, people cannot live without dreams. People can't live without dreams. That might be true, but you cannot live with your dream alone. I understand that too. That's why the emperor assembled talented people at his side, to realize the dream he has envisioned. It is not an emperor's job to solve problems. Leo left this to me. That's why I cannot fail. After all, Leo didn't even have it in his mind that I would. If I can't do this much for him, then I can't retain my dignity as his older brother. And you are saying that you are one of those talented people? If you do, then answer me. How will you solve the problems of the north? If we side with the emperor's side now, we will only be punished for being too slow to act. We have no path left. Just what do you expect us to do in this situation? That is not really the case. You have already made your move after all. Unable to understand the meaning of my words, Duke Lowenstein looks at me suspiciously. In response, I muttered a name with a grin. Sebas. Right here, sir. Sebas appeared behind me without producing any sound. I extended my hand out toward him and he handed me a bundle of papers in return. After the war, the people of the empire will probably think this. It's impossible for the dull prince to suddenly raise a military achievement like that. It is as you said. It is extremely difficult to be on guard against someone who you are so used to look down on. Reputation works the same way. That's why no one will believe in what I achieved. People are like that. But if you keep repeating such achievements, then they will have no choice but to recognize you. That's right. But I don't want them to recognize me. I came to like the nickname of the dull prince, you see. When I said that, I handed the bundle of papers to Duke Lowenstein's aide. The aide then handed it to the Duke. These are letters. That's right. It's the letters from you to me. You bastard. You are planning to give all the credit to me, as expected of the Duke. You saw right through it. What do you mean? Char asked with a confused expression. Seeing that, the Duke roughly opened the letter and read it. He then showed it to Char while sharply gazing at me. This is Ojasama's handwriting. Naturally, that wasn't written by me. But it was elaborately forged. No one besides me would be able to tell that it is fake. My butler is quite skilled at forging letters, you see. It has been a long time, but these are my masterpieces, sir. I'm so glad that there were so many samples in Juice. What I ordered Sebas to do in Juice was to gather information and forge a letter with Duke Lowenstein's handwriting. There were many letters that the Duke had exchanged with Marquis Zweig inside the vault of his mansion. If it was impossible for Sebas, then I would have done it myself, but with so many samples, he managed to do something about it. After all, Sebas became quite good at imitating others' handwriting from his old profession. Transport the supply with large flying dragons. The enemy supply base is inside the mountains. These are all instructions. That's right. Prince Leonard's main army was locked in a siege battle. To combat that, the 6th Imperial Knight Corps, who came to the north as reinforcements, conducts a supply transport operation. They managed to deliver a lot of supply from the sky, and the only one on the enemy side who could respond appropriately was the Dragon Prince. That's, considering the situation, the only one who could come up with such a strange strategy would be this prince. But now he is saying that he is willing to hand over all the credit to us. Since Duke Lowenstein is a big presence in the north, if he moves personally, he will alert the enemy. He has been working for the Emperor and the Empire from the beginning. Ever since I came to the north, he has contacted me through Sebas and gave me precise instructions to pull off the operation. With this, not only for his future merits, he will also gain credit for everything that has happened so far. There is no need to worry about any punishment anymore. Some may feel uncomfortable about this. But with the letter and my testimony as evidence, no one would bother to complain about it. That was why you visited Juice first. I was going to talk to Marquis Zweig about this strategy. In the end, I couldn't make it in time, but Marquis Zweig was also planning a meeting with the other northern nobles. He probably wouldn't say no to my plan. That's why I went with it. I have to apologize to you for not telling you beforehand, Char. I'm sorry. That's fine, but with this letter, everything you did would. I have no need for such credits. I'm not interested in it in the first place. I will not let anyone say that the northern nobles were uncooperative. Your achievements are the achievements of the northern nobles. You can protect both the north and your house with this. Of course, it is up to you to decide what you want to do from now on. That was the path I showed to Duke Lowenstein. Chapter 335. Reason for the stubbornness. I can protect both the north and my house here. Duke Lowenstein muttered and touched the armrest of his chair. I showed him my hand. Considering the situation, the Duke should accept my proposal. Initially, the northern nobles as a whole did not side with Leo. There was bad blood between them and the imperial family, so even if there were some that went out to help him, there were still some bad feelings lingering around. Gordon lost his momentum with his defeat in the imperial capital. Still, our initial plan to combat him was to surround him and lock him into a battle of endurance. With that being the case, all the achievements will go to Lizaranu, who will march to the north later. They have no reason to participate in the war if they cannot gain credit. Many of the northern nobles used many excuses to decline Leo's request to participate in the war at first because Leo has the advantage at the time. However, the situation has completely changed. While they were declining his request, William rebuilt Gordon's force, Leo was cornered, and they lost the timing to participate. Moreover, the cause of Leo getting cornered was the rout of the few northern nobles who had joined Leo. It is obvious that they might get punished for their delay, which led to the Emperor's side disadvantage. That's why the northern nobles did not move. However, with my proposal, the story will turn to one that the northern nobles have been moving to support the Emperor in secret. With this, their delay will not be a problem, and it is possible to cancel out their failure. After that, if they lend us their power to defeat Gordon, they will be able to build a huge debt to the imperial family. There is no doubt that their treatment will be much more favorable in the future. Looks like everything went according to your plan, right? Not at all. If everything went according to plan, then I would still be sleeping in the imperial capital after all. I am here against my will. When I told him that, the Duke mockingly smiled at me. What an irresponsible man. You are saying that you are not even willing to talk to me personally in the first place? Of course. I wouldn't come to the north unless Leo was in trouble. The Duke squinted at my words. Seeing that, I shrugged. After all, I just gave him what he wanted to hear. Since your brother is in trouble, you want to help him no matter what. Is that right? Exactly. And it requires our power to do that. Which means we have the advantage here. You think that you have a future with Gordon? I will not rely on such a tyrant. But the Dragon Prince of the United Kingdom is quite capable. If he presents me with a peace treaty with the North, then cooperating with him is not so bad. Instead of Gordon, you are willing to listen to the Dragon Prince her. It is not an impossible plan. If he truly dislikes the imperial family, then leaving the empire is one of the options. Fortunately for them, the United Kingdom has allowed the Dominion to keep its autonomy. With the same agreement, they should be able to rule over the North. If all the northern nobles turned, the northern border would disappear. The army of the Dominion and the United Kingdom will march south undisturbed. The situation will completely change again. Still, Duke Lowenstein probably will not choose that plan. If the situation turns to that, the Empire will no longer care about appearance. A non-aggression pact will be signed with the Sokol Empire under some unfavorable conditions, and Lizaranu will march north. If that still cannot handle the situation, then even the use of the Holy Sword might be considered. If that happens, the North will be thoroughly destroyed. After all, it will become the front line where large armies collide. The northern nobles who have endured the cold treatment for the sake of the North so far would not consider that as an option. They may no longer have any loyalty toward the imperial family, but they have not lost their pride in protecting their territory and people. If they have already lost that pride, then would have joined Gordon's side by now. He only promoted his advantage to negotiate with me advantageously. Looks like he won't easily accept the proposal her. What do you want in return? Nothing. That is strange. If you hope for nothing, then why did you bring up negotiating with the Dragon Prince? I am just saying that I will not let everything go your way. I have proposed to you a method that causes the least damage to the North and its people, though. What are you dissatisfied with? While listening, the Duke's eyes kept on observing me. There is suspicion in his eyes. The Duke still doesn't trust me, so the negotiation is not concluded yet. If I cannot somehow gain his trust, then this negotiation will not be settled. Originally, I planned to have Marquis Zweig intervene here since he already has the Duke's trust. It really hurts since I can't use that plan now. What I am dissatisfied with is you. I cannot trust the imperial family, let alone a prince who resembles the emperor so much like you. You think I will go back on my word? The imperial family has already betrayed me once. I allowed my daughter to marry the emperor as insurance in case something happens to the North. And what has become of that? We were unjustly blamed and treated coldly for the death of the crown prince. That is certainly a sin of the imperial family. Even so, the emperor had a lot on his plate at the time. You should know well how he had no choice but to leave the problem of the North alone at the time, Duke. At that time, father had already begun the preparation for his abdication. However, the heir he was delegating his power to suddenly passed away. Father had to work hard to bring the empire under his rule again. Of course, somewhere in his heart was a resentment toward the North since they couldn't rescue the crown prince in time. That's why he wasn't that enthusiastic to solve the problem of the North. It can be said that he left it unattended until he was free. There was a mountain of other things to do after all. Duke Lowenstein couldn't forgive that. Those things have nothing to do with it. Even though my daughter was young, she made her name as the best swordswoman in the North. She wanted to live on the path of the sword. I lost my wife and raised my children all by myself. I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to live their dreams. Even so, I had to marry off my daughter, all for the sake of the North. When he married the fourth consort, father was still a crown prince. Even so, the power delegation was almost at its end and he was about to ascend the throne. He had other consorts and it was not a marriage of love. It was only to strengthen our bloodline and stabilize the national power. A complete political marriage. As someone who wanted to live as a swordswoman, it was probably humiliating for the fourth consort to be married off as a woman. Still, that is what being a duke's daughter is. There may be many noble ladies who are more than willing to become the emperor's wife. One could say that it was unfortunate since she was not your typical noble lady. When I sent off my daughter, I lowered my head to both the emperor and the crown prince, asking them to take good care of the north. Still, even after they acknowledged that and my daughter became an imperial consort, they abandoned the north. How can I believe in you? Leaving believe or not believe aside, you surely are aware that you have no other choice. What if you break your promise? Who will guarantee that you will give the credit to the north? Right now, you only want the power of the northern nobles to save your younger brother. But what if the war is over? The next thing you want is an advantage in the succession war. You would need achievements to win that. You will probably gladly take all your credit and make a big leap forward for your brother, right? I won't do that. If I make a big achievement, it will divide our support. Moreover, we will lose the trust of the northern nobles. I will not make such a stupid move. It is obvious that working for you and obtaining your support is better. You can say whatever you want with just word. Strange. He is too stubborn. The Duke shouldn't have any merit in prolonging this negotiation. If you want me to accept your proposal, then bring either the Emperor or the Prime Minister here. Without a written pledge, I will never trust you. Don't be absurd. Under these circumstances, there is no way that either of them can leave the imperial capital. Then bring me a pledge. Do whatever you need and bring me a pledge. That is my demand. With that said, the Duke stood up from his chair as though he no longer has nothing left to say. However, for a moment, the Duke staggered. After a coughing fit, the Duke left the place. Oja-sama, please wait. Char follows after him, but Duke Lowenstein ignores her. Char is the daughter of his dear son and the granddaughter of his close friend. She should be important to Duke Lowenstein. I can see that from the anger he showed before the negotiation. However, his attitude right now is too cold. How do you see it? Probably the same as you, Arnold-sama. I see. I listened to Seebaz's reply and turned back. The Duke is probably ill. That's why he needs clear evidence. Something his granddaughter can use after he passes away. Chapter 336. Status of a Prince. One night passed and I couldn't get close to the mansion since the audience. Although I was allowed to join up with the Nabi Ritter that was waiting at a nearby inn, I was not allowed to meet Char, let alone the Duke. So he doesn't want me to do something unnecessary here. It seems that the Duke will not back down on that pledge, sir. I sighed at Seebaz's words. I don't have enough time to return to the capital and persuade father. I have to convince the Duke somehow. Have you confirmed that the Duke really is ill? Inside a room at the inn. There are only 3 people inside, me, Seebaz, and Lars. Lars is the only one that I told about Duke Lowenstein's possible illness. However, Lars is still in doubt. It is almost certain, sir. Many have seen him holding back his coughing fit and staggering steps. He is probably suffering from the same disease as my mother. And Char probably has the same thing as well. The symptoms are too similar. It certainly looks that way, but if that is the case, will the Duke be able to head to battle? That will depend on the progress of the illness, but from how stubborn he acted, it seems he knows that he doesn't have much time left. If not, then he wouldn't reject my proposal and demand something unreasonable like a pledge. The reason for his unreasonable demand was because of necessity. Duke Lowenstein is the symbol of the North. As long as we have him, the North will be united and the presence of the northern nobles will only grow stronger. If he passed away after the war, the northern nobles would end up as a disorderly mob. Even if I go back on my word, they would have no power to protest. Since it is possible that the North will be taken lightly without him, he wants a pledge to guarantee that we will respect the will of the North. With the Duke, we would have many hands to play, but the Duke doesn't have long and he has no replacement. The only one who could have taken his place died before him after all. It must be hard for Lady Charlotte. Losing 2 grandfathers at the same time is truly unfortunate. If possible, I would like to give her time to make peace with it, but I cannot do that. Ancient magic is meaningless against illness. As long as I can't cure my mother, I cannot cure the Duke. In times like this, I resent how my power only caters to destruction. The Duke is hiding his illness from Cha. He probably doesn't want to shock Cha. But it is impossible to hide it from her forever. Do we make contact with Lady Charlotte, sir? We have no other choice. Everything will depend on Cha. To succeed Marquis Zweig means that she has to deny the Duke. On the contrary, if she wishes for peaceful days with the Duke, then she will not be able to succeed Marquis Zweig. She has to choose one of the two paths. Rather than thinking about what we should do, it would be better to hear what Cha wants to do. We are going to infiltrate the mansion. You can do it, right? Piece of cake, Your Highness. Saying so, Lars triumphantly took out the map of the mansion. Your preparation is quite thorough, it seems. We were willing to seize control of the place in case of emergency after all. I'm glad that the negotiations ended in peace. Saying so, I began listening to Lars's briefing. The security of Duke Lowenstein's mansion was much more rigorous than a normal noble mansion. However, with how long he has retired from the army, his vassals who accompanied him to the battlefields also got old. With the Nabi Ritter who constantly undergoes harsh training, it was not so difficult to infiltrate. Please be careful. Lars, who quickly incapacitate the security on the west side of the mansion, sent me and Sebas off. Once inside the mansion, Sebas alone should be able to handle the rest. With the map of the mansion in my head, I looked for the room where Cha is probably at. Doing so, I found a room with 2 guards standing in front. It's not the Duke's room. I give Sebas a look and head straight to the room. The guards who noticed me opened their eyes wide, but they were immediately incapacitated by Sebas, who went behind them. Cha, I'm coming in. I lightly knocked on the door and opened it. Like Elna, I have some reservations about entering a girl's room, but I cannot be so timid now. Schwartz. A surprised voice can be heard from inside. However, the scene before me is more surprising than I expected. Cha was about to jump off the balcony. She had tied the curtains together and made a rope out of it. I was wondering what she was doing as I rushed over to her, but it seemed that she lost her balance because of me and began to stagger. Wah. Oh, oi. I hurriedly closed the distance and grabbed Cha's arm with both hands. I managed to pull her back up to the balcony before starting to speak to her. Ha ha. I told you that was dangerous, right? Ahaha. Right. Sorry. Cha stands up with a bitter smile. She was about to leave. She must have some kind of aim. I have to go see my grandfather. Help me. I don't mind, but... Is that okay? The Duke might be ill, you know. Yeah. Maybe it is the same disease I have. The cause of my illness is unknown. When it gets bad, I cough out blood and I can't even stand up. But when I am fine, I can move about without any problem. It's a nasty disease, isn't it? You and the Duke are different. He is already old. The more he pushes himself, the shorter his life will be. I know. But as the granddaughter of Duke Lowenstein and Marquis Zweig, I have the duty to do what I can for the North. My reason is the same as yours. Saying so, Cha smiled and turned back toward the door. To be honest, I took her resolves lightly. Cha has already made up her mind. Sorry. I have to apologize to you. What for? I took you too lightly. Right. It would be best if you don't underestimate me. I am the granddaughter of the Thunder God after all. Let me through. I have to talk to my grandfather. Charlotte Sama. But... do you prefer I use force instead? Thunder began to crackle in Cha's right hand. Seeing that, the guards protecting the Duke's room opened a path for her. Cha then slowly opened the door. You tomboy granddaughter. I wonder who you took after. The Duke was lying in his bed. His face seemed like he had aged 10 years since yesterday. His illness may be worse than I think. It's you I took after, Oja-sama. Really now? Cha urged me inside the room and closed the door. Duke Lowenstein looked at me and squinted. To start moving immediately the day after. You really have no patience, her. I don't have time, you see. I see. I guess we are the same then. Saying so, the Duke gets up. His face distorted in pain. Cha hurriedly went to support him, but the Duke violently coughed. Cough. Cough. Ha ha. As you can see, I can't move as I pleased anymore. That's why you need a pledge. That's right. After I died, I need there to be solid proof that you will respect the will of the North. No matter how much I hate the Emperor, I know that he is not so foolish as to not know the consequences of breaking a pledge. If the Emperor broke a written pledge, he would lose the trust of every noble. Being attacked by other nations, Father would not be so foolish as to cause such domestic problems. That's why the Duke wanted the pledge no matter what. However, my father will never write a pledge. If he yields to a vassal's request, the central power will diminish. It's your job to do something about that. It will take time to persuade him. In the meantime, the effect of the war on the North will be irreversible. We have no time to waste. Believe in me. Not in my father, the Emperor, but in me as a prince. You are telling me to trust the dull prince. Do you have the power to guarantee your end of the deal? I will write the pledge myself. I will put my strongest card on the line and win the respect back for the northern nobles. Your strongest card. I will bet my status as a prince. With my blood, I cannot end up as a commoner, but I will accept any position, political marriage, or even experiments. I am willing to protect the North at the cost of my freedom. So, I want you to trust in my pledge. Saying so, I slowly kneeled down and bowed to the Duke. Bowing to a vassal is something that a member of the imperial family must never do. However, my head doesn't have that much worth. If lowering it is all it needs, then I will lower it as many times as I have to. If I show him that, then my words will carry some weight. It is telling the Duke that I am not attached to my position as a prince. Even if it's father, if he sees that I am willing to bet my position, he will not say no to me. My action means that I will definitely raise distinguished war services for the northern nobles. In response, he needs to give me something of equitable worth. Moreover, if he denies me, it will damage the trust of those around him. Why? Do you go that far? I told you. I owe a great debt to Marquis Zweig. I am going to repay it back to Char. Let's solve the problems of the North and secure the status of the northern nobles together. I am doing this for myself, not for someone else's sake. Charlotte, do you believe him? I do. I'm sure. If I ask him to die with us, he will do it. He is that kind of person. Duke Lowenstein nodded to Charlotte and let out a long sigh as if he was tired. Then, so, what do you want to do? I am going to succeed Marquis Zweig. We will hold a meeting with every northern clan and hear their opinions. And what if they are willing to fight? I will propose the union of the northern lords. I am the granddaughter of Marquis Zweig after all. Hearing Char, Duke Lowenstein showed a small smile. Chapter 337. Give me your life. Union of the northern lords, her. Yes. But you still need something for them to rally under. A pledge from the Emperor might certainly boost their morale, but a pledge from a prince will not have the same effect. The cause of the northern nobles' previous defeat was due to low morale and disorganization. That was the opening William exploited. Even if we head to battle with more numbers than last time, if we do not solve this problem, we will only repeat the first defeat. I will convince them. You don't have enough time. Once you assemble all the lords and hold a meeting, you have to start preparing for battle immediately. Isn't that right? Prince Arnold. That's right. We have no time. Then, what are you going to do? Duke Lowenstein asked to test me. The fact that he asked me instead of Char was probably due to his last act of love for his granddaughter. After all, the answer to that question is very cruel. There is only one way to establish the union of the northern lords that Char proposed. I need you to give me your life. As I thought. That is the only way, her. Char says nothing. She only holds the Duke's hand with her quivering hands. And the Duke squeezed them back. I never thought that there would be a young man who could come up to my face and tell me to die. If you personally head out, we will be able to form the union of the northern lords. It will greatly boost their morale as well. And in exchange, my death will be certain. I understand that much. I wanted to die here, in the land I was born and raised in. You are saying that you cannot allow me even that. Surrounded by family and peacefully going to heaven is certainly a good way to die. But if you still have strength left in you, I cannot allow you to do that. I want you to squeeze the last bit of your life until the very end. For the North. For the North, her. What a convenient thing to say. I am telling this man who sacrificed his own daughter for the North to give us his last remaining days. How selfish. If he is allowed to rest peacefully, he might be able to live half a year or even a year longer. Who knows how much his life will be shortened if he has to ride out to battle in this condition. This will be a battle that he cannot expect to come back from. Some may feel honored for dying on a battlefield, but this is an old man who has already retired from the army. It is too cruel to pull him away from his home and ask him to die in battle. Charlotte, I devoted everything to this family and the North. You know that, right? Yes. Then let me ask. Between a grandfather who gets to leisurely die in peace, and a grandfather who decides to fight until the end, which one do you like more? Oji-sama, Duke. Duke Lowenstein is trying to get Char to decide. My face distorted in surprise, but the Duke only smiled when he saw it. I thought that I should have you shoulder all the responsibility, but it is unpleasant to have my final fight be for the imperial family. At least at the end. I want it to be for my family. This life of mine belongs to my family. I have always respected the Duke of Lowenstein who fought for the North. Please, show me the figure of the Thunder God who has protected us. I will burn it into my eyes. I understand. Prince Arnold, are you confident that you can use my life well? Yes. Then let me give it to you. Send the news to all northern nobles. Tell them that the Duke of Lowenstein is going. Saying so, the Duke showed a fierce smile. It is the smile of a man who is prepared to die. Char is quietly sobbing beside him. It was her decision that sent her grandfather to battle. That much is obvious. Duke Lowenstein put his hand on Char's head and staggered out of his bed. Now, to battle. With that said, Duke Lowenstein opens the door. The guards were kneeling outside. He speaks to them with a loud voice. Prepare for battle. Summon all the old coots who want to die with me. Gather as much force as possible. Yes, as you command. Prince Arnold. Where do you want to hold the meeting? What is the place that best suits this occasion? That would be Nade Hill. Not bad. With that said, the Duke walked with a step that I couldn't think belonged to the old man who was so exhausted on the bed earlier. Nade Hill can be said to be a sacred place in the North. 500 years ago, it is the place where the Knights of the North challenged the demons who ravaged their land. There were many sacrifices. However, the Knights of the North were able to repel the demons on their own. A place that symbolizes the strength of the North. There would be no better place to establish the union of the Northern Lords. The nobles who received the letter are probably inside the Lowenstein territory already. They will be watching out for the news of the Duke's movement. That is how important Duke Lowenstein is in the North. Are you okay? I'm not. After seeing off Duke Lowenstein, I returned to the room. There, Char put her hand on his bed and closed her eyes. Her voice is a tearful one. Is there anything I can do? No. Go. Once this warmth disappears, I will recover. I understand. No matter how powerful my ancient magic is, I cannot cure their illness. No matter which tactic I use, I cannot stop her tears. I quietly left the room. I really am powerless here. Is that not why you are here? If Arnold-sama can do everything by yourself, then there wouldn't be a need for you to be here. Is it not because of our powerlessness that we are trying to obtain a better future? Both until and from now on. I don't know when he arrived behind me, but I smiled at Sebas's words. That's it. I am here because I am powerless. I am not omnipotent. Let's go. We are going to unite the North and defeat Gordon. Yes, sir. I said that and started walking. Chapter 338. Jide's departure. Wismar, the base of Gordon's faction. There, Rainer, the second son of Duke Horsfarth, was managing the supply for their army. Without betraying his reputation for being excellent, he manages Wismar, which despite being a conquered city, there has never been a rebellion. His excellence was appreciated, and it was left to him to manage the supply that came into Wismar irregularly from the United Kingdom and the Dominion. Today, as Raina worked, Jide entered his room wearing armor that seemed difficult to move in. The design emphasizes appearance rather than functionality. Moreover, the aim of this design does not seem to raise the soldiers' morale at all. Raina has no intention of commenting on his brother's taste, but it is still inappropriate for a noble who is heading to the front line to prioritize his personal sense of aesthetics. Of course, Raina didn't show that thought outwardly. "Oh, Aniu, are you about to depart?" "That's right. I will head to the front line as His Highness Henrik's close aide." Seeing Jide proudly emphasized on the close aide part, Raina smiled bitterly at him. There are already Gordon's aides serving around Henrik. Jide is simply a latch-on bonus. His true role is only Henrik's conversation partner. He was not selected because of his ability. It would be plenty obvious if he thinks about it. Jide has never entered a battlefield or raised any achievement. Normally, a person would think, why me? But Jide just accepted the assignment as a matter of course. It was probably thanks to his high self-esteem. "I hail from an excellent bloodline. It is obvious that I would be selected for such an important assignment." Wondering if such a thing is truly circling inside his brother's mind, Raina had to hide his sigh. "What? Nothing. I was only wondering if you are nervous to enter your first battle." "Nervous? You think I am scared of Leonard? Why should I be afraid of a guy who can only hide in a castle? How brave of you. I am the eldest son of Duke Horsvarth. That much is obvious. The one who will succeed the house is me. You are already disqualified. Just curse your own powerlessness and keep doing your paperwork." With that said, Jide left Raina's room with a burst of roaring laughter. Seeing that, Raina can only mockingly smile at his brother. After all, that was just too hilarious. The Horsvarth house has been a family of civil servants for generations. The bloodline that Aniu boasted so much about won't do you any good in battle though. By cleverly maneuvering in every succession war, the Horsvarth house has survived until today. Although they sometimes appeared on the battlefield, they always avoided dealing with strong enemies. Regardless of whether he is holding up in a castle or not, the hero prince is still the hero prince. Facing a prince who raised so many military achievements in such a short period of time with that attitude is nothing but foolishness. The fact that he heads out with such a triumphant attitude is already proof of how much of a fool he is. Normally, you would at least be somewhat wary with Prince Leonard as your opponent. To not realize that he is just a disposable pawn. Even if he is my brother, he is just an idiot. "Raina-sama, may I receive the report for the current situation?" From the shadow of the room, Xiaomai appears silently. Without looking back at her, Raina plainly answers. "Prince Henrik and my brother are heading off to face Prince Leonard. With their presence, Prince William's chain of command would be disrupted and they would surely sabotage him intentionally. The generals we sent with them are also those who dislike working under Prince William. They probably won't stop those two. Then, all is according to plan. Yeah. I will not let anyone else have jurisdiction over the supply. Father will probably be placed behind the battlefield and will be held responsible for Aniu's actions as well. We will not fight Prince Leonard. Everything is on schedule." "Understood. What about the fourth consort?" "Covert mission. My father and I don't know the details either." "Well, it's that person we are talking about after all. They should be able to do something about the situation with their sword on that side. There's no need to worry, right? I wonder about that. I do not know what they are doing after all. Is there really anything that you don't know? You are His Highness's eyes and ears after all. You made it look so easy to make contact with us too. For the record, this place is still an enemy's base, you know. The enemy's eyes are focused on Prince Leonard after all." Hearing her reply, Raina gave up pursuing the matter. He stands no chance against this maid. Mentally, that is. It is thanks to her ability that he can contact various groups like this. "Well, that's all right. Give His Highness a message for me. The Horsvarth house is ready to betra." "That's not it. Tell him that we are ready to turn over at any time." "Understood." Saying so, Xiaomai disappears. Without confirming that she really left, Rainer returned to his work. From the beginning, he did not work for Gordon. He was sabotaging him from the inside. Gordon was suspicious of the Horsforth house as well, but since he lacked human resources, he had to use them. Thanks to that, they managed to get into important positions. But what is left now is to crush him. Gordon, who has practically only lived on the battlefield, only moves intuitively. An extremely troublesome characteristic for those who act with a plan. The timing for them to make their move has to be the time when Gordon can be surely cornered. All right, back to work then. With that said, Rainer earnestly resumed his work. Without cutting any corners. After all, it is necessary to supply the front line efficiently. This is for the unlikely event where Gordon can defeat Leo. In such a situation, the Horsforth house will adjust its plan accordingly. This is the way that the Horsforth house survived until now. No matter which side wins, they will survive. And they don't care what plan they have to use. Survival alone is justice. That is the teaching that has been passed down in the Horsforth house for generations. To accomplish that, using your own family is not too bad. Rainer whispered to himself. For Rainer, who had been taught personally by Rolf since he was a child, he saw everyone as a pawn. Whether it be his brother or his father. I'm looking forward to the person who will take the throne. Saying so, Rainer continued doing his paperwork. A few days later, 10,000 troops led by Henrik arrived at the front line as William's reinforcements. It is finally the time for me to settle the score with Leonard. Yes, Your Highness Henrik. Let's show them our power. Henrik and Jide slowly walk their horses while gazing at Leo's castle. Welcoming them are the Dragon Knights of Prince William. We have been expecting you, Your Highness Henrik. His Highness William is waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why didn't he come to welcome me himself? Yes, that's right. Do you take a prince of the United Kingdom and His Highness Henrik to be of the same standing? Henrik nods to Jide's words. The Dragon Knight's cheeks cramped up at their attitude, but they managed to suppress their anger with their strong self-control. My apologies, but since we are currently on a battlefield, the commander here is His Highness William. Can't say I like that at all. I will do whatever I want, let him know that. That is certainly for the best, Your Highness. After all, he is a prince of another country. We don't know what he is actually planning after all. You want me to relay that to Prince William? What? You think I am scared of William? I am Henrik Lakes Adler, the 9th Prince of the Empire. I am Gordon Anyu's younger brother, you know. As you wish, Your Highness. The Dragon Knights stepped back with a bow. Seeing that, Henrik snorted and ordered his men to set up camp away from William's, while keeping on to the supply meant for William's troops. Chapter 339. The 47 Clans of the North. It was 2 days later that the northern nobles assembled at a camp on Nade Hill. There are 47 heads of the northern noble houses known as the 47 Clans of the North. 7 of them are currently at Leo's side and 40 have gathered at the hill. Duke Lowenstein has already finished his war preparation, and the others could probably guess that they are going to war. The question is which one of them will be against it. Inside a huge tent, a long desk was prepared and Duke Lowenstein sat on the highest seat. From there, the northern nobles line up and Char sits in the lowest seat. Behind her, I stand waiting. The reason Char is at the lowest seat here is that she is considered Marquis Zweig's representative and out of consideration for the other northern nobles. Char's lineage is certainly the highest in the north, but if a little girl suddenly takes a big position, it might lead to her being distrusted by the others. Duke Lowenstein is acting as the highest seat of this table. Char was the one who decided on the seat arrangement. Everyone. Thank you for traveling so far for this meeting. What are you saying? With a letter from the late Marquis Zweig and the news of Duke Lowenstein's departure, there is no way that a member of the 47 clans would not respond. Exactly. Duke, please tell us your plan. Let's work together and solve this crisis of the North. They raised their voice one after another. It was a response that I couldn't think belonged to those who denied Leo's request without giving it any consideration. After waiting for them to settle down, the Duke started speaking to them. I will fight. But this is my personal decision. It does not represent the decision of everyone in the north. The late Marquis Zweig sent you all a letter, hoping that you would agree to fight. What do you all think of this situation? His Highness Gordon has gone too far. That is exactly right. He spilled the blood of the North while not thinking about the North at all. But the Emperor is also to blame. He sent a prince with no experience in large-scale warfare to suppress the rebellion and prolonged the battle. He is supposed to form an alliance with the so-called empires as soon as possible and end this civil war, but instead, he has done nothing but damaging the North. That's right. If the Princess General came to the North from the start, we wouldn't take a wait-and-see approach. It was the Emperor who created a situation where either side could win. The opinions are split in half. However, there is no one that wants to side with Gordon. They don't want to side with Gordon, but they also have their dissatisfaction toward the Emperor. Gordon should have tried to assimilate the northern nobles when he fled here, but it seems that he was not in the condition where he could move properly due to his defeat in the capital. That's why William took command, and they ended up earning no cooperation from the northern nobles. He probably can't blame William either. If they do not solidify their base in the north, they will have no choice but to escape to the Dominion. And the only way to do that was to forcibly seize territories from the northern nobles. After all, there is a limit to what William, who is a prince of another country, can do. Still, it was thanks to William that they managed to last this long. Do you have an opinion on this, Duke? My opinion, Herr. Gordon is the son of my beloved daughter. Even if he belongs to the imperial family, he is still my grandson. However, blood is nothing compared to the bond we share in the north. I will not side with Gordon. Then what about the Emperor? Chempage. It's a shame. Before the war began, my daughter came to me for the first time in a while. She asked me to help Gordon, while flaunting her power as well. My daughter was never so unsightly. It was because she entered that devil's den of an inner palace. The Emperor is to blame for this. He said that as though he wanted to puke. When the others heard that, they all looked confused. With such an attitude, they can't think that the Duke would support the Emperor at all. He has no plan to work with Gordon nor the Emperor. Then who will he side with? The answer to that question lies at the end of the Duke's line of sight. Char was at the receiving end of his stare, and the eyes of the northern nobles began to turn toward her. It seems that Lady Charlotte has the answer we seek. Can you tell us? Then, I'd like to propose something. I am currently here as Marquis Zweig's representative. It was me who sent his letter to everyone here. I wish to form the Union of the Northern Lords. To put an end to the cause of the turmoil to the north, Gordon. You propose that we take the Emperor's side. No, I propose that we take the side of the next Emperor. I intend to have the person who has a direct connection with him be the leader of this union. Saying so, Char vacated her seat to me. I paved the road for you. The rest is in your hands, Herr. Certainly, the other nobles would not suddenly leave the meeting at this point. They have no other choice after all. With the Duke leading us, the morale is high. However, as long as I am involved, I cannot deny that morale might decline in the future. The distrust the northern nobles have toward the imperial family is that great. That's why she pushed this absurd task to me. It's an absurdly hard task, but Char also invested a lot in me. I cannot and must not refuse this. Most of you would be meeting me for the first time, so let me start with a self-introduction. I am the 7th Prince, Arnold Lake Sadler. I took off the black hood I was covering my face with and showed myself to the northern nobles. At that moment, their gazes were filled with hatred. A pressure that would render a weak-minded person unable to speak. However, I am already used to this much pressure. Dull Prince, what is the meaning of this? Lady Charlotte, it is as you see. We will ally ourselves to Prince Leonard and form the union of the Northern Lords centered around Prince Arnold. This is the only way for the North to be safe after the war. No one argues against Char's words. It is not uncommon to attach yourselves to the next emperor. It might be rarer in the rural area, but it is still not that strange. After all, the reward will be great. They may be dissatisfied with the current situation of the battle, but Leo is still fighting with the North in mind. There is a big difference compared to Gordon. That's why there's no objection. However, their consent is not without antipathy. You all seem like you wanted to say something, huh? Do you hate the imperial family that much? Hate? That word is not enough to explain our feelings, Your Highness. You looked like you wanted to kill me, huh? So, why don't you give it a try? That's how I want it. I will send your head back to the emperor. One of them vigorously stands up, but the surrounding nobles stopped him. That is the answer and also their strength. What's wrong? You are not going to kill me. It's not like you can't just push them aside, right? I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I know that the other would try to stop you, so I provoked you. What? I slightly bowed my head and started walking. This is to see the face of each northern nobles gathered here. Everyone here has been treated coldly by the people of the central part of the empire. It was due to the death of the crown prince at the northern border 3 years ago. Their sadness turned into anger and they use you, the nobles of the north, as their outlet. Nobody says anything. They only keep their eyes on me. You have endured it. Marquis Zweig took the brunt of it, but I am sure that you all have suffered. Still, you did not retaliate. You all chose to endure. Why? Such treatment must have been a humiliation for the brave nobles of the north. Starting a rebellion must have also been an option for you. So why did you not do it? Arriving at the end of the long desk, I looked at Duke Lowenstein. His eyes were sharp, but it seems that he still finds this situation amusing. Being encouraged by his eyes, I look back. The answer is that you are protecting this land as a noble of the north. Your pride couldn't allow it to be destroyed. You know that if you lash out, the north would be engulfed in the flame of war and the people of the north would suffer. That's why you all chose to endure. But right now, the north has already become a battlefield. What you have endured so much to protect is being trampled. Are you all fine with that? No way. I put my fist on my chest. These people resemble me. They only move with their own belief. For something that they cannot give up. The people of the empire have ridiculed me as the dull prince. That includes you all, and I'm also thinking of myself that way. My brother may have a lot of things on his shoulders, but it doesn't mean that I am not carrying anything. Even I have something that I carry. The responsibility to the imperial family, the responsibility to my younger brother, and the responsibility to the people. There would be no end if I have to keep going. No matter how much I try to squeeze out, there will always be something left. Is that not the same for you? When you lose your loyalty toward the imperial family, you should still have your feelings for the north. Even if you have no respect left for the imperial family, there must be a feeling toward the people of the north left in you. You have endured so much because you couldn't give that feeling up. That's wonderful. It truly touched me. I tell them the same words I received from Marquis Zweig. It feels good to be recognized. No matter by who. As long as they endured, they will want to be acknowledged. It is normal for a human to seek recognition. I used to be like that. These people got used to enduring. The northern nobles were always passive. If Marquis Zweig did not write his letters, they will not gather like this, and if Duke Lowenstein doesn't move, their morale will not rise. Even if they have their own opinions, they will not act. There is no strength in following the strong. Surely, sparks might fly all over the north if they move individually. It must have been due to that risk that they chose not to move. After all, their movement is restricted by that fear. However, it should not be like that. I am not going to rule over them. I am here to lift them up, to let them protect what they want. Enduring alone is not enough anymore. The land of the north is being devastated. This should give you enough reason to rise up. How long are you intending to be on the receiving end? Why did you not stand up for yourselves when the north was being devastated? You all waited for my brother to arrive, and now that he is here, you are still waiting. To whom does the north belong to? Does it belong to the imperial family? Then why have you all endured so far? If this land is not important to you, then you can just abandon it. You endured everything because you love this place, right? How long are you people going to stay still when the people of the north suffer? What kind of noble are you if you cannot even protect your own land? This land was created by the bravery of the noble of the north. Can you face your ancestors like this? If you want to say something, then say it. What does a prince who grew up in a warm castle know about our suffering? Like hell I know. But I am here. I am ready to face the problems of the north. You all are already a step behind the dull prince. If you want to laugh at the dull prince, then laugh. If you want to mock me, then mock away. But I have no intention of being ridiculed by a bunch of incompetent fools that can't even take a step forward. I am the dull prince. A fool that is being ridiculed by everyone in the empire. But I will not allow anyone who cannot even overtake me to mock my effort. Saying so, I strongly hit the desk. And says, I am giving you an order. The enemy is the rebel, Gordon. For the sake of the North, I am going to defeat him without fail. You are to unite as the union of the Northern Lords. Any noble who has enough backbone to not lose to the dull prince, proudly give me your name and state your support. The room turned silent for a moment. The first one who took a knee first was Char. The Zweig house swears fealty to your highness. Seeing that, 2 young nobles also kneeled. Viscount Bornfled of the Bornfeld house swears fealty to your highness. We only have less than 100 knights, but their ability on the battlefield is second to none. It is my pleasure to serve. Earl of Zenkel swears fealty to your highness. If your highness has a need for vanguards, please rely on my house. Starting with them, the northern nobles began to kneel one after another. They all sound proactive. Then finally, it is Duke Lowenstein's turn. The Duke of Lowenstein swears fealty to your highness. We, the 47 clans of the North, are at your highness Arnold and his highness Leonard's command. We'd like your highness to be the leader of our union. Will you accept this position, your highness? I accept. But it is only in name. You have full authority over this union, Duke. Thank you, your highness. To strengthen our force, we will wait for all troops to gather here. In the meantime, the nobles who are near the front line will head to his highness Leonard as reinforcements. I leave everything to you. Hearing that, the Duke gave me a nod and ordered every noble to gather their soldiers. Arc 34. Northern Uprising. Chapter 340. William's Fear. What are you trying to do? Prince Henrik. At Henrik's camp. As soon as he arrived, William asked that question and glared at Henrik. His glare was so intense that the general by Henrik's side started sweating cold. His anger is obvious, and the reason for that is clear as day. Henrik did not deliver the supply that he was supposed to deliver to William's camp. However, even in the face of William, Henrik was still carefree. Rather than firm, his attitude belongs to a person who is slow in the head, but to the generals who hate William, such an attitude looked reliable. What's with you all of a sudden? Prince William. Please stop pretending. You are supposed to transport the supply to my army. That's right. But we don't have enough, you see. I only brought enough to feed my army. Yours was not included. Stop fooling around. Do you want to starve the soldiers that are fighting on the front line? It would be wrong for you to take your anger out on me. Our side has agreed to not interfere with how the United Kingdom and the Dominion handle the supply right. The amount of supply they sent us is sparse at best. I should be the one asking that question, no? The reason for that should have been explained already. There was a thief who recently appeared in the Dominion that is targeting our supply convoy. We have already increased the number of escorts for the convoy as well. But there is still no result, yes? Why don't you head there to see the situation yourself? You want me to leave the front line? William is now clearly aware of Henrik's intention. The reason he didn't deliver the supply is that he doesn't want William in the battle anymore. If William is gone, the command would be given to Henrik instead, as he is the second in rank. Although Henrik's action is a clear act of sabotage, their supply transportation was indeed delayed. Rayna's supply management is excellent, but that still isn't enough to combat the shortage of supply. And to top it off, William's original supply was also burned. Right now the room is strongly against William. Even if he voices his complaints, there will surely be a few who will stand up to defend Henrik. Even Gordon will see this as a battle for credit on the front line and won't interfere. William has no hand to play here. You are the United Kingdom's Dragon Prince. You have your reputations. Even if you retire from this place, nobody would think less of you. I couldn't care less about that. All I care about is how to take down Leonard's castle. You think you can do that by yourself? They are just a defeated general and his army. Even if they received some supply, they can't possibly stand a chance against me. Then I want to ask you one thing. What is your battle record? This is my first battle. Our opponent is the hero prince, not just some bandit you know. He fought against a sea dragon in the principality. He defeated demons and even Duke Kruger in the south. Don't you know that? His achievements have never been one that includes leading a large army. Even if he is skilled as an individual, it doesn't mean that he is a good general. That person always has someone who can compensate for his shortcomings at his side. That is already enough proof that he is a good general. Look at the reality. Even if we got him surrounded, we still cannot take the castle. Anyone can do that much if they just hold themselves in a castle. Don't bark nonsense when you have never done it even once yourself. A prince who never starves will never understand. A siege battle is a terrible test of patience. It is something that truly tests a general. Right now none of Leonard's soldiers has deserted or betrayed him. It's clear that he has complete control of his army. After he roared at Henrik, William glances at the nearby generals. William didn't go so far for his own sake. He knows that if he leaves this place to Henrik, they will lose. The dominance Gordon's faction currently has will be blown away. Leo will be able to move unchecked. They will have to give up the advantage they have acquired and take a defensive stance instead. Once an advantage is lost to the enemy, it is difficult to regain it. The opportunistic nobles of the north might make their move. That was William's fear. Figuratively speaking, a prince is someone the army will rally under. The ones moving that army are the generals. Are you all confident that the enemy will not break through the encirclement? The enemy aims to earn time. They will not launch an assault. Please rest assured. That's it, Prince William. No one is saying anything about attacking the castle. This is only a trip for you to confirm the situation of your home country while we keep this place safe and firm for you. William clenched his teeth so much that the sound is audible to the generals. They will not go on an offensive. Who is going to guarantee that? Who can guarantee that a prince who refused to deliver the supply because he wanted to raise a military achievement of his own will not arbitrarily attack the castle? He can't imagine these generals stopping the prince either. If that happens, the soldiers on the front line will become sacrifices. The army under William's direct command includes the Black Dragon Knights, several Dragon Knights, and about 3,000 soldiers of the United Kingdom. Ordering them to withdraw would be easy, but asking the others to do the same will be difficult. Fine. I am going to confirm the situation back in my home country. My direct subordinates and soldiers who wish to fall back will withdraw to the rear. Is this good enough? Yes, please do so. If there are such soldiers, that is. William left the place while Henrik saw him off with a sarcastic smile. The situation was serious. Initially, Leo's main army has about 20,000 soldiers in the castle. However, William estimated that only about half that number could fight given that there were many injured in their rout. That's why William deployed 20,000 soldiers to encircle the castle. After all, there was no other army that could help Leo break the siege. His only concern, the Imperial army numbering 20,000, is being restricted by Gordon. It was a perfect setup. However, the enemy managed to resupply by air transportation. Leo's main army, which now has more soldiers that can fight, has become more dangerous. That's the reason he asked for reinforcements. However, Henrik had no intention of cooperating with William. That is the current situation. My direct subordinates will be withdrawing to the rear. Prince Henrik will assume commands when I'm away. Those who do not wish to stay can withdraw to the rear with them. William sighed to himself while telling the generals of the news. He thought that no one would follow him. However, one general raised his voice. There are many injured men in my unit. I wish to withdraw to the rear with Prince William. General Fidessa. It was an unexpected person. Together with General Bartle, who passed away in battle, Fidessa should have hated William the most. Why is he following him now? That question struck William. No one else wishes to withdraw. General.For. I won't say anything bad, but please don't do it. Why? Prince Henrik is the younger brother of His Highness Gordon. Even if they are only half related by blood, he is often appointed to important posts like this. If you go against him, your position will be jeopardized, no? Impeach. My life is much more important. I don't want to die under an incompetent commander. Saying so, For heads to William's side. He then showed William a sword. This is Bartle's sword. He swore that he would win this war for His Highness Gordon with it. I can't allow his death to go to waste. Please take my men with you. I understand. I will arrange it. After saying that, William turned his eyes to the remaining generals. Nobody looked at William. Having no other choice but to give up, William dismisses them. I thought that you hated me. If I have to pick between like or hate, then I guess hate would be correct. Then why? Prince Leonard cannot be stopped by a prince who has never fought a war. Unlike when I and Bartle launched our attack, their strength is recovering. If you are gone, it will surely give them the opportunity to move. His thoughts are in line with William's fear. Bartle and For didn't attack Leo's army without a chance of winning. They got the table turned against them in the end, but pursuing a routed army is not a wrong tactic. For who climbed to the rank of general with his own ability, can see the same thing William is seeing. Do you think that they can stop him? Impossible. The generals at Prince Henrik's side are those who refuse to follow you when you set out. They don't understand the situation and they are not willing to give up the credit on the front line. Gordon's faction has one miscalculation. The number of generals that joined his side was not as much as he expected. Although the number of soldiers and commanders joining him is gradually increasing, there are only a few generals that have a proven track record. Gordon, who failed the rebellion at the imperial capital, has little chance of winning. The excellent generals would be able to see that much and choose not to move. That's why they are greatly shorthand. We must avoid a huge loss at all cost. Certainly. I will head to the rear, but you should lead the troops and remain nearby. It would be great if nothing happened, but in case that our ally is routed, please go help them. That's a good idea. William straddles on his dragon after entrusting it to For to deal with the situation in case of emergency. Confirming their supply situation is something that William has to deal with sooner or later. Telling himself that he is just doing this earlier than expected, William went up into the sky. It seems that we cannot settle our score yet, Leonard. At the imperial capital, and a series of exchanges here. He still cannot settle the score with this prince who he perceived as a strong foe. However, if Henrik loses here, his chance will arrive soon. Let's postpone our duel until the time comes. Muttering so, William headed to Henrik's camp to inform him of his withdrawal. And after a while, Leo's camp confirmed that the Dragon Knights have withdrawn from the front line. Chapter 341. Char's departure. Are you going? The meeting of the northern nobles was over. Each lord will be returning to their territory to prepare their knights. However, that will take some time. That's why it was decided that the nobles who are close to the front line will advance first. And leading them is Char, who is representing Marquis Zweig. Yeah, rather than waiting for the knights here, it would be faster if I go myself. I see. Is your body okay? I'm fine. Don't worry. Be careful, all right? That's my line. It is going to be much tougher from now on, you know. I guess so. After a short conversation, Char smiles at me and turns back. From now on, I have to organize an army of the northern nobles who are gradually gathering. That is a difficult task. However, it is not dangerous. Char, what is it? Take the Nabi Ritter with you. You want me to take a unit that is guarding you instead of the Imperial Knights with me? What about your protection? Sebas is here. There is no problem. All I can see are problems though. Char turned her gaze back with a bitter smile. At the end of her sight are Lars and his subordinates. We cannot afford to leave your side, Your Highness. I understand your feelings, but Char needs more manpower. Even so, we can't leave Your Highness with inadequate protection. Please go with her. It will give me peace of mind. Appealing to Lars with reason won't work. It is the same with the nobles of the north. If reason doesn't work, then I have no choice but to appeal to their emotions. Then we will divide the unit into two. It would be foolish to divide 100-man unit. You all go with her. We wish to fight under your command, Your Highness. I can't afford to let our elite troops loitering around here. Besides, I will follow you soon. Take care of Leo and Char for me. It can't be helped. We will obey your order. Lars sighed as if he had given up and followed my wish. Thus the Nabi Ritter is also preparing for departure. I won't be able to face anyone if the leader of the Union of the Northern Lords got assassinated first, you know. I hid my existence to the last minute, and I also gave a strict gag order to the gathered nobles so they won't go out of their way to assassinate me. Gordon and his allies don't have that much leeway after all. Rather than that, targeting the nobles who are bringing us reinforcements would be more likely. That's why you attached your escorts to me. Yes, more or less. With that said, I turned back. It would be dangerous to talk any more than this. I might tell her to give up the idea of heading off to the front line after all. As I walked away, Char asked me a question. Seriously, you are already the leader of this union. Should I not fix the way I speak to you? I hate dealing with people who suddenly turned nice to me. So, I can keep speaking to you like this? Yeah, I value people who can talk casually with me. From now on as well. It would be nice if you can treat me like a friend. Very nice. Well, if you say that, then there's no helping it. I will be your friend. Saying so, Char leaves. As he is seeing her off, Sebas speaks to me. It has become easier to move now, isn't it, sir? Right. If you are worried, then should you not interfere as Silver, sir? I will not intervene in this war. My trip to the headquarters would become a waste after all. But you seem to have quite an interest in her, sir. Char is a friend, and the only granddaughter of my benefactor. If I let her die, I will not be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. I can assign her to the rear, but that will go against Char's will. In exchange for my peace of mind, I will hurt Char instead. Duke Lowenstein is betting his life in this battle. It's only natural that Char wants to do something as well. Then, what should we do, sir? I do not think that we have anything left to do here, though. Right. Let's do what we can then. You have a plan in mind, sir? Send men to Thale and have them bring Minister Cuba's invention that I brought from the capital here. There's a trump card we can use there. Certainly, there was something like that. We shouldn't use it unless we don't have to, though. It is directly related to the Minister of Technology's well-being after all. It's obvious that we should use it. I told them that I wanted to bring it with me because it was necessary, right? If it's the complaints, then we can just silence them with the result. That is quite a twisted logic, sir. Well, that is best suited Arnold Salma, though. Saying so, Sebas shrugged. How will the enemy move now? I can predict that to some extent, but there is no guarantee that they will move according to my expectations. The enemy is William, someone who managed to escape the capital by exploiting that narrow loophole. It is quite possible that he will be able to go beyond my expectations. However, I can mostly read what Gordon is likely to do. Back at the imperial capital, I could predict what he was intending to do when he was cornered. That's why I brought a countermeasure. He will try to use his trump card to win, but we also have a trump card of our own. If it turns to that, then our victory is almost guaranteed. Well, even if he is rotten, he is still my older brother. I want to think that he hasn't fallen that far, though. If my memory serves me right, His Highness Gordon very much despises cowardly behavior on the battlefield, though. Gordon is different now. It's the same as Xandaranyu's case. Please be careful with your words, sir. If it reaches His Majesty's ears, it might cause an uproar after all. Please keep in mind that Princess Xandra was a rebel. Right. I can't even call her Anu now. Her sin was that grave. It cannot be helped. A part of me thinks so, but at the same time, I also believe that there is a mastermind who corrupted her. I am sure that Gordon is the same. The more I think about it, the more I can't stop thinking that way. A sin is a sin. Even in madness, Gordon started a rebellion and Xandaranyu joined him. The death penalty is naturally the punishment. I can understand that, but I can't accept it. I wonder, when did the succession war go wrong? Is it limited to this time only? Or was it wrong from the start? I can't say, sir. However, it is clear that this succession war is strange. With such opinions from the people outside of the succession war instead of its participants, something must be interfering with it. Grimoire. It seems that we cannot say that for sure unless we conduct an investigation. I am currently tracking their movements, but first, we have to solve our internal problems, sir. Right. We need to end this succession war as soon as possible. I have to make Leo take the credit. In other words, Leo must defeat Gordon. Regarding that, my heart is a little disturbed. If he is the same as Zandaranyu, then I'm sure that only a cool future is waiting for us. The mastermind who is intervening in the succession war is aiming directly at the imperial family. It's like they see the imperial family as a hindrance. Don't you think so? There is no family that has more enemies than the Adler after all, sir. A long-standing grudge her. Well, it doesn't matter. For whatever reason, it was them who started this. I won't let them do something convenient like attacking us from the dark like this forever. I will definitely drag them out from the shadows. Saying so, I reached for an empty space. To do that, I have no choice but to end this conflict first. I have no other choice. The anger toward those that created this suffocating situation is rising up. Once I end this conflict, I will absolutely find and crush them with my own hands. I closed my palm into a fist and put my determination to words. When I said that, a fair number of horse riders left the main camp. That's probably Char's group. I hope nothing bad happens to them. You are so prone to worry, sir. Please rest assured. Our enemy is not the only one on the front line. Your proud younger brother is also there. That's true. Becoming a little relaxed, I looked up at the blue sky. After fixing my mood, I spoke to Sebas. I will return to the capital for the time being. Understood, sir. After that exchange, I returned to my own tent and transferred back to the imperial capital. Chapter 342. Withdrawal Reason. After observing the withdrawal of the enemy dragon knights, Leo held a war council inside the castle. How do you see it? Marquis Greisner. It might be a trap. Or perhaps they are simply replacing their troops because their reinforcements just arrived. So you see it like that too, her. The dragon knights can rush back to the front line immediately even if they are a little far away. If we use this opportunity to attack, then I think we can expect the enemy to counterattack. How many of them withdrew from the front line? The report estimated around 7,000 to 8,000 soldiers, Your Highness. That's a lot. Leo was stuck. Why would the enemy lower the number of their soldiers when their reinforcements just arrived? If they withdrew only their injured soldiers, then it would make sense, but the number of dragon knights and troops that withdrew from the front line is too large. He couldn't understand their intention at all. Marquis Greisner suspects that this is an enemy's trap, but if it really is a trap, then their way of doing it is too obvious. Using this timing to go on an offensive wouldn't be reckless for them either. Leo doesn't think that the Dragon Prince would misread his opponent's ability like that. It is all too unnatural. What do you think? Katrina. Among those who participated in the war council, only Katrina has a difficult expression on her face. Thinking that she might notice the unnaturalness of this situation, Leo asked for her opinion. If we think about it normally, then this might certainly be a trap. However, we estimated the number of their reinforcements to be around 10,000. To withdraw 8,000 troops with that amount of reinforcements is too unnatural. If this is truly a trap, then I think that it is too crude to be the Dragon Prince's work. I think so as well. He wasn't someone optimistic enough to think that we would not leave the castle when the Dragon Knights are away from the front line. Still, this might actually be a show he put on for us. Perhaps he aims to confuse us. But Katrina, what do they stand to gain by deploying a confusion tactic now? With 10,000 reinforcements added to their number, their siege is perfect. Even if 8,000 of them withdrew, they would still have 2,000 more soldiers than before. The one who should deploy such tactics should be us, no? Yes, Otusama. I am confused about that as well. I still can't wrap my head around why they would do this. Since they have the upper hand, they don't need to go that far to confuse their enemy. Leo's goal here is to earn time, but there is no reason for William to panic either. Right now, he couldn't understand the reason behind the enemy's movement. If it is not about time, then it must be about their supply. However, the reinforcements that just arrived had a lot of carriages with them. Their supply situation should be good enough. They have both time and supply. Then why would they resort to a trick? Leo ponders on it and completely shuts out all the sounds around him. As he dives into his thoughts to find the reason behind William's action, one thing stood out. Why would he do something that would not provide a clear result when it is unnecessary? The answer is that it is in some way necessary. Then what necessitated such a large-scale troops withdrawal? He has no problem with time and supply. Even so, he exaggeratedly put on a show for them to see his movement. His withdrawal is real. Meaning, the enemy dragon knights have actually withdrawn. Perhaps alongside thousands of troops. That's why he exaggerated his withdrawal to confuse us. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that the enemy still has the advantage though. That's right. This withdrawal shouldn't affect their superiority. But they still resorted to a trick like this. In other words, the enemy's internal working is worse than we think. Not only the dragon knights but the dragon prince himself also withdrew. If we think of it like that, then it makes sense. If the commander changes, they wouldn't want to be attacked while their chain of command is in chaos. Leo looks at the map on his desk. Among the pieces placed on it, Leo points to the large piece on the enemy side. Who is the commander of the enemy's reinforcements? We still couldn't confirm yet, Your Highness. Look into it. If it is as I expected, then this might be our biggest opportunity to strike. William's weakness in this battle is that he is a prince of another country. This is Gordon's rebellion. If William plays too much role, it would be hard to tell the real leader of their faction. Even if Gordon can tolerate that, the others won't. Until now they may not raise any complaint, but recently William has committed blunders of losing a portion of his supply and allowing Leo's side to transport supply in from the outside. It is not just William's responsibility alone, but there is a good chance that someone on the enemy side is taking advantage of it. Gordon is not here. So the commander that has a high enough rank for the generals to follow would be either Conrad or Henrik. If the enemy's commander changed from the Dragon Prince to an inexperienced prince, I think that the enemy will lose a significant amount of their strength. If the enemy's commander has really changed, will we use this opportunity to launch an offensive? When that question was raised by Katrina, Leo shakes his head. The situation may seem to be in Leo's favor, but this is just one side of the coin. If he misread the situation, they will be the ones who got lured out instead. If the commander of their reinforcements is really Henrik, then we will attack. But if it is Conrad, we will not move. It is almost certain that it will be a trap after all. What do you mean, Your Highness? Henrik has a lot of pride. It is likely for him to collide with Prince William. But Conrad is different. He always does things properly and won't be putting himself at risk by fighting against a strong opponent without the chance of winning. That's why if it is Conrad who leads the reinforcements, it is likely that it will be a trap. Leo said so while remembering the faint smile on Conrad's face. He is the one who is most similar to Ul among the princes. That is Leo's impression of Conrad. For Leo, that impression is the highest evaluation that he can give to anyone. We should be wary of Prince Conrad. I have not heard much good reputation about him though. Remember this well. It is those who have a bad reputation among the imperial family that you should be especially wary of. Whether it be Traugott or Ul, their reputation is the worst. However, reputation doesn't equate to real ability. Leo gets that same feeling from Conrad. Then we will focus on reconnaissance. Since the Dragon Knights are absent, conducting reconnaissance from the sky should be easy. I leave it to you. Try not to get noticed as much as possible. That will take time. Are you sure, Your Highness? I don't mind. If Prince William really went so far as to confuse us, then the new commander must be unreliable. If that is the case, then it is almost certain that it's Henrik. And if it is Henrik, then we will have plenty of opportunities to strike. However, Prince Henrik has absorbed some of Princess Sandra's former subordinates. There might be a unit of mages gathering around him. They will not become a threat. If Henrik was in cahoot with his mother and sister, then it would be one thing, but he distanced himself from them because of their bad reputations. We have no need to be wary of Henrik's ability on the battlefield. Declaring so, Leo turned his gaze back to the map. The only thoughts in his head are how to break through the enemy's encirclement. For Leo, Henrik was not someone that he has to be vigilant about. Henrik, who had studied both academic and arts of war, is quite an excellent individual. However, since he has nothing that he specialized in, he never stood out. His balance might be good, but he is not skilled. If he kept learning, then he might be able to be a jack of all trades, but he did not reach that level. Henrik himself is aware of that. That's why he saw Leo as his rival. After all, they are of the same lineage. However, Leo has elevated himself to the level where he could do everything at an excellent level. For Leo, what he is wary about are those who excel in one specialized field. To him, a half-baked jack of all trades like Henrik is the easiest opponent. Since his position is not secured, he wanted some credits of his own here. It is because of their advantage that they have enough leeway to fight each other for credit. However, the status quo of this battle will soon change. An experienced general would know how much credit they can claim on the front line. After all, if they ended up losing, there would be nothing left to claim. However, Henrik doesn't have a sense of that yet. It is obvious that someone like Henrik is incompatible with Prince William, though. Gordon might not be able to recognize that. Leo understands him. For Gordon, William is his ally and best friend. He wouldn't expect Henrik to go against him. However, the people around Gordon should notice that. It seems that the other side is not so united here. While thinking about the struggle William has to go through, Leo sighs. Gordon's side may not be solidly united, but the Empire is not either. A good proof of that is the fact that Eric, who should be someone that is very skilled at negotiating with the so-called Empire, still couldn't conclude the alliance yet. Not long ago, a giant monster appeared in the so-called Empire and caused large-scale damage to their land. Allying itself with the Empire, for the time being, is not a bad deal for so-called either. The reason why the negotiation is still not finished yet, even though their interests are aligned, means that it is intentionally delayed. Leo predicts that the negotiation will not conclude until he is defeated. However, that is within his expectations. After all, the reinforcements he is expecting are not the Eastern Border Defense Force led by Liza. Now, let's think up some plans for a counterattack. Saying so, Leo started moving the pieces on the map. Chapter 343. Eve of the battle. A few days have passed and both armies are still staring down each other. And the first person who chose to break that status quo was Henrik. I was asked by Conrad Aniu to support Gordon Aniu. That's why I am going to put Gordon Aniu on the throne. Henrik said that to the generals that have gathered in front of him. Henrik had a debt of gratitude to Conrad, who took him out of the prison. That debt has turned into loyalty. For Conrad's sake, Henrik is willing to assist Gordon and eliminate every obstacle in their way. That's why the current situation is undesirable. This is a battle for the Empire. Defeating Leonard by just surrounding him as the Dragon Prince planned will only give the Dragon Prince more credit. After Aniu takes the throne, if he is to go around boasting his achievements in this war, it will surely bring disgrace to the Empire. That's why I am going. We are launching an all-out attack. Wonderful, Your Highness. Please allow me to be your vanguard. No, allow me. More than half of the generals supported Henrik's plan and began preparing for battle. Although the remaining generals have their concerns, they did not actively oppose him. As Henrik says, the only way to overcome William's achievements in this war is to go on an offensive here. If they defeat Leo in a long-term siege as William planned, the achievement for his defeat will go to William first. To prevent that, they have no choice but to defeat Leo themselves now. There were also many who thought that Henrik would not listen to their protest anyway and gave up. They thought that he would change his mind once his attack got repelled back, so, in the end, the generals who oppose the attack are not that anxious about it. The battle for the position of vanguard continued for a while, and Henrik finally decided on the winner. I will leave the vanguard to General Ruman. I gladly accept. Good. Serve the soldiers with alcohol and the food we brought. They have a big day tomorrow. To the whole army. Your Highness. Of course. I allow no discrimination. Treat them all equally. However, we also have those on patrol duty. What would you do if they became dissatisfied with their treatment? It will affect the morale, you know. Before dissatisfaction, the soldiers might feel anxiety instead. Please reconsider, Your Highness. Fine, if you are going to say that much, then only give the lookouts the food. The generals bowed at Henrik's decision, accepting advice and do not disregard the soldiers. Henrik was proud of himself for making a good decision. He is properly observing his surroundings and decides on his move accordingly. Personally, Henrik has his reason to eliminate William and launch this attack. How was it? Jide. Am I a good commander? You are a splendid commander, Your Highness. No general would go so far for every soldier like you. Henrik's confidence was boosted at Jide's words. He has the blood of Adler that excels in warfare, and now that blood is in full bloom. He will not be defeated by the like of Leo. It's finally the time for my decisive battle with Leonard. Should I be heading out to face him myself? Don't be too reckless, all right? If something were to happen to you, then I will not be able to face Duke Horsvarth after all. I will be careful, Your Highness. The two look forward to their battle tomorrow with a smile. Meanwhile, at the castle, Leo received a report. The leader of the enemy's reinforcements is Prince Henrik, Your Highness. So it seems. Leo was staring at the enemy camp while listening to Marquis Greisner's report. Smoke from cooking is rising from their camp. That in itself is not unusual. However, Leo detected a significant change. How do you see this? Marquis Greisner. Yes. They are probably preparing their meal. The scale is too large. Ever since the battle started, I have never seen them preparing meals on such a scale. Given the limited supply of their army, it is unlikely that they will suddenly increase today's portion. Unless the enemy is trying to boost their soldiers' morale, that is. Then are they going to attack? It's Henrik we are talking about. He probably doesn't want William to have all the credit. Also, I can see his personality from the attitude of their army. They treated it as though they have already won the rebellion. The match is not decided until the last moment. To talk about who gets the credit means that the opponent is already thinking about what happened once they won. It is not necessarily a bad thing, but if that is the only thing in the head of the commander who leads tens of thousands of troops, then they cannot win. Only a great genius is capable of that. Dispatch the cavalry through the back gate. Be swift and silent. To take the initiative, I see. As you wish. Katrina and the Dragon Knights are to stand by in the sky. Let me know immediately if something happens. Yes, sir. Should I inform Winfried Donno and the others at the branch castle as well? I don't want to risk being detected. If it's Veen, then he should be watching our movements right now and act accordingly. Be discreet. Yes, sir. I will tell the men to be discreet. Saying so, Marquis Greisner bows and leaves the room. Then, someone arrived at Leo's side as though to replace the Marquis. We are going to attack. Yeah, I will count on you too, okay? Sieg. There's finally a chance to attack her. All the waiting made my shoulders stiff already. Should I give you a massage? A man is no good. It doesn't feel right unless it's the soft hands of a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha, then it looks like we have to get back to the capital soon, huh? It's hard to see beautiful women on a battlefield after all. Leo laughed and turned his eyes to the enemy. At that time, Char, who led a total of 5,000 troops from the nobles' territories near the front line, was also in a position where the enemy camp could be seen. We received a report that a lot of cooking smoke rose from the enemy's encampment. How should we proceed? I've seen it too. Even if they have excess supply, that is still way too much. They might plan to make a big move tomorrow, so stay on alert. Following the report of a member of the Nabi Ritter who went out for reconnaissance, Char turned her gaze to the enemy camp. It appears that the enemy is serving meals to the whole army, and the sound of them partying could be heard from a distance. They probably served alcohol as well. The reason for such an action should be to boost the soldiers' morale. It is something that often happens before launching an attack. That's why Cha ordered her soldiers to be on alert, so that they can move out immediately when something happens. If it's me, I would target the enemy's headquarters now though. I would do that as well, but we are only reinforcements. The one who will move is Prince Leonard. We will watch out for his movement and match it accordingly. If he doesn't move, then we will be stuck though. We are not an elite unit. The Nabi Ritter might be able to pull off an attack on their headquarters, but in the end, most of our soldiers are a gathering of local nobles, knights and soldiers. Even if all 5,000 of us attack, the enemy will not retreat. So if we are going to get stuck anyway, then we might as well use it as a chance to wait for the Union's main force. I see, I was thoughtless. Please forgive me. It's okay. We might have to ambush their headquarters if Prince Leonard's force can't withstand the attack after all. When the time comes, I will leave it to you. Please rest assured. With that degree of defense, we can break through them while half asleep. While bitterly smiling at Lars, Cha begins to consider a plan in case Leo goes on an offensive. Chapter 344. At the headquarters. Morning of the next day. Jide left his tent amidst the cold. Good morning. Jide-sama. Chempate. It seems I didn't do well holding my excitement her. While muttering so in a drunken tone, Jide brushes his hair up. He then gives an order to a soldier who was standing guard at his tent. Prepare a horse. I will head to the headquarters. Yes, sir. While waiting for his ride, Jide stares at the castle. The image of him brilliantly breaking through the enemy's counterattack and climbing the castle wall is vivid in his mind. As if to give blessing to Jide, a noise that sounded like a cheer rose from the front line. The soldiers are raring to do this her. This battle is as good as won. It is not common for morale to be this high. Leo's army, which was defeated by the Dragon Prince and could only escape to the castle, would stand no chance against this army. As he thinks so, Jide heard Hose's footsteps approaching him. However, the number was too big. WH, what is going on? Reporting. Enemy attack. The enemy has launched an attack. Enemy attack. Weren't they supposed to be inside the castle? They rode out, sir. Our front line was easily torn apart and the whole army is in confusion. When he received that report, the soldier who brought the horse to Jide looked at his complexion. It was a complete surprise attack. The only way for them to recover from this is for the commander to head to the front line and take command or order the entire army to withdraw immediately. However, Jide did not give those orders. Damn it. Hand it over, Jide-sama. Jide took the horse rein from the soldier and straddles on the horse. He then gives this order to the surprised soldier. Protect this place to the death. Don't let any of them pass, even if it costs you your life. I will head to His Highness Henrik. We can't possibly hold out for long, sir. Even if it's only a minute longer, you have to buy time for me. Failure is unacceptable. Just like that, Jide rode off to the headquarters. The place no longer has a commander. He left without giving any good instructions. The soldier's face distorted in frustration, but the footsteps of the horses only got louder. The enemy's surprise attack unit was just around the corner. Damn it. The soldier wields his spear and runs toward the approaching horseman. A young knight was leading the charge. The soldier stabs his spear out at the knight. Yah! However, the spear was cut in half at the handle. He couldn't see the movement of the sword at all. The soldier closes his eyes, preparing for death. However, it never came. Do not kill unnecessarily. If they do not resist, then leave them alone. What? Don't worry about the small fishes. Our target is the enemy's headquarters. Only those who have entrusted their lives to this Leonard may follow me. The young knight, Leonard, passed by the soldier while giving out his command. Just like that, many horsemen rode past the soldier. Realizing that the one who attacked him was the enemy's commander, the soldier was convinced of his defeat. There is no way that an army whose general fled at the first sign of danger can win against such an army. Your Highness Henrik. Jide. It's a surprise attack. Leonard launched a surprise attack on us. That damn coward. Yes. I received the report. At the command tent. Jide kneels in front of the upset Henrik. He then immediately proposed a plan. They are aiming for you, Your Highness. Let us fall back first and relocate our headquarters. Don't be absurd. If we do that, the whole army will collapse on itself, Your Highness. Let's push them back from the headquarters and launch a counteroffensive. The general who was standing at Henrik's side was furious at Jide's proposal. If the headquarters withdraw alone, it is like the commander running away by himself. If that happens, no soldiers would have the will to put up a fight against the enemy. However, it is as Jide says. Leonard's aim is me. I'm retreating. As expected of you, Your Highness. Your Highness Henrik. If that is your plan, then please order the whole army to retreat. The High Command should never retreat alone. If the whole army retreated, who will stall Leonard for me? I am the commander here, you know. Everything will be over if I'm killed. At this rate, the whole army will collapse, Your Highness. If only the commanders at the headquarters fall back, our side will be at a disadvantage. Are you planning to leave your name here as a war criminal? Even if you are His Highness Gordon's younger brother, he will not spare your life, you know. No way. Your Highness Henrik. There is no problem at all. Everything was William's fault for leaving the front line unattended. This would never have happened if he was here. Despite the fact that it was them who forced William to withdraw from the front line, Jide pulled out that twisted logic. However, Henrik seemed to be convinced with that. All he has to do is blame everything on William. If he does that, he can run away. As his body trembled, Henrik repeatedly nodded. He continued to see Leonard as his rival because he was afraid of being compared to him. Henrik knew well how excellent Leonard is, both in academics and warfare. Leonard has always been above him. It's that Leonard they are dealing with here. There is no mistake that he is leading the charge himself. He can picture his head dropping at the swing of Leonard's sword. Your Highness, you must not lose your will. Please look. Every general is still here fighting for you. Since it is a surprise attack, there are surely not that many of them. We must push back from the headquarters and establish contact with our generals. Let's get through this together. If we can endure this, then you will be a hero. A hero. That's right. Henrik's fear started to take hold of him, but he remembered the reason he came here. He came here for Conrad's sake and to make a name for himself. Seeing Henrik like that, Jide's cheeks cramped up. He can't escape unless Henrik does first. However, when Henrik was about to recover, a sound echoed that dropped him right to the depth of despair. The low sound of a war horn. What? A war horn? Don't tell me. The Imperial Army does not use a war horn, Your Highness. It's the northern nobles. When Jide's scream rang out, a big thunder struck down in the direction where the sound of the war horn was coming from. O thunders of the sky, show me your malevolent figure. Shining flashes, gather and form a single line. Scorch and illuminate the earth. Thunder. Fall. 5 verses thunder magic. After chanting that on horseback, Char swung down her right hand. At the same time, a huge thunder struck the enemy army from the sky. Breaking through the confused army, Char and her soldiers head to the enemy's headquarters. Seeing them rushing in, the already confused soldiers screamed in fear and ran away. It's the Thunder God. The Thunder God is here. It's Duke Lowenstein. They didn't confirm the caster's identity. They simply saw a powerful thunder magic, but the soldiers could connect that to Duke Lowenstein with that alone. And the words quickly spread throughout the enemy army. It went well. Not yet. I have to take down the enemy headquarters while they are still confused. Reporting. The enemy headquarters has begun to retreat. What? Lars frowned at his subordinate's report. No movement indicates the enemy army's withdrawal. If that report is true, then it means that the enemy commander is retreating by himself. That thought came to Lars, but he hesitated to say it out loud because he doesn't think that there is a commander who would do that. However, Char is not a soldier, so she doesn't share that same hesitation. The enemy's commander is withdrawing. Are you people going to fight for those that abandoned you? If you do not resist, then we will not take your life. Make way. Char's voice shaved off the enemy soldiers' fighting spirit. Seeing the flag of their headquarters getting farther away, the soldiers' morale greatly diminished. Naturally, even if they try to stop the approaching enemy, they cannot hope for any reinforcement. They are just disposable pawns. No one risks their life to earn time for their retreat. After all, Henrik has not yet acquired that level of loyalty. All men advance. We are chasing the enemy's commander. Char issued her command when she saw that the enemy soldiers completely stopped resisting. In that situation, Lars runs up to Char's side. Please fall back a little behind us. There might be an ambush ahead. If there is, then I will just blow them all up. Seriously. Char gallops her horse ahead without listening to Lars's advice. While sighing at her figure, Lars orders his subordinates to protect her surroundings. Just like that, Char and her force broke through the enemy's flank and approached the enemy's commander. Chapter 345. Confusion on the battlefield. The battlefield fell into chaos. Henrik had about 20,000 troops surrounding the castle. Leonard personally launched a surprise attack on them with 5,000 cavalries. Henrik's army, which partied with alcohol on the eve of the battle, thought that they would be the ones who will launch the attack, so they could not respond to the surprise attack at all. Their front easily collapsed and they could not put up any organized resistance. In addition, 5,000 reinforcements from the northern nobles led by Char blitzed into Henrik's army's right flank. The soldiers who misunderstood Char's preemptive lightning strike to be the doing of Duke Lowenstein are in a panic. To top it off, the withdrawal of their commander further plunged them into chaos. The generals who are trying to rebuild their forces on various fronts can do nothing but curse at such foolishness. Still, they command their subordinates and continue to fight. After all, if they lose here, there is nothing left for them but to be treated as a criminal. Getting defeated here is the worst development, given that they just went out of their way to get William away from the front line. Among those generals, the generals on the left-wing side try to put together a unit to flank Leo, since they are least affected by the confusion of Leo's attack at the center of their formation. As the people at the headquarters retreated, it became necessary for Leo and his men to plunge deeper into their army. Therefore, it was possible for them to flank him from the left wing. The decision to abandon the headquarters was made only by the generals there, and it was not a strategy to lure Leo deeper inside at all. However, to Char's group that doesn't know about their circumstances, this appeared like some kind of strategy to them. His Highness Leonard's unit at the center is in danger, so they only pretend to retreat to lure His Highness in. Lars also saw it as the enemy's tactic. In fact, such a tactic is not uncommon at all. If they cannot quickly settle this, the surprise attack unit itself will be the one who ends up surrounded. However, Char disagreed. This was an arbitrary decision. If this was really a strategy, then they should have done it better. But, moreover, it seems that His Highness came prepared. We will keep pursuing the enemy commander. Char said so while looking up at the sky. The enemy unit from the left wing tried to flank Leo's unit. However, the Dragon Knights descended down to attack them. The enemy's intention is obvious from the sky. Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knights were not so naive to allow them to do that. And there is another reason. There was another unit that is actively protecting Leo's group. Good grief. I think that his reliance on my guessing ability is too reckless though. His Highness must have placed that much trust in Winfried's armor, no? As Veen sighed on top of his horse, Linfia does a follow-up for Leo. Veen, who had been entrusted with the branch castle, led his 1,000 elite troops out of the castle when he read that Leo was planning to go on an offensive. The reason that his arrival was a little delayed was not that he couldn't prepare the troops in time, but because he was getting rid of the enemy soldiers who were heading for the castle and watch out for those that may try to flank Leo from behind. And sure enough, a unit from the enemy's left wing was trying to flank him. Do you think that their retreat was a trick? I can't say. Henrik may be mediocre among the princes, but he is still an Adler. I don't doubt that he is capable of such a strategy. If he is calm enough to do that, that is. You are saying that he is panicking? Even if he was appointed as the commander, he is a prince that knows little about the battlefield, you know. He just received a surprise attack when he was about to launch a full-scale assault. Moreover, Leo is leading the charge himself. Once he notices that his life is in danger, he will surely get scared. Then it was an on-spot decision. It seems that the enemy also has some decent generals, isn't it? Even if there are, it is just a matter of stopping them though. A wise general would obey Gordon and rely on the Dragon Prince from the start. A good general would never give Henrik the command after all. After the enemy unit's movement was stopped by the Dragon Knights, Vying ordered his men to attack them with arrows. Even if you charge a 1,000-men unit at the enemy, they will only be engaged in a melee. For a unit that has to pay attention to the sky, raining them down with arrows should be enough to confuse them. Going that far is plenty enough. Arrows. They are shooting at us. Damn it. Watch out for the Dragon Knights. Vying gazed at the Dragon Knights who are running through the sky. There is no white flying dragon among them. That Leo. He already read that the enemy's commander would choose to retreat, right? Winfriedsarmer. The enemy is heading toward the castle. Too few. They won't be able to take the castle with that many. It seems like Leo got some preparations in place too. Vying glanced at the castle and immediately averted his eyes away from it. Above the castle wall, the knights of the 6th Imperial Knights Corps are flying at low altitudes. They are repelling the enemy troops that are approaching the castle by barraging them with their magic wands. If they concentrated their firepower, a small group of enemies shouldn't be able to get close to the castle. The one who can make a decision to launch a large-scale assault is no longer present. The enemy generals have no choice but to command their units individually. In other words, they have no way to cooperate. Such sporadic attacks cannot change the situation for them. We are going to keep harassing them like this. Linfia, I'm giving you 100 men. Find and defeat their generals. 10 would be enough. I would stand out less that way too. That's a great help. While shrugging his shoulders, Vying kept issuing instructions to his men. His plan is to attack the enemies that are recovering and prolong this chaos as much as possible. Separating herself from Vying's unit, Linfia took her men and cut into the enemy's camp. She sown through the confused and fleeing soldiers and cut down their commanding officers. If she keeps this up, she will eventually reach their generals. The result was mostly decided already. The Dragon Knights were watching Leo's unit from the sky from the beginning. If the enemy made any movement, they were ordered to intercept them. However, there was one Dragon Knight who received a different instruction. Not knowing that, the enemy's high command withdrew toward the mountains. Henrik decided to go through the mountains and retreat to the city located behind it. Henrik knew Leo well. He is a man who will go through with it once he sets his mind on something. He will never make a half-hearted attack. As long as his aim is the commander, he will use every method at his disposal to get to Henrik. Henrik's brain is desperately working on a way to ensure his safety. The reason why he rushed into the mountains was that Leo's unit was a cavalry unit. Cavalry cannot exhibit their full power in places other than flat plain. Also, the mountainous area is perfect for setting up an ambush. This will make Leo feel wary of ambush and discourage the pursuit. Henrik's army has greater numbers and the confusion will not last forever. Leo will eventually have to retire once the generals on the scene recover and become able to organize the army again. Henrik's plan was to run away until then. The idea behind it wasn't wrong. In fact, Vying is doing everything he can to prolong the chaos, and Leo instructed the Dragon Knights to intercept the enemy's movements for that very reason. However, that wasn't the only move Leo made. While he took actions to prolong the confusion, he also took steps to guarantee that everything will be over swiftly. Run. Just run. Henrik runs through the mountains while rushing his own escorts. He already got separated from Jide, but that wasn't important to Henrik right now. The important thing is his life. That's why Henrik continued to run. However, the escorts that were running beside him were struck down by a lightning strike from above. He knew. Leo had used his strongest trump card to corner him. It's the White Dragon Knight. Intercept. Intercept. Impossible. This guy. He's coming at us while sowing between the trees. Whoa. It was Finn who flew down at them from the sky. While avoiding the trees, Finn continued to attack Henrik's group. Being occupied by the thought of escaping, Henrik's group couldn't put up much resistance at all. Chapter 346. Escape Plan. When the enemy commander withdrew to the mountains, Finn, who had been ordered to pursue him, launched an attack at the most guarded place in their formation, the area with the most escort soldiers. However, Finn noticed something. Nova. While capturing Henrik in his sight, Finn pulled Nova's reins and flew up to the sky. A knife flew past the place Finn and Nova were at earlier. There are assassins among Henrik's escorts. Henrik has inherited about 30% of Xandra's faction, and some among them were assassins. Leading them was an elite assassin and Xandra's close aide, Gunther. At the rebellion in the capital, Gunther was fatally wounded by Sebers, but he succeeded in escaping the imperial capital after receiving some medical treatment. And right now he is here to serve Henrik. Your Highness, please run. Gunther, I leave this to you. With an expression of relief, Henrik keeps running away with his other escorts. Finn tried to chase them, but the moment he approached Henrik, a magically created knife flew at him from behind. Finn managed to avoid it at the last second, but he had to give up chasing after Henrik. Against other assassins, he might not have done that, but he judged that if he turned his back against this person, he would die. He can escape to the sky and give chase again, but they would only be repeating this again. What's wrong? Don't you want to run off to the sky? I'm not the only one chasing him. I will stop you here. The one who does the stopping here is me. No one is as troublesome as you after all. White Dragon Knight. A person that can freely fly in the sky and attack from a long distance. Running away safely from such a person is impossible. He is someone that they need to stall in order to escape, but there were only a few on Gordon's side that can forcibly stop Finn and Nova. All they can do right now is to draw his attention away and make the person himself choose to stop his pursuit. The plan was successful. The only thing left is to earn time for Henrik to get away. Let's go. Gunther threw several knives at Finn. Finn moved sideways to avoid it, but the knives kept homing at him. Finn parried them off with his magic wand and fired off a lightning strike. However, Gunther's figure disappeared when he lightly jumped up into a tree. His figure is nowhere to be seen, but there is no doubt that he is still around. Nova. I'm counting on you. Kiyu. Finn is a first-rate dragon knight, but his skill set is not very useful when fighting on the ground. He is plenty stronger than your average soldier. As long as he can use his magic wand, he is no different from a fast-moving mage. However, when he has to face a strong opponent, he will be forced into a difficult spot. The firepower of the magic wand is certainly powerful, but it is not extraordinary. Gunther also has many experiences fighting against mages. Compared to them, Finn's firepower is not that much different. The troublesome part for Gunther here is that Finn is capable of rapid fire. However, if he disappears, his opponent would not have any target to hit. A surprise attack is an assassin's specialty. Gunther, who has drawn Finn into his area of expertise, threw knives at Finn from his blind spot. He threw 2 knives at Finn. One is a real knife, while the other is a magical one following behind the first. Even if Finn can parry the first, the second one will hit its target. It was Gunther's favorite tactic. However, Finn avoided that without even turning around. To be accurate, it was not Finn who did that but Nova instead. Nova immediately flew off and flipped in midair. Gunther may be able to hide his presence from other humans and perform a surprise attack. However, against a flying dragon, that is not enough. Gunther opened his eyes in surprise while Finn fired off a lightning strike at him. He jumped off the tree in a hurry, but the lightning struck his right shoulder in midair. Ooh! The pain caused his movement to slow for a moment. And Finn does not miss that. Nova accelerated and brandished its sharp claws at Gunther. He managed to avoid it, but he couldn't escape Nova's momentum. Gunther was blown away and hit the ground, unable to move. However, a smile was spreading on Gunther's face. What's so funny? It is funny. I never thought that it would go so well, you see. Go well. I didn't think that His Highness Henrik could win from the start. After all, his subordinates were only borrowed. No one would choose to die for him. That's why we came up with an escape plan. The moment Gunther said that, assassins who had been lying in wait appeared around Gunther. At the same time, a wall of flame was created between Gunther and Finn. Seeing the rising wall of flame, Finn took a distance in a hurry. The firewall is not a big deal in itself, but they are currently inside a mountain. The forest will burn if flame magic is used. However, Finn soon noticed an abnormal development. It was not only this place that is burning. No way. Hurry up and go back to your allies. They might get burned to death, you know. Are you sane? You won't be able to escape too, right? Finn can escape to the sky any time he wants, but Gunther and his men have no choice but to travel on land. Depending on the direction of the flame, he won't be able to survive this. However, Gunther roared at him. What good does holding on to our lives have? Our master has already passed away. Why do we have to hesitate to cross over to the other side? Damn it. Those eyes weren't joking. It's not a bluff. Even if they couldn't escape themselves, they will not allow anyone to chase after Henrik. Finn saw that and immediately abandoned the battle. Leo's troops are already in the mountains. If they do not withdraw as soon as possible, they will be swallowed by the forest fire. Moreover, most of the enemy army still remains. He might be able to chase after Henrik, but that will not guarantee the end of the battle. However, if Leo is killed, the battle will be over. Finn went up to the sky and looked for Leo's unit. After seeing him left, Gunther began to retreat into the mountains with his assassins. Depending on the situation, they won't be able to escape with their lives, but Henrik still needs their help. Now that Xandra has died, Gunther's only master is Henrik. Let's go. With this much obstacle, they should give up their pursuit. Gunther began to retreat while dragging his aching body. Leo's troops in the mountain quickly withdrew and regrouped. They then plan a route to bypass the mountains. By that time, Henrik's army had already begun to retreat, with the individual general scatteringly leading their own unit back to the rear. That is a natural decision, given that they will only be exposed to attacks if they choose to remain in their position. The number of deserting soldiers is increasing, and many soldiers chose to stay because they couldn't fight anymore. Thus Henrik's army disappeared from the castle front line. Chapter 347. Town Ambush. Henrik's group continued to flee and entered a small town called Lage. When they arrived in Lage, Henrik's force was less than 500 soldiers. Moreover, they were all exhausted and are in no condition to fight. Their position was accurately grasped by Leo. As far as we can see from the sky, the enemy's number is less than 500. They are all exhausted, Your Highness. I see. Near Lage, Leo has 5,000 men on standby. They can attack the town at any time at Leo's order. However, Leo didn't give his order to attack. Your Highness, I think that this is our opportunity to strike. Although their ways were blocked by a forest fire, Leo read that Henrik was escaping to Lage and used the shortest route to travel here. That's why they managed to close the distance in such a small amount of time. The enemy is disorderly withdrawing. There is no sign that the rest of their army will join up with Henrik's group here. After all, the main target here is Henrik and their high command. No general would come to help a commander that abandoned them. No matter how they think about it, this is an opportunity to attack. However, it is too quiet. Quiet, is it? The enemy is exhausted, is it not because of that? But that doesn't apply to the civilians in the town. It should be clear that their town might become a battlefield, but let alone escaping, none of them is making any noise at all. Did you see any civilian from the sky? Certainly. I will take a look again. Please do. After asking Finn to scout the place out again, Leo split his unit in two and placed them at the east and west side of the town. The sound of cavalry moving is loud. Ordinary people would scream in fear if they hear that. However, there is no change in the town. Nothing here. On top of his horse, Leo started to think. At that time, Finn returned. How was it? I couldn't spot any civilian at all, Your Highness. There was no reaction to the army's movement either. I see. Relay this to everyone. We are withdrawing. Withdraw? Henrik isn't worth the risk. Rather than civilians, there are probably soldiers hiding in those houses. It's probably a unit that Prince William prepared. Leo sighs and shrugs. He expected that it won't be so easy, but he is better than Leo thought. When he withdrew, he must have ordered his troops to be on standby for the worst-case scenario. Even if he wasn't on the battlefield himself, he still affected it. It's clear that if he forcefully aims for Henrik now, he can expect a severe counterattack. Our victory is already decided. We shouldn't taint our victory. Let's cleanly finish this up. As you wish. After thinking for a moment, Leo summoned a mage from his unit. Then he ordered the mage to use a voice-amplifying spell and turn toward the town. To the commander of the troops lurking in the town. This is Leonard. That's a brilliant ambush plan. Tell Prince William that it was a good move. And Henrik. If you value your life, then start relying on Prince William. He understands the situation better than you. And thus Leo's unit started withdrawing. Next to him, Finn asked him a question while flying at low altitudes. Why did you give him advice, Your Highness? Is it because he is your younger brother? You think I was being too naive? If the only reason is that he is your brother, then it was certainly too naive. He is a rebel after all. Right. Well, it was partly because he is my brother though. But that's not all. Do you mind telling me your other reason? It's simple. Gordon will try to kill Henrik for this. To put on an example, you see. But Prince William will stop him. In this situation, it would be bad for Gordon to kill his own brother. Although Henrik had made a mistake, the generals who couldn't stop him were also to blame. If he kills his own younger brother for this, their lives might be forfeit as well. Those generals will surely think like that. Prince William will not overlook that seed of conflict. Especially if he was asked for help. I see. But I can only think that your advice will only benefit the enemy though. If Henrik survives, he will surely cause some kind of blunder again. By helping Henrik, Prince William will have to go against Gordon. Don't you think that it's a good move? Leo knows how dangerous William is. If he has Gordon's complete trust and gets entrusted with the entire army, Leo cannot imagine how difficult their situation will become. So it is clear that Gordon is wary of William. The United Kingdom wants a puppet leader. Gordon is too strong for that. It's safe to assume that they will try to keep Henrik alive as a puppet. Whether or not that is William's intention, it is clear that is the United Kingdom's intention. That's why Gordon cannot fully trust William. Not only martial arts, Your Highness is also good at plotting too. I'm not that good at it, you know. I'm just imitating it from someone. I have nothing on a real tactician after all. You are being too humble, Your Highness. I'm not being humble. It's the truth. Leo says with a smile. After all, he is still wondering what that real tactician is doing behind the scenes right now. Realizing that Leo has noticed the ambush, General Fidessa, who was hiding in the town, clicked his tongue. As expected of the hero Prince Her. The commander has escaped. Since they finally cornered the commander, you would normally want to take this chance to settle the battle. In order to exploit that opening, he had relocated the civilians and moved the troops in to prepare an ambush. It was William's suggestion. However, the ambush was detected by only a slight sense of incongruity. If it was him, he would definitely charge in. I can't match him at all. While muttering so, Fidessa left the house. In the end, they still managed to protect Henrik. If Leo is a hero in this situation, William is one as well. After all, he managed to stop Leo's advance even when he wasn't on the battlefield. As a general, he has to recognize that these two are vastly above him. I hope His Highness can accept that too though. Saying so, Fidessa headed to Henrik, who is still trembling at the center of the town. Henrik was hiding his figure inside a sheet of cloth. Your Highness. Leonard's army has retreated. Let us return to our home base. No. Gordon Aniu. He will kill me. It was a big defeat after all. I don't know if this will end with just the commander's head. It was not my fault. It's because William withdrew from the front line. Have you forgotten? It was Your Highness who made him do that. Everyone agreed with me, right? Even so, Your Highness is the commander. Leonard left a piece of parting advice. If you don't want to die, please rely on Prince William. I will leave it to your highness to decide. Saying so, Fidessa left. Meanwhile, cavalries arrived in Lage. The one leading them was Jide. Your highness. Your highness. It's Jide. Jide tried to approach Henrik in a hurry. However, Fidessa grabbed his shoulder. What? How insolent. Who do you think I am? His Highness's aide, the eldest son of Duke Horsvarth, right? If you already know that, then let me go. I have a question for you. Where have you been? Do I have to report everything to you? Watch your tongue. I just lost my chance to fight Leonard's army, so I am quite frustrated right now. Where have you been? Looking at Fidessa's sharp eyes, Jide raised a small scream. The soldiers around Jide were also glared at by Fidessa's subordinates and couldn't move. Jide has no choice but to reply. I got separated from His Highness, so I came here while fighting off the enemy. Who? You fought and slipped through them? With your armor that clean? There was not even a single scratch on Jide's armor. Even Henrik's armor has innumerable small scratches on it. Fidessa glares at Jide with anger in his eyes. I have no intention to defend His Highness Henrik, who escaped first, but I am not going to forgive those who used him as a decoy to ensure his own safety like you. How many soldiers do you think have lost their lives in this? Stop trying to save your face. What did you say? I am the eldest son of Duke Horsvarth, you know. Do you think I will allow such an insult? What are you going to do about it then? And that is what I should say to you in the first place. Even though you should have given your life for His Highness, why did you escape by yourself? What on earth did you come to the battlefield for? You damn incompetent. Incompetent. It was the fault of the generals that we lost. It was not my fault. When the people at the headquarters escaped first without giving out any order, what can the generals do? Where and what were you doing back then? According to His Highness's escorts, it was the eldest son of Duke Horsvarth that advised His Highness to withdraw first. Did you know that? Uwa. What are you doing? Fidessa pushed Jide to the ground in anger. He then proceeded to kick Jide in the gut. With your armor that clean and uninjured body, you will only be mistaken by His Highness as a coward who escaped by himself. That will surely tarnish the name of Duke Horsvarth, no? We will help you look like someone who just fought a fierce battle. Do it. Uwa. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. Fidessa ordered his men to beat up Jide. Jide's subordinates were subjected to the same thing. Soon after, Jide and his men were covered in dirt and suffered countless small scratches. Stop. Forgive me. This should make it more believable. After you got separated, you broke through the enemy and came here. Tell that to His Highness. Seeing Jide hugging himself, Fidessa's urge to kill Jide subsided a little. They need someone to take responsibility for this big defeat. This man is not a general, but he still holds a high rank. Jide's responsibility is Duke Horsvarth's responsibility. Keep watch on him. Never let him out of sight. Prince William should be able to use him well. Yes, sir. After giving that order, Fidessa began preparing a retreat. Chapter 348. Great-grandfather and great-grandson. At the hidden room inside the Imperial Sword Castle. I transferred inside it. How are you doing? Gramp. Do I look like I can get sick? Rather, I should be the one who asks that question. How are you doing? So I guess. The room belongs to this old man, my great-grandfather and my master. It is full of precious spellbooks and grimoires. An ordinary mage would be overwhelmed with just a glance of this room. However, I have no business with those books today. I have a question to ask you. A question? That's rare. You didn't even rely on me during the rebellion after all. There were too many eyes. Your existence might be revealed, and the movement of the rebels was pretty much predictable in the first place. There was no need to borrow your wisdom for that. Who? So you have come to borrow my wisdom this time? Right. First, I have to confirm one thing. Does the condition for innate magic to activate differ from normal magic activation? There were many cases where we still couldn't find out the condition for activating innate magic in a person. Why was it not available for that person since birth? Why did it suddenly activate? We don't know the answer to those questions. However, Gramp answered my question immediately. Innate magic is still magic. The activation itself is not different. The user just uses it unconsciously. That's also a form of magic after all. I see. Then I'm relieved. I won't pry why you asked me such a question then. Anything else? As you are my predecessor who actually won the succession war, I want to ask you one thing. Have you heard about the situation in the north from Sebas? I heard. The third son established a base in the north and the northern nobles chose to remain neutral, right? We have succeeded in uniting the northern nobles. All that left is to crush the enemy base in the north. I see. So what do you want to ask? The war in the north was in a stalemate. If it's you, what would you do? Easy. I would assassinate the emperor. As I thought. It is the quickest way to cause a disturbance to our side and reverse the situation in one move. The only problem is that the difficulty of that is too high. An elaborate assassination plan. Gordon's mother is a skilled sword fighter comparable to the knight commander. Father should already have some countermeasures in place though. If it's a former consort, then she should be able to understand the emperor's character well. If it's you, how would you do it? Launch an attack aiming at the citizens of the capital as a diversion. Father will never overlook an attack right under his nose. The emperor's protection will be weaker, so they might aim for that chance to do it. But there should be many advisors around the emperor. It will not be easy to pull it off. I'm not worried about that. The assassination won't be successful. The problem is the turmoil in the imperial capital. The rebellion just plunged the capital into chaos. The situation calmed down while I was sleeping, but it still isn't back to normal yet. If the enemy causes even greater chaos here, it will affect the other regions as well. The imperial capital is at the center of the empire. It is the main relay point for our logistics. After the battle in the north is over, the reconstruction will require a large amount of manpower and supplies. If the imperial capital is in turmoil at that time, then we can send neither of that to the north. People will abandon their home if the battle is near. There will surely be a lot of people who lost their homes, their jobs, and their families. Certainly, you would be troubled if the capital is in chaos. Gramp said it like it was someone else's affair. He is no longer an emperor. He was already retired when his body was stolen by the demon. That's why he has already given up his responsibilities as an emperor. However, if the capital is in chaos, you can't get your precious spellbooks even if you ask Sebas, right? What T? That's certainly true. There are two types of spellbooks here. One was those that Gramp collected before he was sealed, and the other were ones that Sebas procured. Gramps read them all days, so he had already finished them all. He uses knowledge from those books to study new magic, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't want new ones. He always wants something new, so he often asks Sebas to procure new spellbooks for him. One could say that it is something that he lives for. That's troubling. What do you want me to do? As Silver, I want you to minimize the turmoil in the imperial capital. I can't leave the north after all. Good grief. I have died a long time ago. It is only a coincidence that I am still here. To rely on chance like this, it seems that you still have a long way to go here. Only for this one time. I will handle the rest myself. Well, that's fine. It doesn't involve the succession war that much anyway. With that said, Gramp accepted my request. Gramp taught me ancient magic because he was thankful for his release and that my ultimate goal is to cure my mother. It was not for me to win the succession war. The people of this age should do something about this age themselves. That's Gramp's view. Although he lends me his knowledge, he doesn't lend me much power. Since I know that, I didn't rely on him before. However, Gramp, this succession war, it's too strange. Don't you think so? Does it matter whether I think it is or not? What matters should be what you think of it. I think that it is strange. When people got involved with the succession war, they changed. I can understand that, but this time the changes are too strange. Then what will you do? Are you going to put it on hold? Right now that is impossible. can only end it as soon as possible. If it isn't going to change what you must do, then don't mull over it. But you should still prepare yourself. I know. That's why I have to ask. When you got your body stolen by a demon, you studied the demons along with ancient magic, right? Right. That's the reason why I bought the spellbook that the demon was sealed in, Gramp said with an expression of regret. The reason he studied ancient magic in the first place was that he was studying the demons. He judged that ancient magic would be an effective countermeasure against them, so he began to study it. He ended up unable to fight the demon, but his research itself was not in vain. Was the Demon King really got defeated by the hero 500 years ago? No doubt about it. No matter which book I got my hand on, it clearly said that the Demon King was defeated. It was the ancestor of that brave house, right? There's no way that they would let the Demon King escape. Well, certainly. Then, what about the Demon King's subordinates? The Demon King has invaded this world together with many demons. The demon who hijacked Gramp's body was one of them. In various shapes and forms, they have survived. There might be others. All the important aides were defeated by the hero. Such tenaciousness may have been in their family her. Then none of the powerful demons survived at all? Yes. But there is one demon that may have survived. May have survived. There is a great demon whose name always comes up when you study the demons, especially those associated with the Demon King army. Why? Because that demon was purged by the Demon King early in the war. That demon was preaching the danger of the hero and urged the Demon King to withdraw. There was such a demon. There certainly was. He was an executive of the Demon King army and a powerful figure that pulled the strings from the shadows. The demon Duke Dantalion. He was the only aide of the Demon King who did not fall at the hand of the hero. If we proceed on the premise that the hero did not overlook any demons, the demon who was not defeated by the hero may be alive. However, it would be strange for a demon who got purged by the Demon King himself to survive. I have heard how powerful the Demon King was. Even the hero could not win against him without the holy sword. He was that level of opponent. Is there any proof of his survival? None. But if one of the Demon King's aides were to survive, it would be Dantalion. Well, if he really survived the purge, then it's natural to assume that he did not survive in one piece. So he might have been gathering up power and started to move now? Assuming that he only started to move now is wrong. He may have been making his moves since a long time ago. If Dantalion is alive and still possesses the same ambition, it may not be a coincidence that a demon hijacked my body. Saying so, Gramp's face looked unprecedentedly serious. It might not be wrong of me to say that the old man is thinking too much, but given how strange this succession war has become, I cannot rule out the possibility that a demon might be involved. In fact, Gramp himself has survived using a special way. Dantalion may have survived his predicaments with a similar method. And if so, there must be some kind of cover. Gramp, let me ask this for the record. Where did you get the spellbook that the demon was sealed in from? I got it from Grimoire. I heard that it was a spellbook that was recently discovered, you see. You were careless, her. Absolutely. I astoundedly sigh, and Gramp also does the same. Grimoire, her. So that name came out here as well. It looks like we have to do a thorough investigation, her. Do you have any clues? More or less. The locations of their bases were written in the diary Xandaranu left me. When the civil war is over, it might be better to give my priority to that. All right, take care of the capital for me. Going already? And I just came up with a magical composition too. I will join you when I return. Sorry, but my brother is waiting. Saying so, I left the place while waving to the old man. Chapter 349. All forces assembled. A few days later, 12,000 knights gathered on Nade Hill. If we wait longer, their number will probably increase, but we can't afford to delay any more than this. Shall we go? Your Highness. Duke Lowenstein came to my tent for my approval. My existence is known only to the nobles and some knights who participated in the meeting. It would be okay for me to come out openly here, but that will only serve to split their loyalty when we join up with Leo. Right now, I want them to think that it was the northern nobles' move. Yeah. I will be troubling you to take the role of the commander for a while, Duke. Fine. But I will have you show up before our decisive battle, all right? It will help with the morale. I think that the morale will only drop if I come out though. It's a commander's job to do something about that. I shrugged at the harsh reply. As we had such a conversation, Sebas appeared in the tent. Apologies for the interruption, sir. A report has come in. What is it? Leonard-sama has launched a counteroffensive, sir. Leo did. So there was a movement on the front line to her. Even if we sent Char's group ahead, I didn't expect there to be a major movement before our main force arrived. Did he clash with the Dragon Prince? Sebas shook his head at Duke Lowenstein's question. No, sir. Prince William seems to have left the front line. It was Prince Henrik who was in command of the siege. Henrik? How did it come to that? Things have become confusing. The reason Leo couldn't make his move was William's presence. However, the enemy removed William from the front line and put Henrik in charge. It was like they were trying to lure Leo out. I did not grasp the full picture of the enemy's internal affairs, but when the enemy withdrawal was observed, Leonard-sama led 5,000 cavalries out for a surprise attack. It appears that Charlotte-sama's group also launched an attack accordingly. Unable to endure the assault, the enemy's commander retreated first, resulting in the defeat of their whole army, sir. The commander fled by himself, her. That certainly sounds like Henrik. I muttered so while pondering on the situation. Leo can now move freely. We are no longer needed at the castle. Duke, how do you think the enemy will proceed next? If they can't keep Prince Leonard in check, they have no choice but to reorganize their forces and rethink their strategy. Judging from Gordon's personality, he will try to bring Leo into a decisive battle. Prince William shouldn't oppose that either. The question is when and where. It is possible for both Leo and Gordon to attack first. If we can't anticipate their movements, then we can't take advantage of the situation. Sebas, look into the enemy's forces. Both Gordon and William will not allow their forces to be inferior to ours. You are saying that they might be requesting reinforcements, sir? No, they should have already requested it. To break the stalemate at the castle, that is. But things have changed. We have to adjust the strategy ourselves too. But if we wait here, we will not be able to make it in time. We must march to the front line. I nod to Duke Lowenstein. No matter how it will go, we won't be able to do anything unless we are at the front line. Advance the army to the front line. Do not let our soldiers let their guard down. We must advance carefully while observing the situation. To not lure the enemy's attention toward us, her. With Charlotte's presence at the earlier battle, they should already be plenty cautious of us though. There's no helping it if they are already cautious of us, but I do not want to actively invite their attention. This is for the sake of the North as well. Perhaps he understood what I wanted to say. The Duke nodded and left the tent. There is a difference between when the northern nobles rush to Leo's aid and when Leo to theirs. Well, I don't think that the enemy has enough leeway to pay attention to us though. Gordon has taken a huge hit with this, her. No matter what form it takes, a defeat is a defeat after all. Now, let's look forward to how he will raise morale. If he kills Henrik, his whole army will be overwhelmed by fear. But if he let Henrik off without any punishment, it will indicate that he agreed that Henrik had no choice but to withdraw. Let's see Gordon and William's skills. If he wants to kill Henrik, then he should be able to come up with a trick to spare the generals. However, if he wants to raise morale without cutting down Henrik, then cheap tricks won't cut it. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? When I said that, Sebas bowed and left. While looking at the map of the North, I started thinking what Leo would do in this situation. Chapter 350. Loyalty. It was lucky of you that I arrived here before Gordon her, said William to Henrik, who is currently hanging his head in front of him. Following Henrik's retreat, Gordon, who had been restraining General Harnish's army, was on his way back to Wismar. If nothing is done, he will eventually get caught between Leo and Harnish. Henrik's defeat was an event that affected their whole war situation. Soon, Gordon will arrive in Wismar. Henrik, who was brought back to Wismar like a criminal, was waiting for his arrival, but the moment Gordon arrived, it would be his end. However, Henrik still looked at William as if he was trying to snarl at him. Seeing such Henrik, William sighed. William was working on the supply transportation in the Dominion. 2 chivalrous thieves are rampaging in the Dominion's territory. The first one is an archer named Vermilion, the chivalrous thief that has long been battling against the corrupted aristocrats of the Dominion. Due to the presence of this thief, the nobles of the Dominion cannot move as they pleased. However, that alone did not hinder their supply transportation. There is another thief who actively targeting their supply convoy. What is more troublesome is that this new thief has not even shown his figure. What they could grasp was that he is an expert archer who can wipe out their whole convoy without even the need to show up at the scene. Due to the success of this unnamed archer, the nobles of the Dominion became reluctant in matters involving military supplies. As a result, the United Kingdom is having a hard time delivering supply through the Dominion. William has threatened those nobles in an easy-to-understand way and promised them that he will take care of the thieves in exchange for their facilitation of the supply transport. That was what William had to do eventually, but he knew that if he left the front line, Leo would be freed to move as he pleased. That's why he didn't do it sooner. And it was proved that his fear was not unfounded. Hearing of Henrik's defeat, William rushed back to Wismar. Thanks to that, he arrived a little earlier than Gordon and he can now talk to Henrik before Gordon arrives. Don't you have anything to say to me, Prince Henrik, for disrespecting you? I am truly sorry. I don't care about the disrespect. What I want to hear is what you have learned from your defeat. I didn't want you to have all the credit. It was my mistake. That's not a mistake. I am a person from another country. As a member of the imperial family who sided with Gordon, it is not a mistake to try to eliminate me. That was an option. But you did not have something that was absolutely needed to pull it off. Do you know what that is? Is it experience? Henrik timidly murmured. In response, William shook his head. You lack the objective eyes to look at yourself. If you can look at yourself objectively, you will be able to look at others in the same way. If you can see others objectively, then you can objectively assess the situation. Your choice to alienate me was a mistake. No, the choice to alienate me itself was not a mistake, but it was the situation you chose to do it in. You saw Leonard's attack coming, but you chose to send me away because you were being overconfident. You are not as excellent as you would like to think. I never. The fact that you still can't accept your defeat now is the proof. A good general can learn from their failure and defeat. Henrik couldn't honestly accept those words because he is well aware of it in his heart. Henrik sent William away because his pride did not allow him to lose to Leo. To top it off, he was not cautious against Leo because his pride told him that he is superior. William understands that the underlying problem here was Henrik's high self-esteem. When a commander ran away, it meant that he had abandoned his soldiers. As long as soldiers are punished for deserting, the commander will also have to be punished. No way. Please help me. How about you start by presenting me some benefits of helping you then? I'm a member of the imperial family. From the United Kingdom's point of view, I should be easy to use. You are aware that you are the one responsible for this huge defeat, right? I don't feel like it's worth the trouble to help you here just because you seem easy to use. No. You have no track record. You have no power. No experience, no skill. The only thing you can be proud of is your blood. The fact that it was the only thing you brought up when you were cornered so far proved my point. When William struck the reality in front of him, Henrik's shoulders drooped down. He desperately tries to come up with an argument, but he couldn't think of any. Then he finally realized. It is as William said. I am not worthy of the imperial family. The Adler is excellent. You carry their blood, but you do not have the readiness to learn. Those who cannot grasp their own strength will never be strong. Henrik is not incompetent enough to not be worthy of his bloodline. However, the person he chose to compare himself to was just too bad a match. Unnecessary overreaching can only be harmful. Each person has things they are good at. As long as a person understands that, they can stand up again. I will save your life. Stay by my side and learn. If you value the lives of the soldiers who died because of you, then do not waste this mistake. You are going to help me. I do not want my best friend to end his younger brother's life with his own hand. Besides, do you think you can trust a general who can cut down his own younger brother? After telling Henrik to leave everything to him, William left the room. Shortly after, Gordon arrived at Wismar. His destination is the room where Henrik is. A sword was held in his hand. Henrik, do you have a last word? Gordon, who kicked the door and entered the room, roared at Henrik. In response, Henrik rubbed his forehead on the floor and apologized. I am sorry. Everything was my fault. Exactly. Give me your head. I will cut it off and show it to the whole army, Gordon said and lifted his sword up. However, William grabbed his arm. Stop, Gordon. Why are you stopping me? If you cut him down now, the generals will be wary of you. Don't do it. The whole headquarters fled without giving any command to the army, you know. If I don't punish the generals who ran away with him, how can I face the soldiers they abandoned on the front line? It will only set a bad example. Prince Henrik is only a commander in name. There were generals who poisoned his ears. I am the original commander of that front. It was those generals that sent me away to secure their own achievement. If you kill Prince Henrik here, you will have to kill all of them too, right? Then I will just cut them all down. I don't need fools who can't even read the situation. Is this the time where you can say that? You have a decisive battle with Leonard waiting for you, right? Right now you should forgive them and give them a chance to make up for their mistake. Why are you going so far for Henrik? Did your country order you to protect him? Gordon has no doubt in his friendship with William. However, he does not fully trust the United Kingdom, which is William's home country. He already expected them to try using Henrik to take his place. However, if anyone tries to usurp you, then I will kill my father. I came here for you. Do not mistake it. I am protecting Prince Henrik to protect you and your army. William and Gordon's eyes intensely locked and they glared at each other for a while. The tense atmosphere dominated the room and the soldiers standing nearby couldn't move. At that moment that felt like an eternity, Henrik continued to rub his head against the floor. He knows that if Gordon swings his sword down, his head will part from his body. However, Henrik had no choice but to leave everything to William. Then, do you not feel bitter at all? You think I value my bitterness more than your victory? Fine. I will do it your way. I will spare Henrik. Saying so, Gordon lowered his hand. However, their problem still remains. I'm fine with giving them a second chance, but are you going to let those generals off the hook? Punishment is still necessary. I want to have the Horsforth house take the blame, but is that fine with you, Duke? William asks Rolf, who was standing outside the room. To that question, Rolf reverently bowed his head. Please do. Our humble house is at your highness's command. Apparently, it was your eldest son, Jide, who advised Henrik to withdraw. No matter what kind of punishment awaits him, you have no objection, right? Of course, you will not be able to remain in your current position either. It was my son's blunder. Naturally, I accept all responsibilities. Hearing Rolf, William frowns. William didn't like Rolf in the first place since he cannot fathom his real intention. Even though his son is at risk here, he doesn't even protest. He cannot take a liking to such a person at all. Everyone leaves. I want to talk with Gordon alone. William dismissed everyone including Henrik and Rolf. He then speaks to Gordon. Did you see how he was? He didn't even look like he was enduring it. His face was saying that he was willing to see his son get executed. At worst, he might use that as a reason for betraying us. Then what do you have in mind? If we do not kill Henrik, then killing Jide here is the second best option. Not necessary. You don't need to use only his head to boost morale after all. Saying so, William quietly touched his sword. Gordon gathered up the army stationed in Wismar. He then stood on a podium and began giving a speech to his entire army. As you've heard, our army failed to restrain Leonard. In other words, we were defeated. Gordon, who never admits defeat, is telling his men that they've lost a battle. The soldiers started making some noises at that, but Gordon continued without minding them. I know the cause of our defeat. It was due to my younger brother, Henrik. Despite being the commander, he chose to listen to cowardly advice. That's why I came here intending to kill him. It is only natural. If I think about the soldiers who lost their lives, even if he is my family, his sin is unforgivable. However, Gordon continues. Something wrapped in cloth was held in his hand. Removing the cloth, Gordon raised the object up for everyone to see. It was an arm. When I was about to cut Henrik's head, Gide von Horsvarth, his aide, cut off his own arm. He said that he wanted me to delay the punishment. He begged me to give Henrik a second chance. A son of a noble offered me his arm in exchange for Henrik's life. I know that this arm is not nearly enough to compensate for Henrik's defeat. However, I decided to give Henrik a second chance. Why? It was because of the loyalty Gide has shown. I too shall swear, to all of you here, I will put on a fight that is worthy of Gide's loyalty. We will win this war without fail. No longer shall we suffer a defeat again. In response to Gordon's words, the entire army cheers. They all cheer the name of Gide. However, the truth is often disappointing. To make my brother out to be the prime example of a loyal subject and raise the morale of the whole army. Should I say that it is as expected of His Highness? A mansion in Wismar. Inside a room in that mansion. There, Rayner speaks to William. Gide was sleeping on the bed in that room. Doctors and maids are attending to him. Since he got his arm lopped off earlier and was bleeding profusely, his life is still slightly in danger. The reason for that was Gide crying and thrashing around so much that the doctor couldn't treat him immediately. Gide, of course, did not agree to William's proposal. After all, Gide is not someone that could willingly offer his arm for someone else. However, William cut off Gide's arm without any hesitation. For William, Gide's will is of no concern. Every soldier at Henrik's headquarters is now incorporated into William's force, and they will not spread unnecessary rumors about what happened. For their own sake, the generals who know the truth of what happened would desperately do their best in the next battle. After all, the purpose of this was not to raise morale alone. It was also a warning. Even when your brother's life is in danger, you are still quite carefree, aren't you? He is a failure of a brother after all. I don't mind even if he dies, you know. I was raised by my father, but he was spoiled by my mother all his life. I thought that he would eventually commit a blunder someday. My father seemed to expect a little from him though. I see. So that's why I can never read both you or your father, isn't it? William said so as he glared at Rayner. He couldn't think that Rolf would expect something from Gide at all. And from both of their reactions, William arrived at one conclusion. You expected Gide to fail, right? But Duke Horsvarth is still an important figure in Gordon's faction. You knew that we wouldn't take his life. That's why you are so carefree about this. Duke Horsvarth is the leader of the nobles of Gordon's faction. Many nobles have joined Gordon's faction because of him. Unlike Henrik, he is someone that Gordon cannot simply cut off. And after he had made Gide into the symbol of a loyal subject, he cannot demote Rolf into an idle position either. An untrustworthy subordinate that cannot be removed. Because they knew that, the Horsvarth house has no need to panic. If that is truly the case, what will you do about it? If you betray us, I will kill you. William pulled out his sword at a speed that Rayner's eyes couldn't follow and put it at Rayner's neck. Even if it's Rayner, his face still cramped up and cold sweat started running down his back. Satisfied with that expression, William sheathed his sword and walked past Rayner. In our battle against Leonard, I will leave the vanguard to the Horsvarth house. So do your best. No one would object when the Horsvarth house is so loyal after all. I'm honored. If they might betray, then just use everything they have to offer first. Understanding William's intention, Rayner glared at William's back as he left. Chapter 351. The place for the decisive battle. A pleasure to meet you, Your Highness Leonard. I am Charlotte, the granddaughter of Marquis Zweig. It is nice to meet you, Lady Charlotte. I apologize for the earlier messenger. After Leo withdrew from Lage, he was receiving Char's greeting. When the forest fire broke out, Leo immediately sent a messenger to Char to relay that he wants her to help extinguish the fire with water magic. Char acknowledged that command and left the pursuit to Leo to deal with the forest fire. No, we cannot leave that fire alone after all. You really saved us. And for the reinforcements as well, you arrived at a good time. I am glad that I was able to be of use to you, Your Highness. Char still doesn't bring up Ul in this conversation. After all, the information may leak to the enemy. If the enemy knows of Ul's existence, then they might make them think that they will have a decisive battle with Leo while actually head to attack Ul instead. For the time being, we have managed to break the siege. Lady Charlotte, how do you think the enemy will move now? That question was to test Char. Leo already understood how well she can judge the situation by the timing she chose to charge in, but he is testing how far she can read the war situation. Depending on her ability, he will have to adjust how much work he is going to leave to her. Whatever form it may be, a defeat is a defeat. The enemy needs a win. They will probably reorganize their army for a decisive battle. They do not have enough leeway to fight a war on multiple fronts after all. Leo nods to Char's answer. Leo also shared that opinion. Whether he takes Gordon's personality or the current situation into account, it is unlikely that he will stay passive after suffering a loss like this. A decisive battle with Gordon at the lead is the most probable. Then what do you suggest we do? Let us gather our forces here as well. If we take long, then more reinforcements may arrive for them, but the larger their army is, the harsher their supply situation will become. Good. We will go with that. I want you to stay by my side and share your opinion. Is that okay with you? Yes. Please leave it to me. Leo decided to add Char to his aides and instructed his army to enter the castle. Then he sent a messenger to General Harnish. The message was to have him join them as soon as possible. Thus both armies are moving toward a decisive battle. It has been a week since Henrik's defeat. Gordon and William were in the process of reorganizing their army. Among 22,000 of Henrik's troops, 15,000 of them managed to withdraw to Wismar, while nearly 7,000 soldiers went missing. Some probably were lost to the battlefield and others likely deserted. His defeat and the loss of 7,000 soldiers weren't cheap. The only fortunate thing here is that most of the losses came from the Dominion's army. William says nothing to Gordon's words. He doesn't want to say that their deaths were fortunate. However, he does not deny it as it is a fact. Initially, the number of troops that arrived at Gordon's side was 20,000. 5,000 of them came from the United Kingdom and 15,000 came from the Dominion. Of these 20,000 soldiers, 5,000 of the United Kingdom soldiers joined William along with another 5,000 from the Dominion. The 10,000 remaining soldiers were split between Gordon and Henrik, who was ordered to join William at the front line. Soldiers of the United Kingdom withdrew from the front line along with some from the Imperial Army before Henrik's defeat. Most of the lost 7,000 troops were soldiers from the Dominion's army. Their morale and skill are already inferior to the other armies, so when they were placed on the front line, they couldn't react or cope with the surprise attack at all. The number of deserters is likely to be large, but that is not their concern right now. Their army has indeed decreased in number, but in terms of strength, they did not suffer that much loss. William and Gordon are on the same page on that. With you taking the lead, the Imperial Army should be gathered around you. I will lead the armies of the United Kingdom and the Dominion myself. I don't see any other option here. What about the reinforcements from the United Kingdom? I expect around 10,000 men. All of them are from the United Kingdom's army. The Dominion cannot afford to send any more troops over anymore. Including the nobles' army and the unit that remained to protect Wismar, we have a little over 60,000 men here. That number was dissatisfying for Gordon. Originally, Gordon had 40,000 soldiers. With the addition of 20,000 reinforcements, he had 60,000. Despite the loss of 7,000, he can make up for it with another 10,000 reinforcements. However, Gordon's original plan was to elicit generals and soldiers from the Empire to join his side. Of course, some have joined him, but the number is considerably less than he expected. Counting in the troops needed to maintain and secure their base, he only has about 60,000 troops available. On the opposite side, Leo has around 30,000 to 40,000 troops. However, the information he received suggested that the northern nobles have begun to move, so there is a possibility that their number will increase even further. We need to carefully pick the battlefield to secure our absolute victory here. The question is whether they will accept our challenge or not. They won't fall for a place that clearly disadvantages them, you know. With Leonard's personality, he will want to end this battle as quickly as possible. He will accept some disadvantages if it's a decisive battle. A long-term conflict is undesirable for our side too, after all. We still have the problem with the supply as well. While saying so, William and Gordon unfold a map to figure out where their battlefield should be and what kind of strategy would guarantee their victory. They started discussing. They had many discussions like this back in the United Kingdom. The discussion continued for a while and eventually, they agreed on one place. As I thought, this place is the only option here, William said and pointed to a place on the map. It was a plain. However, its terrain is surrounded by mountains in the north and rivers to the south. Both armies can only fight each other in the middle. If they can secure the mountain, they can maintain an overwhelming advantage here. Oster Plain. If we can secure Mount Haina in the north, then our victory is secure. Oster Plain was a plain located between Leo's castle and Wismar. Although it is a little closer to Gordon in terms of distance, it is highly possible that Leo will accept the battle here. It was the best battlefield for Gordon as it is large enough for tens of thousands of soldiers from both armies to deploy here. The problem is how to lure Leonard here though. I will handle that. I will make it look like the whole army is moving there. Once Leonard sees our movement, he will surely try to get there before us, but by that time we will already have full control of the mountain with the Dragon Knights. There's no problem at all. What would you do if he doesn't buy it? We will have to adjust our strategy, but they do not have enough leeway to afford that. Even if it smells like a trap, he doesn't have any choice but to accept it. It's fine if that's the case, but there is one problem left. Is there anything else? William nods. He then put two pieces on the plain. One is representing Leo's army while the other is Gordon's. In addition, William placed another piece behind Gordon's army. Because our back is blocked by mountains and rivers respectively, the means for escape of both armies is to escape to the east or west side. If our rear is compromised, we will be locked in a pincer attack. They do not have the army to do that. They will if the northern nobles joined them. Do not let your guard down. Even if those people move, we are the one who decides the battlefield. Considering the distance, they do not have enough time to march behind us. Besides, even if they try to cross the mountain, the Dragon Knights will be there to alert us. They can't possibly attack our rear by surprise. That is certainly true. You worried too much. Even if the enemy appears behind us, we can concentrate on one side and break through them. As long as they cannot cross the mountain, we will have the advantage on this plain. What Gordon said was not incorrect. Among the armies facing Gordon, Leo's army is at the forefront while the army of the northern nobles is further behind him. Expecting a scenario where such an army outmaneuvered him is unrealistic. Gordon. I might be thinking too much into this, but until now, the Emperor still doesn't make his move. Does this not seem strange to you? He is busy dealing with the Sokol Empire and the kingdom. If he dispatches the army, he won't know for sure which side they will choose to join after all. Right. It is as you said. But don't you think that that way of thinking is too convenient for us? Is it not possible that the Emperor has already dispatched reinforcements? There has been no report of the army's movement, you know. Our defeat in the capital was due to Leonard and Arnold, who secretly sabotaged our move. If Arnold is somewhere in the north, he might be coming at us with some ridiculous plan again. You are being too cautious. The imperial capital was his backyard, but the north is different. You don't have to be so vigilant about him. Saying so, Gordon laughed at William's words. However, William's clouded expression does not clear up. Since they have the advantage here, William couldn't help but doubt everything. He fears that there might be someone who can turn the table on them. However, he still couldn't see how. In the end, Gordon's army decided on the Oster Plain to be their battlefield. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 35. The Black Twin Princes Move. Chapter 352. The Awe-Inspiring Brother. As expected, they wouldn't let us take it so easily. The sky above Oster Plain. Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knights, led by Katrina, were observing the situation from midair. They were instructed to secure a key location of the battlefield, Mount Haina, before the main army's arrival, but the enemy has already set up their base there. Katrina was told to immediately withdraw if the task is impossible, so she ordered her men to fall back immediately as her unit is not nearly enough to take on the enemy base. However, the United Kingdom's Dragon Knights are not so sweet that they would allow them to scout the place as they pleased. From the mountain, black flying dragons rose to the sky one after another. The Black Dragon Knights. Katrina muttered as he turned her back away from them. She knew that this is not the time to fight them yet. The other side should understand that as well. They don't seem to want to pursue them seriously. You are an eyesore, so leave. That's the meaning behind their sortie. She wanted to conduct a detailed reconnaissance before the battle if possible, but she had no choice but to give up. However, something entered Katrina's sight. A Black Dragon Knight is rushing toward their direction. He's a middle-aged man with a characteristic black beard. A man who, if not for the fact that he is riding a dragon, would be mistaken for a pirate or a bandit. Thinning down some enemy Dragon Knights here is not bad at all. Saying so, he rushes toward one of them. Without even an intention to adjust their formation, a smile escaped Katrina because of Roger's charge. Katrina already heard information about this Black Dragon Knight, so she immediately recognized him. As expected of the captain of the Black Dragon Knight, Roger Dono. You are as bold as I heard. Your head is mine, female Dragon Knight, but our Dragon Knight won't lose to you either, you know. Katrina's relaxed attitude came from the fact that she has a strong ally on her side as well. A lightning strike came down from the sky. It was aimed at Roger's exact position. However, Roger parries it away with his great sword. So you came after all, Finn Brose. With a happy smile on his face, Roger rises toward the descending White Dragon Knight, Finn. Defeating you here is not bad either. If you can do it, then try me. Roger smiled as he parried Finn's lightning strike. Every lightning strike was aimed at Roger's vitals. His accuracy is incomparable to before. Finn is getting even stronger. Normally, that would be problematic for Roger, but he is happy about that growth instead. No one in the United Kingdom could rival Roger in the sky. William is a part of the royal family, so he is not someone that Roger can find a chance to fight so easily. For Roger, Finn is a rival that he finally discovered. If he is getting even stronger, then all the better. Besides, it wasn't just Finn who got stronger. Don't you think that you will be safe if you keep the distance like before, all right? Roger said and pulled out the magic wand from his back. It was the magic wand he stole in the earlier battle. Since it was already dismantled and the internal analysis was completed, it was entrusted to Roger after reassembling. There was not enough time for them to make a duplicate, so this is the only magic wand on the United Kingdom side. The strongest weapon was given to their strongest warrior. Roger is now capable of fighting at long range. However, that much won't change anything. Finn shot several lightning strikes at Roger while avoiding the incoming fireballs. Unlike the magic wand used by the Falcon Knights, what Finn is wielding is the Type 62 magic wand that was originally a custom-made prototype designed for the Imperial family. In addition, Finn possesses enough magic power to master it. There is no one on par with Finn in a magic wand battle in the sky. Finn evaded Roger's aim while moving at high speed and returned fire many times the number of fireballs Roger fired at him. In response, Roger parries them away with the greatsword in his left hand. The exchange that intended to finish each other off continued for a while. Katrina and her men continued to withdraw, and even the other Black Dragon Knights could not join in as their levels were just too different. In this sky, only the two of them can fly freely through it. Their offense and defense seemed to last forever. However, the two suddenly took a distance. It seems that we will have to settle this in the real battle, It seems so. Saying so, the two turned their eyes downward. There were two cavalry corps approaching each other. One is led by Gordon from the east. Another is being led by Leo from the west. The cavalry separated from the main army, leaving both of their armies behind. Seeing their arrival, Roger and Finn returned to their respective base. Because they knew. The protagonists of this battle are not them. It's been a long time. Gordon and you. Long time no see. Leonard. Gordon and Leo came forward without any escort and exchanged their greeting. If they unsheath their sword here, they are within the range to cut each other down. However, neither of them does that. This will be a decisive battle that will decide the fate of the North. I'm sure that a lot of blood will flow today. Right. If you still have the imperial family's sense of responsibility, then please surrender. Surrendering is too late now, right? Besides, I am the one who has the upper hand here. Fighting. And fighting. Just what are you trying to accomplish here? To reign over the empire and conquer the continent. You are a stepping stone for that ambition. A page in my war record. Leo didn't say anything back. He knew that his brother has always relied on violence. However, he was not someone who is so blind to his surroundings like this. Is it because of time? Or is it because of his environment? While looking at his changed brother, Leo slowly unsheathed his sword. Do you still remember? A long time ago, you were the one who taught me the sword. You were pretty persistent back then. No matter how many times I beat you down, you kept coming back up. Back then you praised me for that. You scolded me to not give up and waited for me to stand up every time I fell. Gordon also pulls out his sword. Tension ran in both armies. However, no one moves. No, none of them could move. If they suddenly move, then they might accidentally start the battle. And they knew that the commanders of both armies do not wish for that. This is their last conversation. It was already certain that they cannot back down anymore. Gordon and you. I always respected you for taking lead on the battlefield. But it was not because of how strong you are. I respected you because I believed that you will always do everything in your power to protect your allies no matter the situation. I was a general. But now it's different. I will become an emperor. I used to look up to you as my elder brother. You were awe-inspiring. But you are no longer the old you. Leo slowly takes a stance with his sword. Gordon also raised his sword up. Leo never expected him to obediently surrender. The time for that has already passed. Still, he wanted him to surrender. Considering the amount of blood that will flow today, it was for the best. The older brother he used to see off from the castle as he gallantly marched to battle is no more. The older brother who led many soldiers in battle and returned triumphantly. The older brother who everyone praised for his bravery. The older brother who everyone praised for his military achievements. The older brother who proudly boasted the wound he took to protect his subordinate is no longer here. Gordon. I will kill you. If you can do it, then come at me. Their swords collide with a high-pitched sound that echoed through the battlefield. With a strong blow, their swords bounced off each other, creating a distance between them. It is a gap that will never be bridged. Their path is already divided. If Gordon is saying that he has no intention to fulfill the responsibilities of the imperial family or even show a little shred of conscience, then there is no other option but to cut him down. No matter how much blood will be shed. The two glared at each other and fell back to their base. The negotiations broke down. It would not be strange for the battle to start at any time. However, even after 2 days, nothing happened. Both sides waited for the arrival of their infantry. Gordon's army totaled 60,000. 35,000 of them, which is the combination of the Imperial Army and the Noble Army, are standing by at the plain. The other 25,000, which is the joint army of the United Kingdom and the Dominion, are waiting on Mount Haina. Leonard's army totaled 40,000. All of them set up camp on the plain. Gordon has both the number and geographical advantages. That's why everyone thought that they wouldn't make the first move. However, Leo traces a certain route with his finger while looking at the map. Further north of Mount Haina, there is another big mountain there. It was not selected as a battlefield because there is a torrential river there that divides the east and the west. If Gordon chose that place, then Leo would have to cross that torrential river, and Leo wouldn't accept such an unfavorable battlefield. That's why Gordon's side did not station any men there. After all, they have already thoroughly examined that place and judged that it would be impossible for a large army to cross such a violent river. However, Cha told Leo something. The flow of that river is irregular, and once every few days there will be a time where its torrent will weaken. With a small smile on his face, Leo notified the entire army. Prepare for battle. We are going to war. It will take 2 days to cross the river and get behind Gordon's army. With a grin on his face, Leo's sight was set beyond Gordon's army. Chapter 353. The time for battle. Gordon's army has begun to move. Their destination is likely to be the Oster Plain, sir. As you predicted, they really chose Oster Plain here. Receiving the report, I and Duke Lowenstein look at the map. Taking Mount Haina as their high vantage point and having the battle on the plain. Everything went according to our predictions so far. Well, if it's in this area, then that is the only likely place. They would be the one at a disadvantage instead if they choose to fight Leo at his castle after all. So you've ruled out the castle from the start, right? There are several reasons for that. The first one is that Gordon is more skilled in fighting on a plain. The second is that it takes time to win a siege battle. Third, if they want to make full use of their dragon knights, fighting on a plain is better than a siege. With the reasons I mentioned, it is safe to assume that Gordon will not try to attack the castle. You are speaking like an experienced general. I'm good at predicting others, you see. Gordon and William's major problem right now is their supply. The more troops they gathered, the more they would have to expend their supply. That's why they will not use a strategy that takes too much time. Moreover, Gordon wants a win to recover from his loss. And as soon as possible as well. With that being the case, they would have a big problem if Leo chose to not leave his castle. A place that they will have the advantage and is acceptable for Leo. The best place that fills such conditions around here is only Oster Plain. Since this will be a decisive battle, they will surely be quite thorough in the selection. That's why they will definitely choose the best battlefield possible for them. They still think that we are way behind Leo's army after all. Our current position is only a short distance away from the northern border. Both Gordon and Leo couldn't afford to look for us since they are focusing on scouting each other out. We set up a flag on Nade Hill and left the camp there without disassembling it. For good measure, we also left some soldiers there to man it. That's why Gordon should still think that the army of the Northern Lords is still behind Leo. They probably came up with their strategy based on that premise. However, in truth, we are closer to the battlefield than anyone else. This is Gordon's miscalculation. Should we use this chance to take Mount Haina first? The fact that Gordon's army is marching now means that William has already made his move. The Dragon Knights have superior mobility, so they must have left to secure the base first. We might indeed be able to take them by surprise, but I don't think that our attack would be that effective in the big picture. Then, the only option left is to pincer them from behind after the battle begins here. That would be our best option. If we can take their rear, Gordon's escape route will be cut off after all. If it goes well, we should be able to completely surround him. With mountains in the north and rivers in the south, there is no escape route. But, will Prince Leonard move as we predicted? Duke Lowenstein's concerns are justified. It would be too late if Leo's army started the battle after we attacked Gordon from the rear. I want to show up behind Gordon when the battle has already started and Gordon's attention turns toward Leo. To accomplish that, our timing has to be in sync with him. Gordon's army has a geographical advantage. It would be a different case if the battle is prolonged, but it probably won't go that easily. From this place, we have to cross a violent river to reach Oster Plain. Only the locals know when the flow weakens. As long as the enemy has the assumption that no army can cross this river, then we don't have to worry about being discovered. But once we cross it, that will be an entirely different matter. The closer we are to the enemy, the greater the risk of detection will be. It is as Duke Lowenstein says. We are an army of over 10,000 men. Even when we limited the size of our encampment to one camp, we already stood out enough. We cannot stand around and wait for Leo to finish his preparations forever. That being said, the period where we can cross the river is fixed. If we do not cross the river when flow weakens, then we might not be able to make it in time for the battle. Should I dispatch a messenger? No need. Just like how I know Leo, Leo also knows me. You want me to believe in a special bond between twins? It is not something that's superficial. We are reading each other's movements. It is like how the generals read every small detail of the battlefield through their experiences. Don't worry. He will move. My life is already in your hand. I don't mind such a thing now. Still, it is a different story for the other nobles, you know. Just tell them that Char is relaying our strategy to Leo on that side. Let them know that everything is according to plan. When things go wrong, it will not be easy to recover, you know. When the time comes, we will break through them from the front. The Duke astoundedly sighed at me. Then, where did that confidence come from? Gordon is a veteran general, you know. In the past, that is. He is different now. I will not lose to someone who values his life more than victory in battle. Do you not value your life? Is it permissible to let someone else risk their lives for me without risking mine? If it is necessary to throw down my life to obtain victory, then I will do it with no hesitation. Of course, I will do my best to make sure that it won't come to that though. That is the last resort. If the situation calls for the need for me to throw down my life, then it would be when we are in a real crisis. The imperial family is a banner that leads. It is our duty to avoid throwing away our lives. Order the army to depart. We are crossing that river. Understood. Thus we waited for the moment when the torrent weakened and successfully crossed the river. After that, we bypassed the mountain and circled behind Gordon's army. Prince Leonard has launched an attack, sir. Behind Gordon's army. A place that no one would think that there would be an army lying in wait. The Union of Northern Lords' army was waiting there. He really did it, her. I told you so, right? It's kind of irritating that I have nothing to say back to that proud face of yours. Very well, is it okay for us to march out now? Commander. Of course. Then please give us your command. The army of the Union of the Northern Lords numbered over 10,000. Aside from the nobles, their knights just recently learned that the leader of this army was me. Some of them are probably still reluctant to fight under the imperial family. So, I walked out and addressed all of them. We are about to depart. This will be a battle where the fate of the North will be decided. So, fight for what you hold dear. That command was unheard of from a general who commanded soldiers at the front line. Right now is the time for the general to raise morale. However, even if a prince like me shouts loudly at them, the Knights of the North's morale would not be affected. After all, the imperial family has long oppressed their lords. There is no way that they would suddenly empathize with me. That's why. I will not ask you, the Knights of the North, to be loyal to the imperial family. I don't think that I am in any position to ask that from you. So fight for what you hold dear. Whether it be your family, your friends, your loved ones, you only need to fight for them. Just follow your heart. Whatever happens, I will bear full responsibility for you. Even in name, I am still their commander. The people of the North should fight to preserve the will of the North. It wouldn't do otherwise. I will not ask you to follow me. Do as you like. Show the enemy the emotions you have suppressed all these years on the battlefields. And live on. The fate of the North can only be carried by those who protected it. Know that your lives are not cheap enough for you to throw away so easily. Show everyone on the continent the bravery and tenacity of Knights of the North. Saying so, I gazed at the nobles who lined up in front of me. Their faces are full of aspiration. That's a good expression. I leave the left wing to Viscount Bornfeld. Earl Zenkel will take command of the right. I am expecting a lot from you too. Why, yes, sir. Please leave it to me. I am counting on you to take command of the center, Duke Lowenstein. Yes, please leave it to me, Your Highness. I have left the vanguards of both wings to our young and fierce warriors. So, I will not allow any failure from those behind them. Everyone. I am counting on you all. Let's show them some pain. I added that so that the other nobles will not become dissatisfied. The vanguard position is an honor, but it is not the most important position in fighting a war. The most important position is those who support them from behind support. They are not allowed to collapse, so I need the most prudent nobles to take charge of it. Our lineup is almost done. The rest is to march to battle. All men advance, it's time for battle. When I swung my hand down, 10,000 knights took a step toward the battlefield. Chapter 354. Commander. Seriously, our plan is completely ruined now, isn't it? Rayna. No. Considering that Anu was made into a loyal subject, fighting on the front line is only a minor problem, right? Even so, if he had begged William, this should have been avoidable, don't you think? Prince William was wary of us. It would be better for us to fight on the front line now rather than being secretly purged, no? But what should we do now? At the forefront of Gordon's army, Rolf and Rayna of the Horsfarth house were stationed there. They are currently discussing their future while watching Leo's army. Their original plan was to be assigned to the rear as their way of taking responsibility for Jide's blunder. They planned to take control of Gordon's base while Leo and Gordon were fighting. However, due to William's plan, Jide was made out to be the prime example of a loyal subject and the Horsfarth house was appointed the vanguard position. As long as they have their allies behind them, it would be difficult for them to make unnecessary movements. It seems that our only choice is to fight here. Our opponent is the hero prince though. We only need to put up a fight. Their aim is Prince Gordon's head. We are not even in their sight. If we show them an opening, they will surely use it to break through the front line. I see. We were ordered to take the lead, but we weren't ordered to fight hard after all. Exactly, father. Due to the terrain, Prince Gordon will not leave the mountainside area. The one who will attack first is Prince Leonard. We will place our knights on the mountainside while stationing the other knights on the riverside. If we set up our formation properly, Prince Leonard will surely break through the riverside. The noble army on Gordon's side numbered around 5,000. Among that number, 3,000 of them were the knights of Horsfarth house. Their skill and number are incomparable to other nobles' knights. Leo will almost certainly aim for the knights of the other nobles. With that being the case, the Horsfarth house's obligation will be fulfilled. We should find a chance to separate ourselves to the north and pretend to flank the enemy. That way we can establish ourselves as the third force as well. Mount Haina is in the north of Oster Plain, but you can bypass it and head north without climbing it. This is possible for them exactly because they were appointed as the vanguard. If they climb the mountain, they will have to deal with William. However, if they head the enemy's flank, they can remain on standby while saying that they couldn't make a move yet because the enemy is vigilant of them. Then once Gordon is at a disadvantage, they can just switch sides. If we let the enemy easily break through the front line, the battle will surely be dominated by Prince Leonard. He came out here fully aware of the disadvantages. He must have some kind of plan in mind. Prince Gordon probably will not win this. But Rayna, don't forget. As long as we cannot take control of their base, we need to weaken Gordon or William in this battle. Otherwise, all credit will be going to Prince Leonard instead. I know. Let's do this. The pair of father and son smiled. A distance away from the Horsfarths, Gordon, the commander of this army, was staring at the enemy army. There, someone called out to him. It was not one of his soldiers. The enemy seems to have some kind of plan. Do you wish to mobilize us? Your Highness Gordon. If I have a use for you, then it will be at the very last minute. You are my insurance. Do not head out on your own. It was a mage donning a black hood. Gordon does not hide his disgust at this suspicious mage. Still, he placed this mage beside him because he is worthy of use. We would like that as well. Our plan is not exactly easy to use after all. I know. It's best not to spend my trump card unnecessarily. The battle has just about to begin after all. Well, in case of emergency, please feel free to summon us. We are ready at any time. Saying so, the mage retired to his own tent. Even Gordon's close aides do not know what unfolds there. After glaring at the mage, Gordon's eyes turned toward Leo's army again. Then finally, the army shows a sign of movement. So you finally come here. Leonard. The enemy army is attacking. Seeing that, Gordon notified his vanguards to prepare for battle. So Leonard chose to attack from the front here. William, who was in the mountain camp, saw Leo launching an attack and sent a messenger to the army on the plain. The entire mountain was being fortified by William's men, and a large number of archer units were placed on the hillside. Leo's vanguard must fight the rain of arrows from the mountain along with their soldiers in the plain. The setup was perfect. Leo should have known that. "Your Highness, are you perhaps worried about something?" "Roger her. The enemy's plan bugged me a bit, you see. If even your Highness doesn't know what they are planning, then I have no idea either." Haha, laughed Roger. William smiled at him and relaxed his shoulders. If he can't figure out the enemy's plan, no matter how hard he thinks, then he has no choice but to be ready for anything. Reporting. Enemy aerial unit spotted. "They are aiming for this place, sir." "Oh. They came, Your Highness. I'm heading out. Be careful." The magic wand is a weapon that is unsuitable for Dragon Knight's use. From the test run, how many shots did you think is the limit? I think it is around 15 shots. It seems that the enemy can shoot as many as they want though. He's truly a monster, that guy. Even so, if we do not stop him, we will be deprived of our air superiority. Please rest assured. This Roger will stop them. Roger said with a grin before running off to prepare for battle. With this, battles will occur in various places. The sky will be left to Roger, while William will command their army in the mountain and adjust the strategy according to Gordon's army's movement. Leo's vanguard unit, which had a hard time dealing with attacks from both the mountain and the plain, succeeded in breaking through Gordon's army's front line through their vulnerable part in the noble army. The knights belonging to the Horsevarth house saw that and temporarily left the battlefield to head to a flanking position. William clicked his tongue when he saw that. If they put up a proper fight, it should have been possible for their army to push back the enemy, but they chose to step aside, resulting in the enemy easily breaking through. I did not expect anything from them from the beginning, but I guess I will have to deal with them later, If they were wiped out, he would have one less worry. William sighs as he tries to move a part of his army. However, at that moment, chills ran through William's back. The intuition honed by his many battle experiences is telling him that something bad is happening. Deploy the backup Dragon Knights. Follow me. We are heading to the rear. William moved behind Gordon's army with the Dragon Knights he stationed at the base as the reserve force. The low sound of a war horn reached William's ears. It did not only affect William alone but the entire battlefield. Damn it. So the rear is truly our ruin, William said that as he hurriedly descended. In his eyes reflected an army of over 10,000 knights. The flags they raised have many colors, but all of them belong to the northern nobles. Intercepting position. The knights are rushing in, archers to the front. William quickly prepares for defense and gives his order to Gordon's army that fell into confusion. At that time, a particularly large banner was erected at the center of the enemy army. The banner depicts a black and a white sword crossing over each other over a red background. It's a twin sword banner. It seems that the northern nobles have come to Leonard's aid, sir. The Dragon Knight flying beside him said so, but William himself felt something off from that banner. And that strange feeling was soon resolved. The color scheme of the twin swords is the opposite of Leonard's. Everything else is the same. And it was not by mistake. He was convinced of that. No. The color scheme of the swords is reversed. What? Perhaps they made it in a hurry. Do you think the Empire would make such a mistake? That is intentional. There is only one person who can use a banner that resembles Leonard's so much like that. William dives down at high speed and orders the mage behind him to use voice-amplifying magic. He then speaks to the whole battlefield. The Northern Lord's army is at our rear. Their commander is the 7th Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler. Anyone who dares to underestimate the dull prince will be cut down by me. Do not let your guard down. Our defeat at the imperial capital was due to the Black Twin Princes. Do not let them rendezvous. We are paying them back for the imperial capital. William tries to boost the army's morale. However, with a momentum that can swallow their morale whole, the allied forces of the northern nobles begin the assault with their swords raised high. Chapter 355. Invention and Usage. I should say, as expected of William Herr. I originally intended to let the army charge in while the enemy soldiers in the rear are still confused from the sound of the war horn and breaking through them all at once, but he managed to get them into a defensive formation. But there is no stopping us now. I'm counting on you, all right? Please leave it to me. The knights who have to charge in first will face a lot of risks. So, I was made to command the army from the rear. That's why I have no choice but to entrust the front line to Duke Lowenstein. I stopped my advance and waved my hand at him to send him off. Acknowledging that, Duke Lowenstein slowly moves his horse forward and heads off. Following him are the knights at the center and subsequently our left and right wings. The vanguard of the Northern Lord's army has begun to advance. Their pace is still slow. Then, Duke Lowenstein addressed the whole army. We have pledged ourselves to the Black Twin Princes. Our duty is to destroy every obstacle in their way. Knights of the North, do not retreat. Do not stop. Do not be afraid. This charge is our great step toward the future. Raise your voice. Let's make this first step be a proud one. The knights cheer. Their horses galloping faster and faster. They charge toward the enemy like a tidal wave. However, William will not take on that silently either. The biggest weakness of cavalry charge is the moment they are charging. No matter how hard the armor they covered themselves with, they will not come out unscathed from a rain of arrows. Just by using simple bows and arrows, the enemy can significantly reduce their number. That is the reason why no country uses knights as its main force. The knights are the elites of your army. It takes a huge amount of time and effort to train them. It would be a waste to let them die at the tip of a single arrow. Using the knights to charge at the enemy is not cost-effective. The tactics the army utilizes a cavalry charge in are those that exploit the enemy's opening. It is rare to see cavalry charge directly at the enemy from the front. However, that is how you use a knight. The reason why knights are not used in expeditions anymore is the high mortality rate. Some people even ridiculed the knights as an outdated existence. Certainly, you could call them that. Especially in the age where magic and weapons have developed so much. Charging at the enemy head-on without any plan is certainly an outdated strategy. However, if something is outdated, then you can just modernize it. If a charge is not enough by itself, then we can always use it in combination with 2 or 3 other tactics. The combined power of the knight's charge is comparable to a powerful spell. In other words, they are capable enough to blow away the enemy's formation. That in itself already made them worth using. If they have a weakness, then I just have to compensate for it with something else. Ready the archers. As we practiced. Yes, Your Highness. Archers. To the front. The archers that were selected beforehand moved a certain distance away to the front. These archers are expert marksmen selected from every noble's army that specialized in shooting at long distances. A strangely shaped ball was tied to their arrow. The size of the ball is around that of a big toe. This is the thing that will compensate the knight's weakness. Knock. No, CK. The order was shouted for all to hear. The archers hold up their longbows diagonally and pull the bowstrings. Silence took over for a moment. During that time I focused my eyes on the enemy. The enemy is also watching for their timing to unleash their arrows. Thanks to William's swift action, there are archer units at the enemy's rear. They are probably waiting for the order for a coordinated attack. If we leave them alone, the number of our knights will decrease. If the number of our knights decreases, their charging power will also decrease. If that happens, we will not be able to tear a path through them. In other words, we cannot afford to lose any. While muttering so, I saw a small movement from William, who was giving instructions from the sky. Fire. Fiery. Arrows were let loose all at once. The enemy's arrows were also fired a beat later. Our arrows steadily rose up and reached the sky above our vanguards. This means that the enemy's arrows are also flying toward us. A simple arrow cannot stop them. However, what we fired just now weren't just arrows. Even a failed product has its use depend on the way you use it. Completely agree on that, sir. Sebers, who was quietly waiting behind me, nodded. Then, the balls that were tied to the arrows started to let out a small glow. Suddenly, The balls burst out a blast of air. A strong gust of wind is blowing above the vanguards. It became a barrier that repels all arrows. Since it's already difficult for arrows to find their target, the wind is their natural enemy. With a sudden gust blowing out of nowhere, they can do nothing against it. The enemy arrows have their trajectories changed and landed far away from the vanguards. The name of this invention is breeze ball, a defective product developed by Cuba, our Minister of Technology. It was supposed to be a magic tool that let you cool down on a hot day with a soft breeze. However, the finished product ended up blasting out a gust so strong that it can blow furniture in the room away. Moreover, since it uses up all the magic power accumulated inside when it is used, you can only use it once. Certainly, a defective product. However, unexpectedly, it has some uses here. I feel bad for William, but even with the archer units he tried so hard to assemble couldn't cut down the number of the Northern Knights. The vanguards continued to move forward without losing any momentum. I can clearly see the enemy drawing back at the inevitable. That's a matter of course given that the one leading this charge is Duke Lowenstein, the Thunder God himself. Even children can understand what comes next. A roaring sound echoed through the battlefield and a huge thunder struck down on the enemy. It was a thunder magic of Duke Lowenstein. Like his namesake of the Thunder God suggests, both its power and range are slightly higher than those of a coordinated thunder spell cast by a group of ordinary mages. Normally, if you want to cover that distance, then you would need a unit of 100 mages. The Duke is capable of doing that by himself. From the enemy's point of view, they probably couldn't help but run away. The enemy's rear, which was in an intercepting formation, fell into chaos. Using that opening, the vanguards charged in. Without slowing down, the Northern Knights overrun the enemy army. Even William should find this difficult to recover from. Prepare the second and third assault units. Have the second unit charge after our vanguard. Deploy the third unit in the direction of Mount Haina. If the enemy shows signs of movement, then instruct the third unit to charge up the mountain. Once the enemy descends the mountain, there is nothing they can do. Yes, sir. Second and third units. Get ready. While giving out my orders, I look at the enemy's movement. For the time being, we are dominating them. How the situation will develop depends on how they will respond. They will probably not fold with only this much. If it ends with only this much, then there should not be the need for me to come out here in the first place. You are one of the few strong enemies I recognized. This is not all you've got, right? William. He sensed the surprise attack and managed to set up an intercepting formation. Our current situation is one that we managed to breach that formation and stole the initiative. If he is a general who can't even regain the initiative in this situation, then people wouldn't dub him as the Dragon Prince. The battle has just begun. Even I don't know what will happen next. Chapter 356. A good lineup. They breached through. Although they managed to set up an intercepting formation, the enemy was allowed through it. If he allows them to charge in as they pleased, then the rear army will be destroyed. Gordon will be caught in a pincer attack and their escape route will be cut off. He has to stop their momentum here. Fight. Move the line back. Temporarily fall back. Gordon is currently holding the front line on the other side. William tried to make his instructions easier to understand, but by moving the rear line back means that they are pushing Gordon toward Leo. Gordon's army is being attacked from the front. Their withdrawal here won't cause Gordon to be crushed by his own allies, but it will definitely make the battlefield cramped up, rendering him unable to move as he pleased. Even so, William ordered them to fall back. In the meantime, he is leading his Dragon Knights out to lock the enemy vanguard in a stalemate. I assumed that you are Duke Lowenstein, the Thunder God. So you are the Dragon Prinker, right? Indeed. Why did you choose to side with our enemy? You should have received many messengers from our side, no? You won't understand unless I spell it out for you, her. I will not. Gordon is your grandson. Allying yourself with Gordon would make more sense, wouldn't it? As Duke Lowenstein led the charge into the enemy army, William descended down in front of him and stalled the vanguard's advance. Knowing that they will be attacked if they ignore him, the Duke has no choice but to engage William here. After all, The Duke is the only one here who can fight against him. Duke Lowenstein held up his spear and cracked his neck. The strongest advantages of the vanguard unit were the surprise element and Duke Lowenstein who led the charge. His presence not only boosts their morale but their overall strength. Since Duke Lowenstein can simply destroy his enemy's formation, it is much easier for the men behind him to follow. And since the center of William's rear army has collapsed, the vanguards on both wings also have an easier time breaking through. The only way to stop the Northern Lord's army's momentum is to stop Duke Lowenstein. That's why William appeared before him. To think that you would try to stop me with words. It seems that you are in a much tighter spot than I expected, aren't you? I have my hands full because of a certain prince you see. Chimpate. Then is that not enough of an answer? We were touched by that certain prince and chose to follow him. We were fascinated. A prince so fascinating that we want to lay down our lives. Even while I am connected to Gordon by blood, I felt no such thing from him. The feelings of the North are heavy. There is only one prince who can carry it on his back. A prince that everyone makes light of is the only prince for us who has been looked down on all this time. That prince has entered the war. If we ignore that, then we will have no pride left as aristocrat. So how about it? Prince William, won't you switch to our side? That is a tempting offer, but if it's about being fascinating, then our side has won as well. I called him my friend and gave him my word that we will march to war together. This William will never betray that feeling. Even if we have to fight on two fronts, we will never give in. I shall engrave Gordon's name into the great history of war. William pushed up his spear and raised his sword. Seeing that, the morale of the soldiers behind William rose all at once. Duke Lowenstein looks at them without advancing further. His instinct tells him that the enemy has some kind of plan. However, the left and right wings started pushing in again. No, get back. Prepare yourself. The moment the Duke looked away, William saw an opening and charged toward Duke Lowenstein. It was a thrust with the acceleration speed of a flying dragon. In response, Duke Lowenstein parried it away with a swing from his spear using both of his arms. The Duke and William locked eyes and William flew away at a low altitude. Seeing the signal, several huge arrows flew at the vanguards from the mountain. TSK. They have ballistae installed on the mountain. Duke Lowenstein clicked his tongue while using his magic to intercept the ballista arrows that flew his way. The reason William did not use it from the start was because of the location of his allies and the vanguard's mobility. And no matter how one thinks about it, aiming the ballistae that should have been aiming toward the front in this direction in such a short time is impossible. So he set those up just in case. His good. William, who arrived at the battlefield earlier than anyone else, had time to imagine many battle scenarios after he finished setting up his base in the mountain. Using that time, he created a base that can support the rear army in case the enemy army should appear behind them. He had mobile ballistae set up in the mountain base. The number itself is not large, but it is enough to buy time for them. The troops that temporarily withdrew are now ready to fight again. How are the wings? They were shot in their charge, sir. They suffered huge damage. Tell them to temporarily retreat. If we do not do something about that mountain, then we will only pile up the casualties. If they continue to attack as they were, they should be able to expect some result, but in return, many knights will be lost. To have a pincer attack means that the armies on both sides are strong enough to contain the enemy caught in the middle. If one side is weakened, the enemy will push through. If that happens, their chance of victory will be lost. In the first place, the main attacker here is not the army of the Northern Lords. If they can distract William's attention here, then that should already provide enough support. Send a messenger to the commander. Tell him that we will stall Prince William here. Yes, sir. While sending a messenger to the rear, Duke Lowenstein ordered the damaged wings to fall back while retreating a little distance away. In Duke Lowenstein's eyes, he can see William rallying up his soldiers while flying at low altitudes. He's quite a good young man, isn't he? He's a waste on my failed grandson. While saying so, Duke Lowenstein shot a spell at William. William easily avoided it. Seeing that, the morale of the enemy soldiers rises even further. But that was good. As long as William is wary of him and unable to move away, That's good enough. The enemy's morale is riding on William's shoulders. Whenever William leaves the front line, it will inevitably drop. That's why William cannot move away from this place. I will have you accompany this old man for a while. It was a decision backed by his battle experiences. Realizing the aim of this old veteran, William had to grind his teeth as he could not move away. Leo's headquarters. Information was coming in one after another. The vanguards led by General Harnish are struggling with enemy support fire from the mountain. The Northern Lord's army that appeared behind the enemy is being stalled by Prince William. Duke Horsfarth's army that moved to the side still shows no sign of moving. The aerial unit heading for Mount Haina is engaging with the enemy Dragon Knights. Leo, who silently listened to all those reports, was thinking about the next move. It would be difficult to advance forward without capturing the mountain first. However, the mountain is an enemy's base. Even if they try to capture it from the sky, the enemy Dragon Knights will be blocking their path. It's a good lineup. Don't you think so? Veen. What are you praising the enemy for? Seriously. You don't seem surprised at Ul's appearance at the enemy's rear at all. Did you know beforehand? No. But I did expect it. At least I wanted you to say that you heard it from Lady Charlotte, you know. You creepy twins. To be capable of this means that the two of them are able to coordinate at a strategic level even in a situation where communication is impossible. From a tactician's point of view, that is beyond the level of a headache. If the enemy's reinforcements suddenly appeared at the rear, it wouldn't be strange for an army to collapse. That's a bad way to put it. I thought that I was already being kind though. More importantly, what are you going to do? What's your opinion as a strategist? If we cannot settle the battle in the sky, then we cannot capture the mountain. We should continue our attack from the riverside where the enemy's fire support won't reach. Right. But the enemy's defense will be strong there. Then we should send in another unit. A highly destructive one if possible. It seems that is our only play. Can I count on you? Lady Charlotte. Hearing Leo's question, Char bowed. She then replies, "Please leave it to me. I will let them witness the power of the 47 clans of the North. If that's how you want to do it, then may I head out as well? Your Highness. I would be troubled if even Marquis Greisner heads out as well. I would have no one who can command the main army here after all. It's all right. I won't be going out myself for the time being. For the time being, her. When he can easily predict the future where he will be forced to take command of the whole army, Veen frowns. To such Veen, Marquis Greisner speaks to him with a bitter smile. Forgive me, Winfried Donno. The 47 clans of the North have finally united. I wouldn't be able to do my part if I stay behind and take command here. Seriously. Please don't overdo it, okay? If the unit that has the highest morale is defeated, then we wouldn't be able to recover. I understand. With that said, Char and Marquis Greisner left to prepare their unit. While seeing those two off, Veen expressed his concern to Leo. Be careful. Gordon is the type of general that leads from the front. The fact that he remains in the back means that he has some kind of plan. I think so too. Their elites still haven't come out yet either. I've got a bad feeling about this. The eyes of the two are focused at the center of the enemy army. There was still no movement there. Chapter 357. End of the Assassins. The Listers on the mountain her. It seems they have properly fortified their position. It would seem so, sir. What will you do now? The Northern Lord's army consisted mostly of cavalry. They won't be able to take the mountain. We can attack the rear army for now, but everything else will be depending on Leo. It seems that they also have their own problem on that side though. Well, it wouldn't be so easy, right? Saying so, I fall back with Sebers. The knights tried to follow us, but I told them that I needed time to think, so they kept their distance. The battlefield has entered a stalemate. Duke Lowenstein and William, who is commanding the enemy rear army, can only stare at each other, and the only one who has the potential to break the stalemate for them is the army on the mountain, which is pointing the ballistae our way. However, if they recklessly descend the mountain, they can expect to suffer great damage. The only thing that is forcing a stalemate on us is their presence on the mountain. If Mount Haina is taken when they descend the mountain, then Gordon's army will have no chance of winning. William understands that as well. If he is going to move them, then it would be the time he is willing to bet everything. Until then, there should only be some minor exchanges. For example, sending an assassin, right? It's been a long time. Dull prince. When we fell back to our rear, we were surrounded by multiple assassins. Their total number is 7. On a horseback, the hooded man who seemed to be their leader called out to me. His voice was familiar. Xandaranyu's assassin her. You are quite tenacious, aren't you? To think that you survived. We are avenging Xandrasama's death. If I recalled correctly, his name was Gunther, was it? An assassin who uses magic. This is the second time that he came to assassinate me. Well, he was ordered to do that the first time, but in the end, he changed his mind and tried to abduct me though. I can see that he is a subordinate who has Xandaranyu's best interest in his mind. Gunther takes off his hood. There was a big burning scar on his face. His movement is also awkward. Perhaps it was not only his face that was burnt. Even though he survived, it seems that he still had to cross a dangerous bridge here. Even if you kill me, Xandaranyu won't come back, you know? Even so, Xandrasama's name will remain. Every one of us here are those whose lives were saved by Xandrasama. She was our savior. We couldn't die together with her. But at least we can deliver your head to her soul. With that said, Gunther jumps at me. He put everything into that attack. However, Sebas easily intercepted Gunther's dagger. I can't say that I'm impressed. Do you think that if you put your feelings into your strike it will become stronger? When Sebas said that with a small voice, an assassin tried to attack me from behind. Of course, his blade never reached me. On the contrary, the assassin fell forward without saying anything. A dagger was stuck in his neck. It was a dagger that Sebas hid on his leg. He sent it flying using a kicking momentum. It's not something that everyone can do. That much is obvious given the surprised look on Gunther and his assassins' faces. Sending it flying is already hard enough, and there should still be a problem with the aim. Even so, Sebas did it without any difficulty. There is a decisive difference in their skill as an assassin. Even if all 7 of them attack together, they have no chance of winning. Gunther has lost the moment he fails his surprise attack. Push in. Even one blow can kill Arnold. Saying so, Gunther tries to restrict Sebas's movement. However, Sebas simply threw his daggers at the assassins while dealing with Gunther. All of them hit their marks. With a dagger stuck in their vital, the assassins fall down one after another. Even when they try to throw their dagger in response, Sebas just parries them away. Soon after, all 6 assassins collapsed, leaving only Gunther as the last man. Gunther stopped the dagger Sebas swung at him with his shoulder. Since he knew that he couldn't avoid it, he probably took the blow like that to protect his neck. With his shoulder deeply pierced, Gunther grabbed Sebas's other arm. Do it. When Gunther shouted, the 8th assassin came out from hiding and dashed toward me. The basic of assassination is surprise attack. Humans will always believe only in what they see. It would be natural to concentrate your focus on the last enemy. An assassination plan that uses the lives of 6 of their comrades. The fact that he did not appear until now was to make us think that there is no longer anyone waiting in ambush. It's a good tactic. It might have worked if Sebas wasn't my escort her. A loud noise echoed. And when I noticed, Sebas already slashed the 8th assassin. How did he get out of the restraint? The answer lies in his right arm, which is currently hanging down. He dislodged his joint. Multiple joints. It is not uncommon for an assassin to be able to dislocate one of their joints. However, Sebas is capable of dislocating multiple joints all over his body. Moreover, he can still freely move his limbs. He can even do it with his muscles alone. How did he train to acquire such a body? That is one of the biggest mysteries about Sebas. If you wanted to restrain me, then you should have used magic instead. How many mages do you think that is capable enough to restrain someone like you? I can at least think of one. Saying so, Sebas approaches Gunther from the front. Gunther throws a dagger at Sebas, but he only grabs it. He then uses it to offset the flaming magical dagger that was hidden behind it. Damn you, Death. You fought well with that body. You should give up now. Give up. Don't mess with me. If your own younger brother was murdered, would you just give up on revenge? That is a stupid question. I would not allow my brother to get killed in the first place. Gunther frowned at my words. He must be thinking of me as the one who killed his master. However, that is not the case. You chose the wrong guy to ask that question to. You cannot reason with someone from the Adler clan. What? In a situation where you have to pick one out of two, the Adler clan is those that will choose to have both. We are the most unreasonable clan on the whole continent. That's why we are worth serving. You must have experienced that same unreasonableness before, right? That's right. Gunther whispers and points his dagger at himself. He probably wants to take his own life. That's not a bad choice either. If he wants to end it, then it would be fine to let him. But, Gunther, you say that by killing me, Xandra Anyu's name will remain, right? But killing me will not make her name be remembered. What? You are Anyu's aide. I do not want you to die with regret. So I will tell you. The name of Xandra Lake's Adler will not disappear. I will never forget it. No matter what form it is, I will make sure that she will be remembered. Not as a sinner but my elder sister. Even after she tried to take your life. Why? I'm her younger brother. When he heard that, Gunther broke his poker face and laughed aloud. After laughing for a while, he speaks to me. You are crazy, you know that. We are that kind of family. We are beyond help already. We are trying to do God's deed with the mortal body. Do you know when we started becoming like this? It was when the Demon King appeared. Back then the continent was saved by the hero and the holy sword. But the Adler clan relied on no miracle. We sought out better successors to cultivate our bloodline for the coming disaster. Since there is no guarantee that the hero will win next time, the Adler clan has been preparing. For hundreds of years, we prepared for something that we did not know for certain if it would actually come. People would call us crazy. However, the Adler clan is serious. If we were not serious, then we would not be able to be one of the most prominent clans on the continent. That's the kind of lineage I've got. However, that is exactly why we possess the charm that attracts people. After all, people always seek out what they do not have. At every turning point of the era, there's always a big fool at the center of it. Calling us crazy is only a compliment, you know. Tempate. What a clan. It was the same clan that you were fascinated by. Xandra Anyu was also an Adler. So I will never forget her. If you loyally served an Adler, then show me an unforgettable ending to the dull prince her. Gunther said with a smile on his face. He then readjusted his dagger and turned it toward Sebas. With his dagger wrapped in flames, he unleashed a blow at Sebas with all his got. The two crossed each other and Sebas's cheek was scratched. It was a good blow. I will remember your name. Gunther. Ugar. Gunther vomits blood and collapses on his knees. With a dagger stuck in his chest, there is no saving his life anymore. Do you have anything left to say? Gordon is being helped by a suspicious mage. I see. You have some countermeasure. Right. This is the second time, after all. Of course. I've already thoroughly prepared for it. Chempage. As expected of Xandrasama's younger brother, you didn't miss anything at all. Saying so, Gunther collapsed. Seeing that, Sebas squints his eyes at Gunther's body. Winning an assassin's loyalty is no easy task. He lived for Xandrasama until the very end. Right. Muttering so, I sigh. An Adler would always choose to save two in a situation where you can only save one, but we cannot always do that. Keep becoming stronger. Keep moving forward. It was because we have always strengthened our bloodline that I was born as a perfect mage. Still, there are times that I feel helpless. There are always those that we cannot save. I have always wondered, you know, what would it be like if I was born a commoner? People always wish for something that they cannot have, sir. As most commoners can never dream to be royalty, someone from the imperial family can never be a commoner. Right. As long as I was born to this family, I have to fulfill its obligation. With that said, I made my determination again. Next time, I will defeat my elder brother. Chapter 358. The next step. Leo's vanguards are being led by General Harnish. However, after they have broken through the enemy noble army, their momentum has fallen. Relocate the shield infantries to the left. Harden our defense on the mountainside. William's army is providing support fire for Gordon's army from Mount Haina. The closer they push closer to Gordon's main army, the more intense it becomes. Furthermore, what lies waiting for them are now the Imperial soldiers who sided with Gordon. In terms of skill, they are equivalent to the army led by Harnish. Right now Harnish is focusing on maintaining the front line, as assaulting the enemy would only lead to an increase in casualty. Seriously, even when I was told about it beforehand, this sure is a tough role. While saying so, Harnish brandishes his spear. Before the battle, Harnish was told the role of his vanguard unit by Vying, Leo's strategist. The enemy army will provide fire support from the mountain. It is almost certain that the vanguard's advance will be stopped. That's why the vanguards have the duty to stall the enemy. Their real attacker will be the second assault unit. Originally, the vanguard position is a prestigious role in battle, but this time it is an ugly role to have. Still, he accepted the task while knowing what he must do. Harnish is a soldier. A soldier is not a knight. On the battlefield, the only thing that should be in a soldier's mind is how to win. During his days as General Estman's adjutant, that was what he was taught. That's why Harnish took on the most difficult role. He will be the shield that endures the enemy's counterattack and hold this position. When will reinforcements arrive? This is also a battle against such impatient thoughts. Still, Harnish persevered. Sir, it's the war horn. So they've arrived her. Only knights blow war horn into battle. From Harnish's unit's right side. The second assault unit is coming up from the riverside. At the same time, lightning struck the enemy army. Harnish laughs at that scene. Ha ha ha. The enemy probably wouldn't have thought that there would be two thunder gods here. Good. Let's push up too. Make some noise and lure their attention here. Harnish raised his spear and started dedicating himself to supporting the second unit with a smile. O thunders of the sky! Show me your malevolent figure. Shining flashes. Gather and form a single line. Scorch and illuminate the earth. Thunder. Fall. The lightning strike destroyed the enemy's formation. Using that chance, Char charges at the enemy army while raining down lightning strikes upon the enemy. Seeing that figure of hers, the knights of the Northern Lord's army have their morale boosted while the enemy was instilled with fear. The thunder god. Fall back. Fall back. Some soldiers that almost fell victim to Char's thunder screamed and began to retreat. Seeing that, Char tried to rush further in, but she stopped when she saw that an enemy general was regaining control of his soldiers. Do not fall back. What would you do if you run? The thunder god will be right behind you. There is no escape. Do not be afraid of a little girl. The only way to survive is forward. Charge. It was General Fidessa who issued that command. He sensed the danger of a frontal collapse and personally came out to the front line. Wielding his spear, Fidia tries to restrain Char's movement. Seeing that, Char put a thunder on her right hand. Girl. I know that you belong to the Lowenstein family. Name yourself. One of the 47 clans of the north, Charlotte of the Zweig house. Are you going to be my opponent? General. The granddaughter of the thunder god her. I couldn't ask for a better opponent. Fidessa galloped his horse toward Char and thrust his spear out at her. However, Char blocked it using her arm, which was clad in lightning. With that kind of thrust, do you think you can stop the thunder of the north? With Fidessa's spear stopped with her right hand, Char shoots lightning at him with her left hand. When battling a mage, you have to be careful of both of their hands. After all, a mage can attack you even without any weapon. He received the lightning using his right arm and severe pain ran through it. He shouldn't be able to move it freely for a while. However, Fidessa only frowns and repositions his spear. Fidessa has been standing on the battlefield since he was still a child. He was a son of a noble house who had no chance of succeeding his family. That's why the easiest way for him to make something for himself is to prove his worth on the battlefield. As he climbed up to the rank of general, he has faced death many times already. There were many times that his arms were rendered useless. To that Fidessa, this kind of injury is nothing special. Behold, soldiers, my arm is still working. If it was the real thunder god, then my whole body would have been charred already. Do not be afraid of the false thunder god. There is only one thunder god in the north. Prince William is already dealing with him. A prince of another country is fighting our war. If you run away in fear, then what will that make you? Remember your harsh training. Right now is the time to use it. It was a severe burn. He had a gauntlet on, so it was inconspicuous, but it was an injury that should cause him tremendous pain just by raising his arm. Still, Fidessa decided to raise it up and flaunt it to his soldiers. To destroy the illusion of the thunder god. Charge. Counterattack. Saying so, Fidessa thrusts his spear toward Char again. While she is able to defend against it with one hand, the thrust is much sharper and all she could do was stay defensive. Seeing that, the morale of Gordon's army rose further. In that situation, Fidessa raised his spear up. Using that as a signal, 5 soldiers leaped out from behind Fidessa. They are all holding a crossbow. And it wasn't just a simple crossbow. It was the state-of-the-art, rotating magic crossbow. Because they only have a few, it was only distributed among the main army, but Fidessa brought a few of them here to the front line. After all, a half-hearted attack is not enough to kill a powerful mage. Char sensed the danger and put up a lightning barrier. However, without relenting, Fidessa swung his spear down. Fire. Multiple bolts hit Char's lightning barrier. To keep up with that overwhelming fire rate, Char poured more magic power into her barrier. However, that made her become less vigilant to the surrounding threats. When the bolts stopped, Char's barrier managed to hold on. However, she didn't notice that a threat is descending down from the sky. Good work, General Fidessa. It was William who was supposed to be confronting Duke Lowenstein, who descended from the sky. His spear is pointed at the now defenseless Char. Char tries to divert his spear, but William's thrust is unlike that of Fidessa. She could take it for a moment, but soon its momentum pushed the tip into her arm. Then, the spear steadily homes into Char's chest. However, is it not a courtesy to greet a lady first? Prince William. The spear was parried away by a sword from the side. Leo was there straddling on Noir. If you do not start with a self-introduction first, then the ladies will hate you, you know? It seems that I will have to settle the score with you first, Leonard. William holds up his spear against the grinning Leo. They then went up to the sky and exchanged blows midair. Chapter 359. Diagonal Formation. It was a while ago that I felt something wrong on the front line. Although William had left, the enemy soldiers' morale did not drop at all. On the contrary, their morale is only rising. I thought that he was back and resumed command, but it seems that is not the case. Move the headquarters forward. We are going to join Duke Lowenstein. Yes, Your Highness. All men, advance. While giving instructions to the army, I am looking forward to seeing what the enemy has done. They managed to switch commander before we noticed her. But the only person who can take Prince William's place is... Gordon probably came out from his main camp. Gordon has good compatibility against the Northern Lord's army, which consisted mostly of cavalry. On the other side, Leo's army has access to aerial units, and Leo himself can fight in the sky. Rather than Gordon, William is better suited to deal with him. Having said that, to be able to change their commander without us noticing, the enemy must have deployed some advanced trick. Gordon, who just came out from their headquarters, smoothly took command of the rear army from William. Of course, it is difficult to take over command halfway through. You can't do that unless the commander knows each other well. Even rotten as he is, they are still friends. Then is it correct to assume that Prince William went to face Leonardsama? Will that be all right, sir? It will be fine. In terms of compatibility, Leo has better compatibility against William than Gordon. William is a well-balanced general after all. When I said that to Sebas, we arrived at the front line. The attack has stopped. Perhaps Duke Lowenstein has noticed that something is wrong as well. Duke. It appears that Gordon came out, you know. So he came after all. We couldn't restrain the dragon prince her. It's not exactly a bad thing since you managed to lure out the enemy's commander. While approaching Duke Lowenstein on horseback, I look at the enemy. Then, the enemy soldiers began to cheer. Since he saw that we came out to the front, he came out to welcome us her. Can I speak to him? When I asked the Duke so, he summoned a mage for me. Voice amplifying magic is not that difficult of a spell. However, you have to conserve magic power on the battlefield. There is still much work left for Duke Lowenstein here, and he probably understands that as well. The spell is ready, sir. Good. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Gordon. We haven't met since the Imperial capital, right? My voice reaches the enemy. In response, the enemy replied with a loud voice. Temph, cheeky as always, right? Arnold. Saying so, Gordon appeared on horseback. A carefree expression floats on his face. Apparently, it seems that this situation is still within Gordon's expectation. So, what is someone who has always loathed being a prince like you doing here with all the nobles of the north? You have never been the type that would eagerly fulfill your responsibility as a prince, right? I still hate living like a prince. I am not someone that lives like an adler. But I can't prioritize my own safety when I just ordered more than 10,000 men to risk their lives. Until this war end, I've decided to live like an adler. The adlers have a charm that attracts people. That charm is very easy to understand. Some may think that I'm a fool to come out here. However, some people do prefer such a fool. That also applied to the northern nobles. They were made light of because of father's realistic judgment. That's why it's necessary to give them a dream. That's why the best thing I can do is to behave like an adler should. It's not acting. It is more accurate to say that I am showing them one side of me. No matter what happens, I am still an imperial prince. The arrogance and greed of Adler are flowing in my vein. So what will you do as an Adler? I will not give up. No matter the difficulty, I will seek the best result possible. This war is a conflict between Adlers. So I will settle this as an Adler would. With the Northern Lords united, I will win the war. Leo will be credited for the victory and we will have the advantage in the succession war. And I will save the lives that can be saved. As Leo always does. Don't make me laugh. What is waiting for you is no happy ending. It will be your greatest failure. Then show it to me. You went so far as to cause a rebellion because you believed that you are worthy enough to become an emperor, right? Why don't you show me what you're made of here? You don't have to ask. All men, to attack position. Gordon gave his command and launched a fierce assault. The right wing is falling back. The enemy's offensive is intensifying, sir. The left wing is engaging the enemy. They are pushing the enemy back, sir. I close my eyes while listening to the report. I imagine the top-down image of the battlefield. What is going on now, if viewed from above, is perfectly reproduced in my head. The enemy is concentrating their offensive on the right wing, you know. Are you sure that you want the right wing to keep retreating like this? Let them fall back. The center will remain in the same position. Instruct the left wing to push forward. What are you planning? If this keeps up, the right wing will be pushed too far back and we will be flanked by their main army, you know. I am not going to make such a mistake. Saying so, I look at the enemy and wait for the timing. My aim is the moment when the enemy puts all their effort into attacking the right wing. Our right wing is being pushed back while our left wing is advancing forward. This will form an upward sloping diagonal formation. Because we are still in formation, the enemy will want to get serious and push the right wing further back to destroy it. And that moment will be the time when the enemy is most vulnerable. Come on, come on, come on. While looking at the enemy's main unit, I muttered so. Perhaps they heard my impatient muttering. The enemy main unit showed signs of movement. And I'm not so kind as to miss that. Send a signal to the 3rd Assault Unit standing by at the mountainside. Have them flank the enemy's left wing. As you command. The fact that our formation is a slant that rises to the left means that the enemy's left wing is protruding forward. Originally, their flank should be protected by the mountains, but now they've lost that protection. Moreover, the greatest strength of the Northern Lord's army is its cavalry. In other words, an assault. Since they must continue to run, they are not good in a situation where they have to stop and fight. It was necessary to somehow create a situation where they can continue to assault the enemy. That's the reason behind this diagonal formation and why I let the enemy push heavily on one side. Gordon was caught in that trap and concentrated on the right wing. If it was William, he might have been cautious of it, but Gordon still couldn't shake off his impression of me. That's why, even though he doubts that it might be a trap, he lightly chose to push on without thinking too much about it. Right now the enemy is focusing on breaking through our right wing. That's why their response to the 3rd Assault Unit that charged in from their flank was greatly delayed. They managed to skew the enemy's flank and overrun their formation. In conjunction, I also rebuilt our formation and pushed the enemy back. Fall back. Fall back. We can't, sir. Our allies are behind us. What? The enemy's screams can be heard. The 3rd Assault Team was stationed near the mountain to prevent the enemy from descending the mountain. If they left, the enemy would see it as an opportunity to rush down. After all, they've been waiting for such an opportunity. However, in exchange, they will leave no space for their allies on the front line to fall back. Since they temporarily cannot retreat, their formation was disturbed. Once that happens, what awaits is their total collapse. Seeing the enemy's front line fell into chaos, I ordered the 3rd Assault Unit to temporarily fall back. Duke, let the soldiers rest. It will take the enemy some time to rebuild their formation. Let them rest during that time. Understood. What are you planning to do next? That will depend on the enemy. They will not carelessly attack us anymore. We will probably end up glaring at each other for a while. As I thought, the deciding factor here is the sky her. Yes. Saying so, I and Duke Lowenstein looked up at the sky. Chapter 360. One-on-one aerial showdown. Leo's aerial unit was a mix of the 6th Imperial Knight Corps and the Dragon Knights of the Greisner House. On the other side, the enemy is the elite Dragon Knights under William's direct command centered around the Black Dragon Knights. Both in terms of quantity and quality, William's Dragon Knights are superior to Marquis Greisner's. The reason they can fight evenly with them now was because of the 6th Imperial Knights Corps. Katrina, who leads the Dragon Knights, was frustrated at the situation, but she managed to suppress it down. She knows that the battle on the ground is in a stalemate. No matter how well their offensive is, it would be difficult to cause significant damage to the enemy unless the mountain is taken. In the end, they need air superiority. That's why Katrina did not carelessly attack. Fight in pairs. If you get defeated one by one, then it will only increase the burden on our allies. Prioritize your own survival. While issuing her command, she swings her spear to intercept the enemy Dragon Knight that approached her from below. The Dragon Knights of the Greisner House knew well that they were inferior to the enemy. That is why they will not break formation nor carelessly chase after the enemy even if they were provoked. There was a common understanding among them. The time for them to attack is when their ace wins. We will survive until Finn comes back. Katrina raised her voice. Above where Katrina and the others are fighting, 2 Dragon Knights are fighting against each other. It was Finn and Roger. Since the battle started, the two had been engaging in single combat. And they did not do that because they chose to. The reason it became single combat was simply that there was no one who could keep up with them. So inevitably, their battle turned into a one-on-one fight. This means that if one of them is defeated, the battle situation will tilt to the side of the winner. I can't just fight you one-on-one like this forever, you know. Roger, who received Finn's lightning strike with his great sword, suddenly shouted and thrust straight toward Finn. If the battle was prolonged, Roger would be at a disadvantage. As he battled Roger, Finn understood that and chose to gradually attack Roger from a distance. He understood intuitively that Roger can't use the magic wand consecutively for long. However, Roger understood that as well. The magic wand is just one of the means and he doesn't rely much on it. That's why Roger mostly relied on his skill and techniques as a Dragon Knight. Finn shoots a lightning strike at Roger, who is rushing straight at him. However, Roger narrowly avoided it and immediately closed the distance. I will have your head now. Finn Bros. Roger brandishes his great sword with a scream. On the other hand, Finn fires multiple lightning strikes at his sword. The great sword that was swung down got pushed back and Finn took the chance to widen the distance. And in the same motion, Finn turns the Type 62 wand toward Roger. I cannot afford to lose either. You are truly a worthy opponent. But the same trick won't work twice, you know. Roger on the offense and Finn on the defense. This exchange continues and the two are locked in a stalemate. The attacking side wants to quickly settle the battle while the defending side has to prolong the battle in frustration. For Finn, wasting more time here meant putting his allies at risk. With Finn's absence, the aerial battle is currently in a stalemate. However, over time, the Greisner Dragon Knights will be defeated and they will fall behind. However, Finn suppressed his frustration. I can't rush. I have to believe in everyone. He mutters to himself. The chance will surely arrive. He decided to endure it until then. If he falls here, the enemy will gain the advantage. If that happens, the overall battle will lean in favor of the enemy. He must avoid making any careless attacks. His coming, Nova. Kiyu. After speaking to his partner, Finn moves on to intercept Roger, who has charged at him again. While shooting lightning strikes at him, Finn continues to look for the chance. And suddenly, it arrived. Your Highness. The scene of fighting between William and Leo entered Roger's field of view. For a brief moment, he was distracted. Finn did not miss that moment. Suddenly, Finn and Nova disappear from the front of Roger. And when he noticed them, Roger found that they were above him. It is the first time this has happened since the two started fighting. The offense and defense are being reversed. TSK. Ha. Clicking his tongue, Roger descends while using his greatsword to shield himself. On the other hand, Finn started chasing him while firing lightning strikes. They continued battling each other as they dived down. Even when the both of them had to think about crashing into the ground, Finn and Roger did not cease fighting. A momentary misjudgment would be fatal. Even so, Finn desperately continues to fire lightning strikes. A chance like this will never arrive again. He was convinced of that. Nova. Kiyu. Finn further increased his descending speed. Seeing that, Roger's eyes opened wide in surprise. For them to raise their speed here is a dare to Roger to rise up to avoid crashing. Roger couldn't believe such a suicidal plan. You are that desperate to settle this, huh? Roger stopped descending at the last minute. In return, Finn shot a lightning strike at Roger as he flew past him. It was a decisive blow. Roger couldn't avoid it and his right foot was hit by the lightning strike. To maintain your balance on a flying dragon's back, your feet are necessary. With this, Roger will not be able to move freely anymore. However, with this, Finn will crash into the ground. Rising up now is impossible. Also, Roger thought. However, that was not the case. Don't look down on the Dragon Knight of Adler. A normal Dragon Knight would have crashed. However, Finn and Nova forcibly changed their course to the side. Doing so, Finn is now flying above Gordon's army at low altitude. Before soaring back up to the sky, he unleashed multiple lightning strikes at the enemy soldiers as a parting gift. Gordon's army fell into chaos due to the lightning strikes, and after witnessing that superb maneuver, Leo's army cheers. Then the stage is once again returned to the sky. Roger, whose right foot was injured, tried to engage Finn again, but he was stopped by William. Stop, Roger. You can't win against him with your foot like that. Even if I can't win, I have to settle this myself. Don't be stubborn now. Saying so, William moved up to Roger's side. Realizing his intention, Roger was surprised and smiled at William. I see. This is not so bad either. Right. Before the two smiling men, Leo appeared. Finn also rose up to Leo's side. Hey, Finn. That was a good blow. I'm honored, Your Highness. It seems that the other side wants to have a tag team battle now, you know? No matter what kind of battle it is, I will not lose. That's a good reply. Let's settle this before Ni-san gets tired waiting for us. Yes. With that as a signal, The one-on-one has turned into two-on-two. Chapter 361. For my friend. The first who got into a combat position was William and Roger. William has taken the front while Roger held the magic wand from behind him, a formation that took Roger's leg injury into account. On the other side, Leo and Finn did not move. It's not that they are not going to fight together. Their opponents are William and Roger, two warriors who have been comrades in arms through many battlefields. That's why Leo and Finn are not trying to compete with them through cooperation. Their aim is to split William and Roger up and take them one by one. So they didn't move first. If you are not going to come, then I will. Saying so, William thrusts his spear. Leo received it from the front. You are way more aggressive than usual, her. Prince William. I want to settle this before your brother starts something again. Then don't worry. My brother won't do anything this time, said Leo with a smile. The battlefield is locked in a stalemate. That is Ul's aim from the start. To put a stop to Gordon's overwhelming advantage. If the battle cannot be settled on the ground, then the importance of the sky will increase. And Ul does not think that they will lose the battle in the sky. Not because he trusts in Leo. Even with his trust in Leo, Ul is not a fool that would think that he can beat William. After all, it was where William will have the advantage. Even if it's Leo, he would still be inferior in terms of experience. That's what many generals would say. However, such a lack of experience can be compensated through overwhelming strength. And preparation has already been made to guarantee that. The title of the strongest Dragon Knight is no longer the United Kingdoms alone. I wonder about that. After several offenses and defenses, William suddenly spins his dragon. From behind, Roger fired a fireball toward Leo. William and Roger were in sync. Even a slight mistake in their coordination would mean that Roger's attack will hit William's back instead. That's why Leo didn't move. After all, Finn was already prepared for it. A lightning strike flew in from the side and offset the fireball. William, who was aiming for the chance to strike when Leo evaded the fireball, was caught off guard. Seeing that, Leo grinned. You should be more careful. The understanding of your normal aerial battle has already been destroyed after all. Before they noticed, Finn had moved to William and Roger's side. When the two have to look at Leo and Finn alternatively, Finn fires lightning strikes toward them. Knowing that Finn cannot fight well in close quarters combat, William charged at Finn to isolate him. He does not doubt that Leo would charge in to protect him. That's why he thought that he has no need to fear Finn's lightning strikes at close range and started worrying about Leo's strike instead. However, that is not the case. Finn wasn't just playing around after Ul entrusted him with the wand. He had continued to practice and master the use of the Type 62 magic wand. He kept shooting and shooting. As a result, he has acquired pinpoint accuracy even when Nova is moving at full speed. Even so, he continued practicing. It was already more than enough and the result was satisfying, but he still put in more effort. Finn already expressed his gratitude to Ul when he received the Type 62, but Ul said that he didn't have to thank him. That a victory cannot be obtained with gratitude alone. That was when Finn decided. He shall repay this debt through military service. That's why he can't just be satisfied with himself and stop. He has to become stronger and aim higher. He has decided to become a Dragon Knight that can single-handedly turn the tide of a battle. And Finn is now raining down lightning strikes after lightning strikes upon William and Roger. The two retreat while defending against the lightning strikes. They judged that if they can take a certain distance, they should be able to somehow retaliate. However, Finn's lightning strikes never ceased. Both of them are completely on the defensive side. Your Highness. In order to try breaking through their predicament, Roger shot fireballs at Finn. However, before the rain of lightning, it was like a raindrop on a hot stone. Finn's offensive cannot be disrupted and the fireballs were simply offset by the lightning. He is this strong. William manages to parry away a lightning strike and looks for Leo. He knows that once they are distracted by the rain of lightning, Leo would launch an attack at them. With that in mind, William continues to look for Leo. However, he was nowhere to be seen. Blind spot her. William flips his dragon and looks behind him. Leo was there. However, he does not show any signs of attacking. He simply sneaked behind Roger and William. The reason he did not enter the range of the rain of lightning was that it would be dangerous even to Leo himself. Your Highness, Leonard is only a decoy, Roger shouted as he parried away the lightning. Roger, who has already experienced 3 fights against Finn, was already accustomed to the lightning strikes. Even with his injured leg, he can still parry it with his great sword. However, William is different. He cannot parry them unless he concentrates. Because he knew that, Leo went around his back. He was counting on William's vigilance toward him to delay his response to the lightning strike. When William realized this, 2 lightning strikes flew toward him and he parried one away with one hand. Then he was about to do the same to the second lighting. He noticed that it was different from the lighting strikes so far. A converged lightning strike. An attack with more power than the normal one. William tried to parry it with one hand again. Ua, woa. A decisive blow. William managed to redirect it by letting go of the spear he was using. For William, letting go of his spear on the battlefield was nothing less than humiliation. However, if he didn't do that, he would have fallen prey to the lightning strike. And now he will probably become prey to Leo, who would exploit that opening instead. Do you think I will go down that easily? William unsheathed his sword and blocked Leo's blow without even looking. William and Leo locked eyes. However, he has already entered Leo's range. Leo received William's sword swing and flicked the sword out of William's hand. After receiving the converged lightning strike, William's grip was not in perfect condition. Your head is mine. Leo swings his sword at William's neck. This is the end, William thought. However, that blow did not reach William. Your Highness. Roger slammed his dragon into William's and caught the sword with his body. Leo's sword deeply cut into Roger's flank. However, I caught you now. Roger tosses his greatsword at William and grabs Leo's sword with his now free hands. Roger's body was already full of wounds. Naturally, he did not reach William's side without Finn noticing. He had taken multiple lightning strikes to make it to William. And he is now trusting William to deal the finishing blow. Don't mind it. Forgive me. Roger was willing to be cut down together with Leo. With one word from him, William immediately understood his intention. He swings the greatsword down with the intention of slashing both Leo together with Roger. However, another person slammed into William again. It was Finn. You think I will allow it? Seeing Roger charging toward William without caring about the lightning strikes, Finn immediately rushed to Leo. If he can take the blows, then he only has to get close. As he didn't expect Finn to willingly get close to him, William loses his balance. Don't get in my way. However, he quickly rebuilds his stance and blows Finn and Nova away with his dragon's tail. With Finn and Nova's small physique, they were blown away from the difference in size. With that disadvantage they have in close quarters combat, they were originally deemed unsuitable to fight. However, their tackle did earn Leo time. If it was a lightning strike, then the opponent can endure it, but they went in to make William miss his greatest opportunity. William's eyes saw Leo pulling out his sword from Roger's body. However, William is still faster. As he watches Roger fall, William swings his sword down with all his got. The victory is ours. They have made many sacrifices. Some were unreasonable and some he couldn't accept. Every time he has to tell himself that even so he has to win. All for the sake of his friend. To deliver him a victory. If he defeats Leo here, the enemy army will collapse. No matter how skilled All might be, he will not be able to rebuild it. At this big turning point, William gathers all the power in his body into the great sword. In response, Leo took a surprising response to the blow. He jumped. He leaped off his griffin, Noir, and onto William's flying dragon. Leo left the striking range of the great sword. William released one of his hands from the great sword and tried to slash at him again, but when Leo landed on the dragon's head, he jumped again. I understand your feelings. But with Nui-san here, I cannot afford to lose either. Leo wields his sword as he passes by William. A diagonal slash from his shoulder to his flank. Getting attacked from the side, William cannot respond. Guffer. Vomiting blood, William's body leans to the front. However, his dragon flew away as if to protect William. Leo, who has lost his foothold, was thrown into the air, but that was already expected. Noir. Leo calls Noir as he falls. Arriving at his side, Noir gives him a look as if telling him to quickly get back on. Seeing that, Leo grabbed on the reins and straddled Noir with a bitter smile. Then, when he regained his balance, Finn rushed to his side. "Are you safe, Your Highness?" "Somehow. But I don't know if that was a finishing blow or not." The cut wound was not light. He felt it. However, it is still not certain. That's why he was about to give chase. However, multiple dragon knights have arrived to protect Roger and William. "Evacuate His Highness and Captain to the mountain. We will buy you some time. Protect them with your lives." The dragon knights who were fighting the 6th Imperial Knights Corps and the Greisner's dragon knights gathered in front of them. Thus the battle between Leo's group, who tries to give chase, and the defending dragon knights began. Chapter 362. The True Master. There was a movement in the sky. I can tell that Leo and Finn are trying to pursue William. The dragon knights are trying to evacuate to the mountain while Leo's group is chasing them. Still, I don't have the full information. It looked like we have gained dominance, but I don't know if they have finished him off or not. With the dragon knights struggling so much as they are right now, he is probably still alive. I nod at Duke Lowenstein's opinion. The dragon knights are desperately trying to prevent Leo's pursuit. No matter how many of them fell, they are showing that they are willing to fight to the death. That is how someone who desperately wants to protect their master moves. They didn't manage to deal the final blow her. You looked disappointed, didn't you? I think that it is enough to chase them back to the mountain though. The dragon knights will show their strength when they are cornered. Moreover, if he is injured then they can just patch him up. I wanted to take him down while he is still on the front line. Isn't that just an ideal result? Yeah, it's ideal. There is no helping it now. Although we cannot obtain the ideal result, if William, who has been supporting the enemy's front line, has retreated to the mountain, we will be able to gain the advantage. It would be a waste to ignore this opportunity. Her Duke, put some pressure on the enemy. Understood. Saying so, the Duke head to the front line. Gordon is at the rear army. The news of William's defeat may have reached him, but it doesn't seem to shake him that much. However, the enemy at the front is different. It would be bad for us if Gordon can go calm them down. That's why we will go on an offensive here. Advance the right wing around the center. Do not let the enemy escape to the side. While giving out orders, I kept my eyes on the enemy's movement. It's been a while since I started putting pressure on the rear army. A dragon knight flies over the riverside and came to us. That was quite an achievement, wasn't it? Finn. It was all thanks to Your Highness. Saying so, Finn, the white dragon knight, knelt in front of me. For the main army to send Finn, who is their main fighting power, over. Leo must have given up on the full-scale capture of the mountain. Her. I bring a message from His Highness Leonard. The enemy general, William, and the captain of the Black Dragon Knights are seriously injured and have retreated to the mountain. However, with the enemy dragon knights' tenacious resistance, the pursuit did not go well. His Highness Leonard plans to pin the army in the mountain in place and use the chance to attack the enemy ground forces. I understand. I will pick a good timing to launch an attack on our side as well. If William was seriously injured, the soldiers of the United Kingdom should fortify their defense of the mountain. That will create a gap between their mountain and ground army. With inefficient support from the mountain, Gordon will be caught in a pincer. Number inferiority is inevitable. The rest will depend on how Gordon will respond. Even if he wants to move the army in the mountain, it would be difficult unless he goes there in person, since their chain of command is already messed up. However, if he does that, his ground forces may collapse in his absence. William has left the front line and Gordon doesn't have enough hands to deal with the situation. Being cornered so far, I wonder what he will do now? Yes. Just talking to myself. What about you? What did Leo say? Yes. His Highness told me to return to Your Highness Arnold's side. It would be a waste to use you to hold the enemy on the mountain. Her. Finn is indispensable if Leo wants to capture the mountain through force, but if he only wants to pin the enemy there, then the 6th Imperial Knight Corps and the other Dragon Knights should be enough. Finn's strength will shine more when he is on the attacking side. And it is here that we will use it. Gordon is in command of the enemy here, and our number is inferior to theirs. With many skilled generals at his side, it would be difficult to break through without Finn's help. Any other reports? That is it all right to say it here? We are moving back, Sebers. Understood, sir. I moved to the back with Finn and Sebers and resumed receiving Finn's report in a place where the other knights couldn't hear us. So, what happened? Yes. Vinfried said that this is confidential, but actually the Horsvarth house that took the position at Leonard Salma's army's flank has sent us a messenger. It seems that they want to switch sides. That does sound like the Horsvarth house. Seeing William's defeat, they probably saw it as a chance her. Shrewd as always. What did Veen say? He asked them for proof of loyalty and they presented us with a decree from Prince Eric. It appeared that they were tasked to spy on Gordon's army. So Eric is the true master of the Horsvarth house her. Well, that's reasonable. There is no surprise there. It was already unnatural for the Horsvarth house, who continued to survive every power struggle, to side with Gordon. They were not in a situation where they have no choice but to join Gordon's side. If it was on Eric's order, then it would be convincing. There is proof that Eric ordered them to do so from the beginning, and if Eric actually guarantees them, then they will be welcomed back as a meritorious party. Even when he is not directly involved in the war, Eric will be able to gain credit from it. With this development, it would seem like we were all dancing on Eric's palm from the beginning, keeping his hands clean as he gains credit while watching the bloodshed on the ivory tower her. He sure used some cunning plan. I am in no place to say this, but he does have quite a bad personality. With this, even if Leo wins the war, the overwhelming advantage will not be his. This is Eric we are talking about. He probably informed father about the Horsvarth house already. The Prime Minister probably already received the information as well. Even though we were fighting in the north, the Central wasn't so impatient because they always knew what the enemy was doing. This betrayal of theirs at the end of the battle will gain them a big credit as well. What will you do, Your Highness? There's nothing I can do. I doubt Veen can do anything either. The enemy on our flank is offering to switch sides. There is no loss in accepting it. But will that not affect the succession war? Even if it will affect the succession war, it is more important to win this war now. Besides, you should not alienate your allies even if you dislike them. The Horsvarth army is on Leo's flank. If Leo pushes in from the center now, the enemy will think that there is still their ally in a position to intercept Leo. They were our enemy just until a while ago after all. This will surely cause confusion among the enemy. That's why the Horsvarth army has been maintaining its position at the mountainside. After that, since they are already in position, we probably have no choice but to order them to circle behind the mountain to cut off William's escape route. Even if we tell them to remain on standby, they will probably not obey it anyway. Most enemies will likely escape to the back of the mountain after all. After all, that is their escape route. It might be dangerous, but between an exhausted army and a lively one, an army that is trying to escape and an army that is lying in wait, it is obvious that the latter will have the advantage. Well, it wouldn't matter if Leo can defeat Gordon here though. His Highness Leonard also said the same thing. He said that he will defeat Gordon himself. If that's what he said, then our course of actions is simple. To corner the enemy, correct? That's right. Finn, you will support us from the sky. There's no need to push deeper than necessary. As you command. However, if your Highness wishes, I can damage the enemy as much as I can by myself. I am not that tired yet after all. I know, but I want you to stay above my position. There will be a time when I need you. At that time, I will be counting on your full power. I said with a bitter smile. Finn is very enthusiastic for some reason, but I don't want to escalate the situation to one where I have to use him. If the situation develops as I expected it to, then it means the fall of my brother. If possible, I want him to die with some dignity. However, my intuition tells me that it will not be like that. That's why I brought this thing from the imperial capital. Sebas, get it ready. So we have to use it after all. Are you dissatisfied? Bringing it along at your own discretion and use it without permission. I am afraid that you will be reprimanded later, sir. I'm prepared for it. Father too, if I can produce the result then he won't complain. I hope so, sir. Sebas left with a sigh. He was heading for the carriage packed with the Minister of Technology's failed works. The many failed works were put there as camouflage. The item was hidden under the double-bottom compartment of the carriage. Now, shall we? Saying so, I ordered the entire army to attack. Chapter 363. Swordsman's Aspiration. Around the time when the decisive battle was taking place in the north, something was happening in the imperial capital. A fire broke out sporadically all over the capital. My store. You idiot. You have a death wish. My child is gone. Where is he? It seems the children are stuck inside stores and houses. Fire has broken out in all kinds of places at the same time. The imperial capital has fallen into chaos. With the growing panic, Emperor Johannes has dispatched the imperial knights to take control of the situation. However, before they arrived, someone had already moved. Ul's great-grandfather, Gustav, who was staying inside the hidden room in the imperial sword castle, sensed the turmoil and flew to the sky above the imperial capital. Good grief! A single look would make it clear that this is only a diversion. However, even though it is only a diversion, the culprit has chosen places that fire is easy to spread. Even if you know that it is a diversion, you have to deal with the fire or the capital will suffer damage. A plan that only someone familiar with the imperial capital can come up with. If it was according to Ul's expectation, then this should be a trap laid out by the fourth consort. If the Empire side devotes their manpower to deal with the situation, the Emperor's protection will be weakened. However, that doesn't mean the Emperor is without protection. This generation's Emperor sure have it hard. His successor died and he is being betrayed by his consorts and children. If it was me, I would have already retired from all these political affairs. Even while saying so, Gustav knows that if he was in the Emperor's shoes, he would not choose to abandon his responsibility either. An emperor must never abandon their people. A throne is won by trampling over the feelings of many. Whether you are betrayed by your wives or children, you must never let go of it. The throne is not something that is given. It must be won. Therefore, the emperor can never give up. After all, the price they paid to obtain the throne is already too high. As a fellow emperor, I guess I will lend a hand here. I have to keep my promise with my great-grandson too, said Gustav as he used illusion magic and transformed his appearance. An appearance of a black-robed man with a silver mask. The Empire's SS rank adventurer. Silver. As he collected magic power in his hands, Gustav smiled. It's been a long time since I last used magic. Gustav, who has lost his body, has also lost the ability to produce magic power. What he uses is Ul's magic power that Ul accumulated inside the book he is sealed in. When he was teaching Ul ancient magic, he used Ul's magic power to show him a sample, but after Ul was capable enough on his own, that opportunity disappeared. Gustav himself was also busy researching magic, so he did prefer it that way. Still, it was refreshing to use magic outside again. Pour down, O rain of mystery. Mystic rain. What he cast was a magic that caused rainfall over a wide area. However, there is no rain cloud in the sky. The rain simply appears out of thin air. For those who don't have knowledge of magic, it would be a mysterious rain. The rain fell on the imperial capital and quickly extinguished the fire. It's raining. It's raining. The fire is gone. Hey, the children are safe. Cheers rose from all over the capital. Many people looked up, wondering what caused the mysterious rain. What they see is a single mage floating in the sky. It's Silver. Silver came to save us. Gustav smiles as he listens to the cheers of the people. He was not happy because of the cheers. The reputation of ancient magic among the people of the Empire is the worst. The reason why such a reputation has declined so much that people are now cheering for a user of ancient magic was due to Ul's extensive work as Silver. He spared no effort and continued to work for the people. Able to confirm the achievements of his disciple, Gustav disappeared from the sky with satisfaction. So Silver has moved her. Emperor Johannes muttered at the sight of the sudden rain as he sat on the throne. Then, the door to the throne room suddenly opened. When the fire broke out, Johannes cleared away his escort and left the door unguarded. So you open an infiltration route to avoid casualty? Coming through the door is a red-haired woman, the fourth consort Sophia. Her beloved old sword was held in her hand. It was clear that she did not come here to talk. So it's you after all. Do you hate me that much? I have already thrown away my hatred. I had a grudge against you in the beginning for trapping me inside that boring inner palace. But now I couldn't care less about that. Saying so, Sophia slowly approaches Johannes. However, there was a person standing in her way. Knight Commander Alida. So you will be my opponent. It's a shame, Sophia Salma. I have always respected you as a swordsman. Respect her. Isn't that quite humble from someone who became a knight commander at that age? Saying so, Sophia gently leans her body forward. Then, the next movement. She snuck up to Alida's chest. A high-pitched sound echoes inside the throne room. It's a wonderful technique. I don't want to hear it from someone who stopped it so easily. For Sophia, Alida was someone that envisioned her possible self. If she didn't enter the inner palace as a consort and continued on the path of the sword, it wouldn't be a dream for her to become an imperial knight commander. However, that path was taken from her by her father and the emperor. At that point, Sophia knew that herself was already dead. She gave birth to a prince as a consort and raised Gordon up as a warrior. However, that was only the duty required of her. She didn't want to do it. The only thing she didn't stop doing was honing her sword skill. There was no place to make use of it. No swordsman would fight an emperor's wife. Even if an assassin appears, they would be long dead before they can reach Sophia. Just like that, it was like she was only waiting for her skill to rot away. And when she was about to give up, the succession war happened. Sophia saw this as an opportunity. Even if I attack the emperor as a consort, you won't fight me at full power. That's why I came here as a rebel. Now come at me with all you've got. You participated in the rebellion for that kind of reason? For you who can swing your sword as you like, it might not be important. But this fight is important to me. Why hone my skill? Why master my swordsmanship? It was for the sake of proving my strength by defeating a strong opponent. Sophia was looking for a place where she can wield the sword skill she kept honing. She was waiting for a chance where she can fight a strong opponent without being disturbed by her position as a consort. That was the reason Sophia came here. The thought of escaping has never been in her mind. She came here to die. The reason she came to assassinate the emperor here was that she knew that Alida would be her opponent. Now, let's kill each other. With that said, Sophia brandishes her sword. Alida received it and the exchange of offense and defense began. The exchange was at blinding speed, but both of them easily received each other's blows. If you live by the sword, it is a jewel that you must burn into your eyes. However, that exchange did not last long. Stop right there. Sophia. It was Eric who appeared in the throne room. Around him, captains of the Imperial Knight Orders spread out to protect the surroundings. Knowing that Sophia would come, the captains pretended to be away from the castle. Eric her. What happened to the negotiation with Sokol? It has already been concluded. The Eastern Border Defense Force has already begun preparing to march north. This civil war is your defeat. I don't care. There's no meaning in winning or losing in the first place. I see. Then just come with us quietly. So you want to get in my way? That's right. The moment he replied, Sophia rushed straight at Eric. However, the Imperial Knights captains around him stopped her. Sophia retreated to the door to avoid being surrounded. As a result, the captains are standing around Alida. It would be one thing if they are small fries, but there are multiple captain-class opponents in front of her. Even Sophia would find it hard to break through. However, Sophia's reinforcements have also arrived. You ran ahead by yourself again, mother. You finally came here, Conrad. It was Conrad who led the reinforcements. Sophia and Conrad were acting separately. Sophia infiltrated the castle alone while Conrad led another infiltration unit through the castle's secret passages. With Sophia absent at the agreed meeting point, Conrad had to rush the reinforcements to the throne room. Take care of Eric and the captains. A leader is mine. Got it? Saying so, Conrad used his hand to order the men to engage the captains. They brought only the elites among the elites. Even with Imperial Knight captains as their opponent, they should be able to earn some time. In that situation, Sophia tries to get the defenseless Eric, but a leader stepped in front of him and stopped her. The two swords collide with each other multiple times. Elida's sword scratched Sophia's cheek and blood dripped down from it. However, Sophia accepted that with a smile. She felt that she was finally alive after a long time. Knight Commander, I will take your head and prove my power. Saying so, Sophia brandishes her sword. However, that blow was blocked by Elida. Feeling that the blow she put everything into was blocked with room to spare, Sophia frowns. Elida, who is younger and has gone through many missions as an Imperial Knight, is stronger. Sophia was not discouraged by that fact. If that is the case, then she will just keep fighting as a swordsman and die as a swordsman. Using your skill until you exhaust it and die with nothing left to give your opponent. That is her aspiration as a swordsman. As she was thinking so, Sophia felt severe pain in her back and her movement stopped. Ooh! Blood overflows from her mouth. A blade protruded from her chest. There was no killing intent. Even if it is a leader, there is no way that she wouldn't notice her killing intent. It was a stab in the back with no emotion behind it. Turning back, Sophia bears the wrathful expression at the attacker. Conrad. Well, if you want to die, then please go ahead and die by yourself. Mother, said Conrad with a grin on his face. Chapter 364. The Imperial Flag's Whereabouts. Ooh! You dare! Betrayed your own mother, Sophia shouted as blood spilled from her mouth. However, that grudgeful voice completely went over Conrad. The elites that he brought along have already been detained by the captains. Then, that Conrad slowly walked over to Eric's side and turned to Sophia. I have never thought of you as my mother, you know. Have you ever done something like a mother for me before? Unlike Gordon, Conrad was not raised by Sophia. As she raised Gordon as a warrior, Sophia was completely indifferent to Conrad, her second child. I gave birth to you. So, what difference does that make? You. Ooh. My single wish. To die as a swordsman. You want to deny me even that. Please don't act like a victim now. How many sacrifices have you made to fulfill that wish of yours? If you want to fight a strong opponent and die, then you could have challenged an SS rank adventurer and die alone. Instead, you plotted a rebellion with Gordon Aniu and aimed for father's life. It seems that you still couldn't let go of your grudges until the end, right? A coward backstabber like you is preaching me now? Being stabbed in the back on the battlefield is way worse, you know. Before being your son, I am an Adler. I've just done what any Imperial Prince would do, so you should be proud of me instead though. Saying so, Conrad turned his eyes toward Eric. Eric gives him a nod and speaks. Thanks for the hard work. A hard work indeed. I'm all tired now. Conrad, you betrayed us. From the start. It would be nice if you can stop putting it like that, you know. I only chose my father and brother over you after all. You ingrate. It was you who instigated him, right? Sophia throws her sword at Eric. However, it was parried away by a leader. Seeing her sword powerlessly lying on the floor, Sophia vomits blood. Her body then powerlessly collapsed to the floor. The Emperor's face was reflected in her eyes. Sophia, don't take pity on me now. When I went to welcome you as my wife, I told you right. It's fine if you want to turn it down. If I had refused, that responsibility will fall over to other nobles of the north. I am a Lowenstein. I will not force something that I hate onto others. That's right. She was once like that. She made a decision to abandon herself for the sake of the north. However, that has changed. How did it turn out like this? Sophia gently closed her eyes with such regrets. She is gone, Your Majesty. Clean her body. Saying so, Johannes tiredly sits back on the throne. Conrad quietly kneeled in front of Johannes. Even as a spy, I have joined the rebellion. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It's fine. Eric told me from the start. Good work. It is the question of appearance, Your Majesty. Please punish me. Then you will be placed under house arrest for a while. It will be until this is over. I'm tired, Johannes said and let out a long sigh. However, Conrad sits upright and starts another topic. I am sorry to say this while you are tired, Your Majesty, but I need to make a report. What? Gordon is connected to Grimoire, and it appears that Grimoire is also linked to the kidnapping organization in the south as well. At this point, nothing will surprise me anymore. About that, it appears that he has made preparations to use children as weapons again. Originally, the cause of the demon appearances in the south was the military hardliners' order to the organization to conduct experiments to use the children with odd eyes as weapons. The leader of those hardliners was Gordon. Johannes frowned at Conrad's words. The problem that occurred in the south has made its way to the north. While feeling horrified by the thought of using children as weapons, Johannes asked, "Any way to prevent it?" "None that I am aware of. However, since the principle behind it is making innate magic run wild, I think that we may have a countermeasure." "The imperial flag, right?" Eric, who was listening to the side, said in a small voice. And Conrad nodded. "If it is a form of magic, then it cannot be used without magic power. If we negate it before its activation and consume their large amount of magic power, we might be able to prevent it. Your Majesty, I will personally carry the imperial flag to the north." Eric volunteered himself. However, it was a leader who rained down on his parade. "Your Majesty, what is it?" "A leader. I also have to make a report. Actually, the imperial flag has already been brought to the north." "What did you say?" Johannes's eyes opened wide. The flag is one of the national treasures. It should have been strictly guarded inside the vault. Traugott was able to bring it out because he was a prince and he only used it inside the castle. "What do you mean?" "Before his departure, His Highness Arnold brought it out saying that he will need it. It was when he was looking for Minister Cuba's inventions inside the vault. Some of the minister's inventions were stored there." Wait. How did he bring it out?" "The Imperial Knights should have been standing guard." Johannes noticed it mid-sentence. "Why does a leader know about it?" "I overlooked it because His Highness said that he will definitely need it in the north. With no report to me. I was instructed to stay silent, Your Majesty. His Highness said that he doesn't know where the information may leak to the outside." Then, a prince, a minister, and the knight commander have colluded to smuggle out a national treasure. You know what this means, right? "I understand it well, Your Majesty. However, in truth, the situation will require the use of the flag. Also, it is just His Highness's Arnold's excuse, but he says that it is just a matter of saving Your Majesty the trouble. That fool of a son. You and Cuba too. If Arnold doesn't come back with some big achievement, you all will be punished, you know." "I understand," said a leader without a change in her expression. After all, if Al can read the situation so far ahead, there is no way that he would not succeed. Even children can understand that you will be punished for such an act without any outstanding achievement. A leader thought that Al would make an achievement big enough to silence the emperor. The imperial flag is powerful, but there are only a limited number of places where it can be utilized. Moreover, it can only be used by a member of the imperial family. Even if the incident ends with no need to use it, it will not be a loss for the empire. Alida and Cuba are still necessary to the empire. Johannes cannot afford to keep them away for long. That's why any rebuke or punishment will be concentrated on Al. Johannes was frustrated because he is aware of that. He can see Al's grinning face in his mind. Seriously, just who did he take after? Saying so, Johannes let out another sigh. Oster Plain, the battlefield. The ones who have the advantage now are Leo and Al. In order to avoid the collapse of the entire army, Gordon left the rear army and assumed command at the headquarters. However, because of that, The rear army could not suppress the enemy's offensive, and Gordon's army is now being cornered from both the front and the back. In that situation, Gordon summoned a mage. "Did you call? Use it. As you wish." With a reverent bow, the mage set off to prepare. Seeing that, Gordon ordered his army to evacuate to the mountain. The victory is mine. Chapter 365. Magic Bomb. When Leo received the report that Gordon's army had begun to retreat to the mountain, he dispatched his elites that had been standing by at the headquarters. This is to cause damage to the enemy army as much as possible before they reach the mountain. "Good grief. It's finally my turn, said the soaking wet Sieg as he appeared on the front line. Thinking that he should be able to swim along the river and reach the enemy's headquarters, he ended up drowning immediately after jumping into the fast-flowing river. "Stop acting so self-importantly. I will throw you back in the river, you know." So cruel. Next to Sieg was the frowning Linfear. Originally, Sieg was supposed to be standing by at the headquarters while Linfear headed to the front line ahead of him. However, because Sieg became unable to move, Linfear was also put on standby. Battlefield is so boring. Everyone is so stiff now. You are just too calm. In a situation where lives are at stake, there's nothing wrong with being nervous. Only a strong person can act normally. However, such strong people are few in number. While having such a conversation, the two arrived at the front line. The enemy is on the defensive to prevent them from advancing further. With spears in their hands, they are grouping up in a tight formation. Linfear. "So you've come." Charlotte Sama. Char, who was in command of the front line, spotted Linfear and called out to her. There was a large amount of sweat on her face. Char was exhausting her magic power as he continued to cast thunder magic on the front line. "Are you okay?" "I'm still fine, somehow. But I want to take a short break." "Understood. We will take care of the enemy's defensive line." During such a conversation, Sieg brought a towel. He then jumps toward Char. "Charlotte Sama, let me wipe your sweat. Your opponents are that way." Sieg, who jumped toward Char, was grabbed midair by Linfear and thrown at the enemy. Drawing a parabola, Sieg fell behind the enemy line. With the sudden appearance of a bear, the enemy was confused. Without missing that chance, Linfear transformed her sword into a spear and rushed at the enemy. "Everyone, get behind me. I can't control it well, so don't get caught." With that said, Linfear began spinning her spear. There was no strange sound. However, the eyelids of the enemy soldiers who were manning the defensive formation steadily got heavy. They were in a state of extreme tension. They did not fall asleep, but they couldn't concentrate on the enemy in front of them. Then, Linfear cut through those soldiers with her spear. With their difference in ability in the first place, the soldiers stood no chance against Linfear when they were attacked by drowsiness. A hole opened up in their defensive line. However, the soldiers that were supposed to fill that hole were far away from it. Tia. Swinging his spear, Sieg knocks down the soldiers on the enemy backline. They were first surprised that a bear is capable of wielding a spear, but now they are afraid of how terribly strong the bear is. Some were pushed by fear and attacked Sieg, but they had to despair at Sieg's small body, which make it hard for them to hit him. Sieg is rampaging at the enemy backline like a hurricane. With weapons thrusting at him from all sides, Sieg lightly repelled them all away with his superior spear handling. He was then joined by Linfear. The two are now in the middle of the enemy. Although they were surrounded on all sides, the enemy's attack doesn't pose any danger to them at all. While the enemy was distracted by the two, Char did not miss that chance. Leading her elite troops, Char broke through the enemy's defense. Just like that, she continues to take out the enemy's front line. However, what remains were the soldiers at the very front. The enemy formation has become a hollow shell. They should be in the middle of climbing the mountain, scout the surroundings. Reaching the enemy headquarters, Char gave her instructions. At that moment, from inside the enemy headquarters, a pillar of red light rose to the sky. Seeing that, Char's eyes opened wide. That looked similar to a phenomenon where a mage's magic power is running wild. However, it appears to be something different here. All men, fall back. To deal with the situation, Char turned to the light and ordered the scouts around her to fall back. Normal soldiers can do nothing against berserking magic power. Char then found a tent where the light was emitting from. When she carefully stepped into the tent, Char turned speechless to what was inside. No way. There were about 10 children inside. Blindfolded and gagged. All 10 of them are chained together by restraints. They probably were not eating well as they are extremely thin. She immediately tries to help them, but the red light is shot up to the sky again. And it was bigger than before. Their out-of-control magic power is synced together. She can tell that these children possess high magic power just by looking at them. The little boy with the most magic power is the one whose power is running out of control. The other children seemed to have only been synced with him. The other children's magic power is resonating and amplifying his berserking magic power. After she analyzed she tries to touch the restraints. However, the children reacted to her actions and the red light grew even bigger. If stimulated, they could explode at any moment. They were set up like that. Char looks around her to look for any clue that might have been left here. However, Char noticed that there was a huge barrier set up on the mountain. So they planned to use these children as a suicide bomb. Leo and Ul's armies broke through most of the enemy front line already. It would be extremely difficult to withdraw the army now. If a huge spell is activated here, both armies will suffer great damage. While trying to think of a way to prevent that, cold sweat flows down on her back. However, no matter how desperately she thought about it, she couldn't find a way to save these children. The children are scared and their power is out of control. She would pull the trigger herself if she approaches them. In that situation, the blindfold of the boy whose magic power is running out of control came off. Seeing that, Char made her decision. To the whole army. This is Charlotte von Lohenstein. The enemy has laid a trap inside their headquarters. Withdraw as far away as possible. Char said that using voice-amplifying magic and erected a lightning barrier around the tent. They cannot be saved. If that is the case, then the only thing left was to make a realistic decision. To suppress the damage as much as possible. However, even Char's best barrier will not be able to contain this. That's why Char covered the whole tent with a barrier with herself inside of it. As long as this is a case of berserking magic power, it can be prevented if the boy regains consciousness. She planned to keep talking to the boy until the last minute. However, she had another reason to cage herself inside this barrier. I'm sorry. I couldn't help you. Char stares at the boy as she apologized. He has odd eyes. She had heard many stories about children with odd eyes being kidnapped. Char did not have innate magic, but she had high magic power and a high aptitude for magic. She was safe because she was a child of a powerful noble house. It was something that could have happened to herself. Char, who saw herself overlapped with these children, couldn't make the choice of running away. It's okay. It's already okay. The child did not awaken. Still, Char continued to call out to him. Having an odd-eyed child with innate magic to go berserk and link the children with the ability to amplify magic around him. That way, the power of the berserking magic will be amplified. I heard that you failed in the south though. That was a completely berserked magic and it was a failure from the beginning since the child's innate magic was of a summoning system. This time the child that is running berserk has the innate magic of the explosion system. The entire battlefield will be wrapped by an explosion, Your Highness. It was the mage who happily explained that to Gordon. The creator of this trap is a mage involved with Grimoire. He was dispatched to Gordon's side to prepare a magical weapon for Gordon. It's a disposable weapon. The power is guaranteed, right? Of course, Your Highness. Besides, children with magic amplification quality are not that rare. It's a selling point for that weapon since it doesn't require high ability from each of them. We call it a magic bomb. Saying so, the mage continues to explain its features. He spoke in a way that clearly shows that he doesn't think of people as people. If William was here, he would have been enraged by now. Because he knows that Gordon didn't want to use it until William is away. Even if it's Gordon, he is not comfortable with using children as weapons. Even so, he decided to taint his hands. No matter how dirty of a plan I have to use, I must win. The result will justify everything. If he loses, he loses everything. That's why Gordon stood in an open area where he could clearly see the headquarters. A place where he can see all movements there. Is it fine to leave Duke Lowenstein's granddaughter there? No problem at all. The children are already dominated by fear after all. There is still a chance. Go get rid of her. As you wish. I will send our mages to take care of her, said the mage as he rudely bowed to Gordon. At that time, a voice echoed throughout the battlefield. I'm coming. Do not give up. Gordon frowned at that voice. Chapter 366. The voice that reaches them. To the whole army. This is Charlotte von Lowenstein. The enemy has laid a trap inside their headquarters. Withdraw as far away as possible. When he heard that, Duke Lowenstein's breath turned erratic as he hurried his horse forward. His right hand is clutching his chest. My lord. Charlotte's armor is, I know. While somehow pushing out that response, Duke Lowenstein shook his head to clear up his blurred vision. Despite his old body, he went to the front line and used magic multiple times. Perhaps due to his tiredness, his illness is acting up. It is still too soon. He can't let it end yet. While telling that to his body, Duke Lowenstein advances his horse forward. However, he couldn't stand even the slight tremor. Losing his balance, the Duke started to slip off his horse. The vassal nearby hurriedly went in to support him. My lord. Ha ha. No good. Is having a seizure. Take the Duke back to the rear. No. I must go. You can't reach milady with that body, my lord. After that exchange, the Duke was taken off his horse by his vassals. They tried to carry him back to the rear, but the Duke desperately resisted. I can't. Your life is at risk, my lord. I've already given my life to this. At least please wait until the symptoms subside. My granddaughter will die by the time I recover. Why do you think there is a lightning barrier at the enemy headquarters even though the enemy laid a trap there? Charlotte is still there. Duke Lowenstein even resorted to crawling if it meant he could move forward, but he couldn't get far. His breathing is out of order and his vision is turning more and more blurry. He never thought that he could become so pathetic as he is now. He reached his hand out to the enemy headquarters knowing that he won't be able to get there. Even so, he can't suppress his feelings. So the Duke raised his voice. Anyone is fine. Go and save Charlotte. Save my granddaughter. He was dubbed the Thunder God as he sent many soldiers to hell with his lightning. He thought that his illness might be the punishment for that. A punishment for him who has killed far too many. However, Char is different. She was born with odd eyes and grew up with the feeling that she was different from others. Still, she grew up to be a good person. Even so, she still suffered the same illness as his. After losing her parents at an early age, she also recently lost her beloved grandfather. And he, the only one left for her, will soon be gone. At least he wants to give her happiness. He will not accept this kind of ending. He will not accept it, never. Thinking so, the Duke continues to move forward. At that time, he heard a voice. I'm coming. Do not give up. Hearing that voice, the Duke stopped moving. Instead, his body started to shake. He then muttered to his vassals. Raise it up. Yes. What, my lord? Raise the twin swords flag. His Highness is going. While giving that order, the Duke squeezed out his power and got up on his horse with the support of his vassals. Don't be scared. Everyone is together with you. Char kept talking to the children in the barrier. A large number of mages appeared at the headquarters to get rid of Char. Their number was over 20. Where on earth did the enemy hide these mages before? Each of their abilities is not too bad. If they were placed on the front line from the start, the enemy might be able to push back their offensive. Char thought while glaring at the mages through the barrier. So this is your work? Indeed. They are our product. One mage replied so. Char was angry at that answer. Product? Just what do you think these children are? A tool? Without even thinking, the mage naturally replied. It is clear that is his true thought. They are all twisted. Thinking so, Char began to realize the graveness of her situation. Because they are twisted, they will not hesitate no matter what action they will have to take. The mages turned their hands to Char's barrier. They are trying to break it with their magic. Our product is not something that can be stopped with this kind of barrier, but it would be a problem if you suppressed its power. Saying so, the mages begin to chant their magic. However, their chant was immediately interrupted. The great Siegsama is here. What? When Sieg, who had fallen from the sky, landed on one of the mage's head, he cut the head of a nearby mage off and proceeded to decapitate the mage he landed on. 2 of them were killed instantly. As a result, Sieg is now their main target. However, another person has arrived in the meantime. Are you safe? Charlotte Sama. Linfia. Why? That's right. Why are you here? You all will be caught up in the explosion, you know. When will the children explode? Unlike the mages, Sieg and Linfia lacked that information. That's why this place was supposed to be equivalent to a dead zone to them. However, we were told not to give up. There is no way to prevent it. Hurry up and run away. It seems that the kid doesn't think so, you know. Sieg, who was fighting one of the mages, retreated to Linfia's side. The 2 hold up their weapons. Ulsama wouldn't come out here without any kind of plan. You don't know if that plan will work. Order the whole army to retreat right now. Stop him too. If he is the kind of person that would stop if we tell him to, then we wouldn't have such a headache, you know. The younger one too. The moment Sieg said that, a black griffin flew down from the sky. No way. Even the commander. I can't settle down unless I come out myself, you see. Saying so, Leo cut down the confused mages. Then the battle began. Leo's side is disadvantageous in terms of number, but they are gradually reducing the mage number while protecting each other's back. Then, only one mage was left. A black-robed mage who spoke to Gordon. This is a surprise. Prince Leonard. What is? Your stupidity. I'm often told that. While saying so, Leo got off Noir's back and slowly walked toward the mage. The mage controls the black shadow-like whip and attacks Leo, but Leo cuts it down with a single slash. The mage opens his eyes wide at how his magic was easily cut down, but his carefree attitude does not disappear. That's quite skilled of you. Still, you won't be able to stop it. I know. I don't have any countermeasure for this after all. Then why come here? If the commander dies, the whole army will collapse, no? That is probably the case. But it seems my brother has a way to deal with this. It's just some reckless courage. Such a thing won't save anyone. I wonder about that. I do believe in my brother though. Believe? In that dull prince? You don't seem to understand the weight of your life, her. Saying so, the mage activates his magic. A black shadow covers the area around Leo, and it struck at him from all sides. Fool. This happens because of your idiotic belief in your incompetent brother. You are lucky that your opponent is me. What? Leo broke through the shadow unscathed. He then snuck up to the mage's chest. If you said that to Elna's face, you would die a painful death, you know. She hates people who make fun of Ni-san after all. You all will be accompanying me anyway. There is no escape for those who cannot enter the barrier at the mountain. Even so, I still believe in Nui-san. With that said, Leo cut off the mage's head. After eliminating all enemies, Leo approached Char. Your Highness. Ni-san will be here soon. Wait just a little longer, okay? Then at least please fall back, Your Highness. It's too late for that now. Leo answers with a smile. At that time, Gordon's voice reached Leo's group. To all soldiers, stop Arnold. Absolutely do not let him advance forward. If this operation is successful, the victory will be ours. We are the Adler's army. Let's take what we want. Like a predator, let's take the victory along with this country together, said Gordon as he moved out to stop Ull. Chapter 367. Imperial Flag Activation. To the whole army. This is Charlotte von Lohenstein. The enemy has laid a trap inside their headquarters. Withdraw as far away as possible. Hearing Char's voice, I looked up to the sky. In response, Finn, who was standing by above me, descended down. Then, I call out to a nearby mage. Can you use voice amplifying spell? Anytime you wish, Your Highness. I see. I'm counting on you. After confirming that the mage can use the voice amplifying spell, I took a deep breath and spoke. I'm going. Do not give up. I can't afford to give specific instructions. The rest is up to everyone's judgment. Finn, you can fly with me on the back, right? If it is just flying, then it is doable, sir. All right. Take me straight to the middle of the battlefield. Saying so, I straddle behind Nova, who just landed on the ground. It is a little cramp for two people to ride on Nova's small body. Asking him to fight like this would be impossible. However, this is still the fastest way. Arnold-sama. Here it is, sir, said Sebas as he handed me a flag. It was the imperial flag that we smuggled out of the vault. If it was as we predicted, then it should work. Gramp said that innate magic is still magic after all. All right, I'm heading out. Have a safe trip, sir. After being sent off by Sebas's bow, Nova fluttered its wings and brought me and Finn to the sky. However, I immediately complain. Don't raise the altitude. Fly low. However, if we fly at low altitude, the enemy will attack us, sir. Don't mind them. If I move, my escort will move as well. When I said so, Gordon issued his command through voice amplifying magic. To all soldiers, stop Arnold. Absolutely do not let him advance forward. If this operation is successful, the victory will be ours. We are the Adler's army. Let's take what we want. Like a predator, let's take the victory along with this country together. That's a Gordon-like command. Still, in response to his order, multiple dragon knights moved out from the mountain. They probably didn't know the full picture of his plan. They should have been protecting William until now. Even so, as William was injured, Gordon was the only one they can rely on. Since Gordon said that this directly involved their victory, they came out at his command. Your Highness, the enemy dragon knights are heading toward us. Don't stop. Just fly straight ahead. We will be shot down, you know. Don't worry. We are not the only one flying here. The dragon knights were trying to block our path, but most of them were forced to withdraw due to the barrage of fireballs. Leave your protection to us, Your Highness. I'm counting on you, Captain Lambert. Please enjoy your flight. Saying so, Lambert, the captain of the 6th Imperial Knight Corps, smiled cheerfully and headed off to engage the enemy dragon knights. The knights of the 6th Corps descended from the sky one after another, stopping the enemy dragon knights. But Your Highness still hasn't given your order. They are Imperial Knights. Even without an order, they will protect the Imperial family. If they waited for instructions every time, then they wouldn't be able to protect the Imperial family. The Imperial Knights can act at their own discretion. They were given that authority. There is no need to give them specific instructions, especially in a tense situation like this. Your Highness, the enemy still has their archers. They won't be shooting at us. The enemy archers were beginning to aim at us as we are flying at low altitudes. Since the dragon knights couldn't stop us, the archers are their only hope. Hearing Gordon's command, the scattered enemy archer units are gathering up one after another. They probably plan to shoot us down before we reach the headquarters. And with me on Nova's back, we can't take an evasive maneuver. I will fly right through them. That is fine, right, Your Highness? So you learned something after all. Do not change course. Speed up and fly right through them. In response to my words, Finn rushed straight toward the direction where the enemy archers were waiting for us. However, a black griffin was flying toward them at tremendous speed from the side. Get ready. Take aim. Wait. To the side. Look to the side. The griffin, which rushed in at an incredible speed, literally swept up the enemy archer unit. Its speed was faster than a horse. If something rushed at you from your defenseless side at that speed, it wouldn't end with just some minor injuries. While the enemy was dealing with that, we passed over them and entered the enemy headquarters. Nova thrusts his feet to the ground and slows us down while scraping the ground. It's a rough landing. However, I made it in time. Well done. Dragon Knight Finn. I'm grateful for your praise, sir. Finn is letting out a sigh of relief at our safety. I got off Nova's back while smiling bitterly at Finn. Then, a black griffin landed next to me. Hey, Ni-san. You are late. I even stopped napping and rushed over. You should be crying tears of gratitude already. It was our first conversation in over a month. Still, nothing changed between me and Leo. While smiling at each other, we approached where Cha was. Yo, Cha, quite a crisis you find yourself in, isn't it? Run away. These kids are already reaching their limit. I know. This is already the second time after all. The same thing happened in the south. In the end, the children were safe, but it was nothing short of a miracle. I subdued the demons as silver, but the children were saved because Linfia's sister was taken into the sphere with the other children around her. It was just a coincidence. Even if the demons were successfully subdued, many children would have died. In that regard, I couldn't make it in time to save them. However, there is no point regretting it now. It would be difficult to hope for a better result than that. No one could have predicted that such a thing would happen. However, since this is already the second time, I have already taken measures against it. The children's magic power is swelling up. I want to activate the flag immediately and release them, but this can only be activated once. If I activate it while they are still in the middle of running berserk, then their berserking magic power will continue to run wild. There is only one moment I can activate it. When their magic reaches the critical point. If possible, I want to keep the activation up for some time, but in a wide area like this, my blood alone won't be enough. That's why one moment will decide it all. While I was waiting for that, Gordon's voice reached me. It's no use bringing out the Imperial flag here, Arnold. You cannot counter the berserking magic power. Those words made me grin. I then look at Leo, who is standing to my left. Realizing what I want, Leo used the voice amplifying magic. Have you ever tried it out? That is not a normal magic. Even without a trial, that much is obvious. That's why you have such a narrow sight. There are many things in this world that you won't know until you try, you know? Because you always think like that. You were tricked so easily by Rupert back in the capital after all. Shut up. If you want to do it, then fine. Are you prepared to bet your life on it? Are you trying to threaten me? I have already put my life on the line since a long time ago. Saying so, I raised the flag. The golden eagle was drawn on the flag. The Imperial flag, our national treasure. An ancient magic tool that can only be activated by the blood of the Imperial family. Remember this well, Adlers never rely on miracles. It was the Adlers' will to take people in to protect them. Every time the lives that we want to protect are in danger, we wouldn't be able to protect them if we always rely on miracles. A miracle is only needed once. The second time we will protect them with careful planning. That's what it means to protect. Imperial flag. Activate. When the magic power of the children reached a critical point, I activated the Imperial flag. The string wraps around my arm and sucks my blood. Then, the area was wrapped in blinding light. The blinding light covers everything and robs everyone of their sight. The activation range is the entire battlefield. Using my blood, which held a large amount of magic power, this much is possible. The visibility is still rough. However, I can see that my surroundings are still intact. It means that nothing has been blown away. When my field of vision slowly returned, Cha was sitting in front of me with a surprised expression. The children are lying down next to her. Of course, they are still breathing. With the best result achieved, I grinned. Chapter 368. The Order of the Black Twin Princes. We are still alive. Seems so. I answered Cha's muttering. After collecting herself, Cha rushed to the children. They seem to be pretty debilitated, but their lives don't seem to be in danger. Judging so, Cha sighs in relief. Passing by Cha, I proceeded forward. To be honest, I am about to collapse because of the amount of blood I lost, but I still have something to do. The battlefield was in chaos. After all, the flying dragons that were flying at low altitudes all fell to the ground. Flying dragons use their magic power to fly. If that is erased, it will naturally affect their ability to fly. The 6th Corps were not affected, probably because they knew that I would use the Imperial flag and fled to the sky. The same is true for the Dragon Knights on our side. That's why the time is now. We now held the advantage on both ground and the sky. It's time to play some trick. Cha, can you amplify my voice? UN. Then let's get started. The enemy is still confused. But there is confusion on our side as well. That's why I have to calm them down while directing them to the enemy. How was it? Gordon. It seems that your trump card has been taken out of the picture now though. Kill him. All soldiers. Kill Arnold and everyone at the headquarters. Advance. Their defense is thin right now. That's right. We forcibly broke through the enemy's line of defense with a small number of elites. There are still many enemy soldiers around us, and they are enough to surround us. However, I am addressing every soldier on the battlefield. Let me explain what just happened. Earlier, at the enemy headquarters, there were multiple children with odd eyes whose magic power were running wild. To be precise, they were rigged to run wild. The same thing happened once already in the south of the empire. An experiment on producing a magic weapon using children as tools. We just countered it with our national treasure, the imperial flag. If we failed, this whole battlefield would have already been turned into a crater by now. It's nonsense. Don't be fooled. I don't really mind if you don't believe me. However, I want you to think twice about your commander who just abandoned you here. I want the Dragon Knights who selflessly charged at us without knowing the whole plan to think about what just happened. You have no cause to fight for. Let me tell you something that anyone should be able to understand. Humans are creatures that continue their bloodline through their children. That's why children are our future. Taking advantage of those children and using them like a tool is the same as compromising our future. If you do not care about that, then just come at us. We will not forgive anyone who would tolerate such a thing. The whole battlefield was still. They should already know that Gordon was planning to activate some kind of trap. They knew that they were abandoned even if they didn't know what for. That's originally how a battlefield is. Some may have been wanting to fight with their lives on the line. However, they shouldn't desire the cause they are fighting for to be one that is fine with using such inhumane weapons. It seems that the enemy Dragon Knights who are up in the sky and managed to avoid the effect of the flag are also confused. They are wondering if the enemy is lying to them or not, but they can't decide. How dare you spouting such lies? Everyone. Do not be fooled by him. Just crush the enemy. Alright, then what were you trying to use just now? What? What was the trap that guaranteed your victory? How did we stop it and what did your men fight to protect? If you are saying that I lied, then explain yourself. I have no need to explain anything to the likes of you. Well, of course, he couldn't explain it. However, it is still necessary to clear up doubts in his allies. He probably couldn't come with any good excuse, so he doesn't even attempt to deceive his men. After all, if he says something wrong, his lies will be called out. Having no consideration for others, taking things for your own, using force to rob, using force to make others obey. Never listen to the people around you and take them all for granted. Let me put this clearly, you are unsuitable to be an emperor. What do the likes of you know? Adler is a clan of conqueror. What we do is conquer. It is exactly because we need a true conqueror as a ruler that I am the most suitable for the throne. So he started trying to justify himself Fool. Now, what Gordon should do is not talk about how he should be an emperor. He should have tried to calm down his subordinates. How does he deserve to be an emperor? That is pointless given that anything he brings up can be countered. Above all, he is mistaken in his interpretation of Adler. Sure, Adler is a clan of conquerors. We couldn't stand being robbed, so we decided to rob everything and keep them under our protection. We vowed to protect everything under the wings of the Golden Eagle. To do that, it is true that we have to be aggressive at times. That is undeniable. But the will of Adler isn't what you just described. And you are saying that you bastard understood what Adler stand for. I am also an Adler after all. So I will tell you. The true meaning of Adler's conquest is to conquer through admiration and devotion. Only a second-rate conqueror would rely on brute force to make others submit. To fascinate people is to be an Adler. Don't you dare talk about Adler with that narrow insight of yours, Gordon. We have invaded those that we couldn't have come to an understanding with. However, We kept moving forward with our cause in mind. Many bend their knees in front of the Adlers because of that. We will not take everything by force. Through our ideals, we gain allies. Sometimes we conquer by force and other times we conquer by words. That is Adler. The idea of conquering everything through force alone is not Adler. Power is needed, but you also need the ability to fascinate people. Naturally, either is not enough by itself. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but the Adler has conquered and put many under our wings. The Adlers still remain the guardian of the conquered. If there is a vassal in need, we rush to their aid. If there is a vassal who was wronged, we will right it. Never would we use children as weapons. We would never abandon our subordinates to use that kind of weapon. Someone that rebelled against your own country and brought disasters to the people who you are supposed to protect is not an Adler at all. If you say that you are still suitable to be an emperor, then show me your resolve. When I said that, I raised the imperial flag high, so that Gordon can take a good look at it. To all soldiers that sided with Gordon, if you think that your action is wrong even a little, then immediately surrender. But if you think that there is still a future waiting for you at the expense of these children, then stay in place and tremble. Now, our whole army will go over to take your heads. To everyone who belongs to the Imperial Army and the Northern Lord's army, be angry, be furious. Let your emotions explode. What you feel right now is correct. No one on this continent should forgive such an enemy. With that said, I tilt the flag to the side. Leo, who was on my left, held the sword in his right hand and raised it to cross the flag. At the same time, the twin sword standards were raised by both armies. The morale of the soldiers is at an all-time high. By the order of the Black Twin Princes, defeat the rebels, me with the imperial flag and Leo with the sword. We swing both down. With that as a signal, the entire army began an offensive. The first to move was the Northern Lord's army. Leading is Duke Lowenstein. At the forefront, the Duke wields his lightning. Then, for his highnesses, he raised such a war cry as he head for the enemy army with the twin sword standard banner raised high. Chapter 369. The bear didn't turn back. Alright then, kid. Hey kid. When I was about to head out to command the battle, I was approached by Sieg from behind. When I turned around, Sieg was standing there with his eyes closed. You just used the rumored treasure of the imperial family that can erase all kinds of magic, right? Am I back to being human yet? Why don't you open your eyes and see for yourself? No, just answer me, alright? You can put your hope up, you know. Really? So I finally changed B.N.O. I bitterly smiled at Sieg, who collapsed to the ground in his bare body. So he did get his hope up a bit, huh? Good for you, right? You can still be popular with children after all. I want to be popular with hot women. Give up. The imperial flag's ability to negate magic is guaranteed. That's why if you still haven't changed back, it means that the cause is something else. Come on, seriously. Sieg looked even sulkier as he collapsed on the ground. It was something that I already expected. If ancient magic can only change someone's appearance temporarily, no magic can turn someone into an entirely different being for such a long period of time. As long as it is not magic, it cannot be cancelled by the imperial flag. The same with illnesses. How are you feeling? Cha. Normal. I'm not expecting to be cured or anything, so I'm fine. I see. Cha's illness is the same as my mother's. It will stick with you no matter what. If the imperial flag can erase my mother's illness away, then I wouldn't be so troubled in the first place. Cha wasn't shocked at it either. It seems that she is more relieved that the children were saved. However, when Cha tried to take care of the children, I stopped her. If you can still move, then you should go. What? This is the final battle of the Thunder God of Lowenstein. If you don't go and see it for yourself, then you will regret it for your life, you know. But the children. Sieg is here. He came here because he decided to guard the children after all. Don't just decide that on your own. That being said, if it's a request from a beauty, then I don't mind doing it though. Because he couldn't return to being a human, Sieg's tension was strangely high. He's in a slightly bad mood, but it seems that he accepted the job. This guy is somewhat kind to children after all. Okay. Thank you. With that said, Cha stood up and started running. We are launching attacks on the mountain. Cavalry charge would be difficult, so it is better to go on foot. Can you take care of Cha for me? Linfia. Yes, please leave her to me. After saying so, Linfia bowed and tried to follow Cha. Before she left, I called out to her with a grin. By the way, Ulsama. That is. I already called your highness like that once, so it would be strange to not use it now. Everyone is calling your highness that way as well. If your highness does not like that, then I will change back. It's all right. It felt better that way and kinda cozier too. How about you start calling Leo by his nickname too? That is a little. You can do it for Ni-san, but you can't do it for me. I will think about it. With that said, Linfia went after Cha as if she was trying to escape. Seeing her like that, Leo and I smile. However, the battle is not over yet. We can't keep smiling here forever. Then I'm heading out too. To settle it, right? If we don't defeat the enemy commander, let alone the rebellion, this battle won't end. We have to remove their leader. I see. He has no compassion left for Gordon now. What worries me is whether Leo can really lay his hand on his own brother. It was different in Xandaranyu's case. He has to do it with his own hands. Seeing me having such a worry, Leo smiles at me. It's okay. I am not weak-minded after all. Is that so? I tell you, it's okay. If it's so painful that I can't bear it, then I will go cry to Letitia. Hey, Sieg. This guy, while I was away, did he turn into a no-good man? Right. I thought so too. He acted like he is different from everyone else now. Just because you got together with the saint, you think you are hot stuff now. This punk sure is enviable. It seems that his true thought came out in the second half. It looked like he wanted me to say more too. Well, since he is able to rely on others now, I guess this is progress her. It is still troublesome that his partner is Saint Letitia though. I didn't mean to brag though. I can't say that I like this side of yours though. That's right. That's right. Leo smiled seeing us like that. He then called Noir. Well, let's talk more about it after the war is over. Right. Right now the war is more important. This is way more important than the war, right? A guy who is fortunate enough to randomly met a beautiful girl in the north like you really is unreliable. I was trapped in the castle the whole time, you know. Sieg continued to complain, but we ignored him. If we kept him company, then we won't be able to move forward after all. Adler's true meaning is conquering through admiration and devotion, I think that is correct. You think so too? Yeah. But there are some people that we can't reason with and some that will never bend their beliefs. In times like those, we have to wield our strength. After all, something can't be protected by just covering them with our wings. So I am going. My sword exists for that purpose after all. Saying so, Leo straddled on Noir. There is a big contradiction between wielding your sword and protecting someone. After all, you would be hurting others in order to protect yourself and the people that you want to protect. Human beings have that kind of limit, but nothing can be achieved by thinking about it alone. The Adler clan decided to act. However, Leo seems to have found the answer in his own way. We are putting an end to this battle. Those who are in the sky, follow this Leonard Lakes Adler. We are taking Gordon's head. Saying so, Leo led an air force and launched an assault on the mountain. Sky and ground. Mount Haina is being attacked from above and below. Just by looking at the mountain, I can see many enemy soldiers descending the mountain. They probably are deserters. Gordon already lost control of his army. The number advantage has reversed. They can no longer stop our morale. It's just a matter of time now, Don't you have to go yourself? My role is to be here. I've already finished what I have to do after all. Is that right? Then I guess I will take care of these children, Saying so, Sieg approaches the collapsed children and breaks their restraints. Then, he rushed around the enemy headquarters to find some clothes and cover the children with them. These children are wearing literal rags after all. He then called out to the nearby soldiers to take the children to another tent. After they were carried away, Sieg brandished his spear and destroyed the tent where the children were held with a single blow. Now it's all good. Does that has any meaning? You don't want them to recall the bad memory, right? Children should be free. I don't want them to be trapped by their memories. With that said, Sieg breathed out after a job well done and went to the tent where the children were carried to. The children who woke up would be surprised. They would be greeted by a bear cub after LL. Well, it's better than having them see the soldiers. I leave them to you, Sieg. Oh. If anyone tries to take these children, then I will beat them all up. But will you be fine by yourself? It's okay. I have my own escort. Am I late perhaps, sir? Sebas soundlessly appeared. Seeing him, Sieg was convinced of my safety and went inside the tent. With this lineup, we are set. The rest depends on the people on the front line. It would be great if they can end this soon. Chapter 370. You've became weak. There were several small defensive bases on Mount Haina. Duke Lowenstein, who is leading the charge, is destroying them one by one. Advance. We are going to topple that base too. Shouting so, the Duke rains down lightning on the enemy base. The enemy soldiers who were in the base screamed and many escaped. They have no will to fight anymore. Hesitation has no place on the battlefield. If soldiers think that what they are fighting for might be wrong, they won't be able to fight. That's why you need the commander to remove such doubts. However, Gordon couldn't do that. On the other hand, Leo and Ul's army are advancing forward while believing that they are righteous. The simple goal of protecting the children boosted the soldiers' morale. Rather than being told to fight for their country, this is much easier to understand. Trample them all. With that said, Duke Lowenstein hit the enemy base with his lightning again and entered it. He was about to destroy the whole base with the lightning. However, before he could do that, his heart screamed out in pain. He was originally in a state where he was far from perfect condition. He moved his body that was in no condition to move with his feelings alone. Each of his movements was backed by the feeling that it might be his last. With the realization that he doesn't have much time left, he decided to burn it out now. To shine like thunder even for a brief moment. O thunders of the cough. The chant didn't continue. He couldn't concentrate or even move his body. Blood spills from his mouth. However, Duke Lowenstein did not fall. If he falls now, the morale will plummet. He has already pledged himself to the prince that swore to protect everything that he cares about. He wanted to use the last bit of his power for that prince. He will not allow himself to be a burden to that prince. Now is the chance. The enemy general is at death's door. Take down the thunder god. An enemy general noticed the condition of Duke Lowenstein. In response to his command, the soldiers inside the base take up bows and arrows. The Duke wanted to defend himself, but right now he cannot use magic. This is it. When he was about to give up, he heard a voice from behind. O thunders of the sky, show me your malevolent figure. Shining flashes. Gather and form a single line. Scorch and illuminate the earth. Thunder. Fall. A large thunder struck down on the enemy base in front of the Duke. The soldiers who took up bows earlier were blown away. Raise your voice. Squeeze out your strength. The thunder of Lowenstein is always with the north, said Char as she appeared next to the Duke. She immediately went to support the Duke who was about to collapse. Oja-sama, you came. Charlotte. Saying so, Duke Lowenstein relaxed the strength in his body and entrusted his body to Char. His body couldn't move properly any longer. What about His Highness? He is commanding the army. Then, I can't fall yet. I will take care of the front line. Please take command from the rear, Oja-sama. Okay. You should not be impatient in an uphill battle like this. Crushing their base one by one is the safest and the most certain plan to victory. That way it will limit the number of sacrifices as well. I understand. Saying so, the Duke went back and devoted himself to command the army. However, Char's performance on the front line could be mistaken as though the Thunder God never left the battlefield. Steadily, the enemy bases are being destroyed one by one and they are cornered to the top of the mountain. It happened all of a sudden. As the Imperial Army and the Northern Lord's army intensified their offensive, Gordon was trying to maintain the front line by fighting on it himself. He rushed to the defensive base that was being cornered and pushed the enemy back. By showing off his martial skills, the morale was also boosted. He has been repeating that process and moving from base to base. However, he was stopped. Someone suddenly appeared in front of Gordon and blocked his way. "Leonard, I am the one who will defeat you." Leo descends from the sky and brandishes his sword at Gordon. Gordon blocks it, but because it was a surprise attack, he had to jump off his horse and take a distance. Leo also jumped off Noir and pursued him. A one-on-one battle began. Gordon's escorts are being held back by the 6th Imperial Knight Corps who accompanied Leo. No one will get in their way now. Aiming for Gordon's neck, Leo thrusts his sword out. Gordon forcefully flicked it away and powerfully swung his sword down toward Leo. Leo did not receive the blow but instead relaxed the strength in his body and evaded it. Leo has never beat Gordon in a fight before. There was a difference in their ages and experience. Still, the difference was so much that Leo used to wonder if there would really be a day where he can defeat his brother. However, he doesn't think so now. Gordon's swordsmanship is certainly sharp and heavy. Still, it couldn't satisfy Leo. In the past, he felt an indescribable fascination from each of his brother's blows. He was in awe of them. However, that greatness is now gone. That's why Leo is not scared of Gordon's sword. "You have become weaker, fool. There's no way that this me would become weak." Saying so, Gordon brandishes his sword from the side. This time Leo took it head-on. Gordon, who never expected him to receive it, directly opens his eyes wide. Gordon Lake's Adler is not someone whose sword can be stopped by the likes of me. Gordon's movement was upset by Leo's unexpected behavior. Without overlooking such an opening, Leo immediately gets close to Gordon's chest. Deciding that he won't be able to defend with his sword in time, he hits Leo with his left hand. However, Leo stopped his fist with a headbutt. "Such a weak punch won't be able to stop me, TSK. Gordon manages to keep a distance, but Leo does not allow him to keep it for long. With just a twist of his body, Leo closed in again. The sword pierced Gordon's armor and deeply lodged itself into Gordon's stomach. "Gaha! I'm not done yet." Leo pulls out his sword and continues going after him. Trying to evade it by twisting his body, Gordon's body was pierced at the flank. It is not a fatal injury. This time Leo swings his sword down from above, but Gordon blocks it this time. The blood on the sword splattered on Gordon's face. Gordon was puzzled at how he is being cornered. It should be impossible for him to lose in single combat. "I will not be defeated." With that said, Gordon pushes Leo's sword back and gets ready to counterattack. However, Leo swept his leg up and kicked Gordon's flank that has just been stabbed. Gordon's movement slowed down due to the pain and Leo closed in on Gordon again. To defend his head, Gordon covers it with his arms, but this time Leo aimed at his feet. He then slashed Gordon in the leg and stabbed his knee. Spinning around one more time, Leo pierced Gordon's in the chest. This time there was no response. The light disappears from Gordon's eyes and his body loses power. However, many soldiers came to Gordon's aid. "Your Highness, it was a unit led by General Fidessa. At this rate, they will be surrounded." Suppressing his desire to end everything now, Leo ordered the Knights of the 6th Corps to withdraw. With Leo's sword pulled out of his body, Gordon fell to the ground. The winner of this single combat was Leo. It also carries the meaning that Gordon's side no longer has any chance of winning. Chapter 371. The Thunder God. With the steady effort to capture the enemy defense bases, most bases on Mount Haina were already incapacitated. However, thanks to their tenacious resistance, Leo's side still couldn't finish them off. "I heard that Prince Gordon received a fatal wound, but..." Leo said that he felt the blow. "I'm sure that he will succumb to his wound sooner or later." Still, the fact that the enemy's morale is still up means that another commander has taken his place. But I don't know who it is for sure. That being said, I have spotted the enemy Dragon Knights becoming active on the battlefield once again. In other words, Gordon was defeated, but William probably took his place. That is surprising. To think that Prince William still sides with Prince Gordon. I'm not that surprised though. He is someone that will never go back on his words after all. He probably will be on Gordon's side no matter what. One could say that he is being unreasonable here, but if he is your ally, that is the quality that you would want to count on. It's a shame. The enemy's only base left is the one at the mountaintop. I really want to go there and finish it myself. Still, due to a circumstance on our side, we couldn't do that. When I thought that way, a messenger arrived. It's finally time, her. I'm heading out. Have a safe trip, sir. Being saw off by Sebers, I headed out. To the tent where Duke Lowenstein is. So you came? Yeah. I hope I'm not interrupting. I called for you. There's no way that you are unwanted here. The Duke was lying on a bed. Char and the other nobles of the north are by his side. This is the reason why we can't attack. The Northern Lord's army is centered around Duke Lowenstein. We cannot move at the moment because he is in such a condition. I'm sorry. I made you halt the offensive. The enemy is at death's door. They won't have a chance to recover anymore. I don't mind even if we have to finish them off tomorrow. Was my life useful? Of course. You have my gratitude. It is me who should be grateful. I was able to have a good fight in the end. I wanted to live a little longer. But dying on the battlefield as a warrior is not so bad. I have no regret. Saying so, the Duke urged me to come close. I silently obey him. Duke Lowenstein then weakly raised his hand. But I still have worry. Will you get rid of it for me? You have no need to worry about anything. I shall swear here. I will win the war and restore the honor to the north. You can leave it all to me. Sorry for everything. I told you from the start that I will take care of everything. It's a matter of course. Then will you listen to my last selfish request? What is it? Take care of Charlotte. She is my important granddaughter. I will protect her without fail. Is that enough? Chimpate. That's fine. Ah. I get to see a good dream at the end. Saying so, Duke Lowenstein's hand lost its power. At that moment, the northern nobles began to cry aloud. Oja-sama, Oja-sama. Char also keeps crying next to the Duke. I slowly stood up and left the place without saying anything. When I walked a little distance away, Leo was there waiting for me. How did it go? He was like himself until the end. Worrying about the people around him until his final moment. I see. I wanted to learn a lot from him, but it seems that I will not have the chance here. Leo regretfully muttered. But he soon turned his gaze to the mountain. Our side is exhausted. 4 offensive. In other words, we have tried to climb the mountain 4 times already. After the battle on the plain, we immediately moved on to the battle in the mountain. No one is not tired after that. There is also Duke Lowenstein's death. We can't raise morale now. If we forcibly attack again, we might suffer a lot of damage from the enemy counterattack instead. The enemy remaining troops are around 10,000. More than half of them are injured. The commanders they are relying on also suffered serious injuries. There is no way that they can reverse the situation now. I think so as well. However, there is a reason that I want to finish the battle today. When I thought that it was about time he arrived, a young man came up to us with General Harnish. My apologies for the interruption, Your Highnesses. I've brought Raina, the Horsfarth House representative. Greetings, Your Highnesses. My name is Raina von Horsfarth. Hey, Raina. It's been a while. It has been a while, Your Highness Leonard. So, what kind of business do you have with us? Yes. Actually, the Horsfarth army will commence an attack on the enemy base. I came to report the situation. Raina told us like it was a matter of informing us. Even after showing us that they will not obey any of our requests, they want to attack the enemy when they are most weakened her. They sure are full of motivation when it is about snatching credits. Then can we ask why you didn't listen to our request before? If I remember correctly, you said that you would join our side though. My deepest apology. Some of our knights acted up in protest when we switched sides, so we had to suppress them. It is a normal occurrence when you switch sides, Your Highness. The knights were upset because their commander decided to switch sides on their own. If they are soldiers, then it would be one thing, but such behavior from the knights? I think not. We are not on the losing side. Rather, we are winning. Gordon always took his allies for granted. There's no way that there would be a knight who would side with him. Since long ago, the Horsforth house is a noble house that rarely appears on the battlefields. However, they are famous for switching sides in political conflicts. A noble house that always prioritizes their own survival. Would any knight of such a house be upset about their lord for a betrayal like this? Then we will dispatch our elites as well. There is no need for that, Your Highness. We won't be able to cooperate well with them, so if they want to fight, it would be better to do it separately. Even though everyone should want a swift end to Gordon and William, Leo's offer was refused. We may be able to dispatch our elites, but sending our army is not an option right now. We certainly can mobilize the exhausted soldiers, but that will only increase the number of casualties. On the other hand, the Horsforth army has hardly participated in the battle. In this situation, they are the perfect ones to play the role of our ace. The enemy is much more exhausted. They should be able to win, and since it's what they offered themselves, there is no reason to decline. If we refuse here, they could bring it up later that Leo wants to hog all the credit to himself. However, if we let them do as they want, they might be able to bring us Gordon's or even William's head. Even if Gordon was fatally wounded by Leo, they can still claim that they were the ones who delivered the finishing blow. After all, we are dealing with the Horsforth house here. Now, what should we do? When I was thinking about what to do, I suddenly heard a loud cheer from the mountaintop. Where did they get such energy from? Well, if their morale is that high, then there shouldn't be a problem accepting the Horsforth's offer. If you can do it, then fine by me. It seems that the enemy still has some energy left. Your Highness, it might be more effective to perform a pincer attack instead, don't you think so? The soldiers just received the news of Duke Lowenstein's death. They won't be able to move. If you are going to do it, then you have to do it by yourself. Are you ordering us, your vassals, to die? Our vassals? When did you become our vassals again? Our loyalty always lies with the imperial family. Well said. Then let me give you an order. Climb that mountain and get us Gordon and William's head. If you can't do it, then you will be punished for being late to the battle. Even with Erikanu's order, you seemed a little too opportunistic, you see. Turning the table without giving them any chance to counter. Raina seems to be thinking about how to respond. However, that is in vain. After all, the voice from the mountaintop echoed to the entire battlefield. Everyone, you have fought well. This is our last battle. Follow this Gordon and go to war. Keep your eyes on my back. As long as my back is still visible to you, I will never fall. Remember, I am always in front of all of you. I will not allow anyone to fall behind. Fight with me, charge. Their entire army rose in cheers. However, it was not in our direction that they charged at. Deploy the units that can still move and circle around the mountain. The enemy will be stalled by the Horsforth army. We will use that time to surround them. After giving orders that are appropriate to the situation, Leo headed out to the other side of the mountain. That is where the enemy will withdraw after they break through the Horsforth army. He is energetically trying to break through the Horsforth army instead of ours. This is a little strange from the Gordon that we have been fighting against so far. Beating his enemy to the punch. That is certainly a strategy that Prince Gordon used to be known for. It's been a while, sir. Right. We are going to. The Northern Lord's army will hold this position. Absolutely do not let the enemy escape. With that said, we started moving to the other side of the mountain. Chapter 372. Friend. Gordon woke up inside a tent. Fidessa was by his side. I'm glad. You've regained your consciousness. Your Highness. Can you understand me? Fidessa, how did the battle go? Due to the enemy's offensive, we lost all defensive bases. Only the main base at the mountaintop is left. His Highness William managed to assume command, but you have endured well. Gordon praised Fidessa's hard work and got up while frowning at the pain. When he sees his body full of wounds, he smiles. So, I lost her. Not yet, Your Highness. If we can get off this mountain, there is still a chance for us to recover. Right. But that will require help from the United Kingdom. Saying so, Gordon looks at the entrance of his tent. Standing there was William, whose body is as much damaged as his. Perhaps it's hard to even for him to walk. He is now using his spear as a cane. You woke up, Gordon. It was a brush with death. I'm glad that you are all right. Now, do you have anything you want to say to me? William implicitly talks about how Gordon used children as weapons. Hearing that, Fidessa's face also clouded over. Even if it is to win the war, there are still things that are okay and not okay to do. As a result, their whole army collapsed because of that one incident. There is no doubt that his men are seeing him as a villain now. However, Gordon smiles. Using the children as weapons her. I think that what I did was wrong too. That's all. Do you want my apology? What can you do with it? The children are safe. My brothers helped them. That is good enough, right? Gordon said so as he got out of bed and wore his armor with the help of Fidessa. Seeing that Gordon now has a different atmosphere from before, William stares at him. Are you? Really, Gordon? Who else can you see other than me? Did you lose too much blood? I'm just thinking that you were acting strange. You idiot. If you think that I have changed, then you should have just abandoned me. You are the only idiot who sided with me through this rebellion where I was clearly on the inferior side, you know. I didn't side with you because I like it. Right. Your father really has no eyes for people. Helping me is nothing but a fool's errand, said Gordon as he hangs a sword on his waist. He is ready to battle. Still, even when he hid it with his armor, the wounds he received were deep. He might survive if he rests and is given proper care. That's how grave his wounds are. However, Gordon did not want to rest. My idiot friend. Do you still think of me as your friend? To be honest, I do want to quit being your friend. But it seems that our friendship cannot be broken so easily. Is that so? Then I want you to hear out my wish. What? You want a rematch with Leonard? Get in line. No. I want you to head to Wismar and withdraw with the rest of the troops. Take my wife and daughter. No, take care of my family for me. Are you telling me to run away by myself? William asks with an angry voice. However, Gordon only nods to him quietly. I know that you understand. Right now the only place they can withdraw to is the United Kingdom. They won't be able to do that without you. Don't make me laugh. My father will surely kill me as soon as I get there. As a peace offering to the Empire, that is. Even though our soldiers are injured, if you lead an army of nearly 10,000 men back to the United Kingdom, even your father won't be so hasty. The rest will depend on you, Gordon said with a big smile. He then sticks out his fist. If you really think of me as your friend, I want you to do this for me. I wanted you to ask me to die with you. Sorry. For everything. For making you go along with this rebellion. For making you go through all the pain. I am truly sorry. But I still have something left to do. What are you planning? I must purge the traitor. As long as our army is exhausted, they will be attacking us with an army that is still in perfect condition. Those guys are Eric's pawns. They will never give the credit to Leonard. Then isn't that all the more reason for you to run too? We can't both run away. I'm sure that they will chase us. I am going to lead the charge and stop the enemy. Then I will finish off Duke Horsfarth. I will never give my head to a coward. It was my younger brothers who have devised the strategies and gathered many allies under their wings who defeated me. Let alone letting some hyenas steal their achievements. It would be strange if I don't give them some reward, right? Seeing the will behind Gordon's eyes, William sticks out his fist as well. The two fists collided. I will honor your last wish. I will take care of everything. Leave your family to me. I'm counting on you. Gordon passed by William. To such Gordon, William raises his voice. I'm glad that I have you as a friend. Being friends with someone like me is only a stigma to you, right? Still, I am honored. Going to the United Kingdom and meeting you was the most fortunate thing of my life. Thank you for being my friend. From my heart, You are a true friend. William unintentionally turns around. However, Gordon doesn't look back. He went straight toward the soldiers and spoke to them in a loud voice. We are breaking through the Horsfarth army on the other side of the mountain and let the injured soldiers escape. I want only those who are prepared to die with me for this assault. With that said, Gordon begins preparing his horse. Seeing that, the soldiers who had been looking at the ground all this time started to stand up. Eventually, the base which was overcome with despair began to regain its vitality. The morale rose even further when Gordon straddles on his horse and raises his sword. Everyone, you have fought well. This is our last battle. Follow this Gordon and go to war. Keep your eyes on my back. As long as my back is still visible to you, I will never fall. Remember, I am always in front of all of you. I will not allow anyone to fall behind. Fight with me, Chard. After Gordon gave his command, he led the cavalry and charged down the mountain. Only 500 riders followed Gordon. There were only that many soldiers who could still move satisfactorily. Some injured soldiers insisted on fighting with him until the end, but they were all entrusted to William. On the other hand, the army of Duke Horsfarth is 3,000 strong. The difference in numbers is 6 times. However, they were able to surprise the enemy by beating them to a punch. Duke Horsfarth, who had begun to climb the mountain to attack Gordon's base, could not set up the defensive in time. Gordon blows away several knights with a single swing and opens the path for his men. He was followed by a suicide squad. When they decided to die with Gordon, they became much stronger. Even if they were stabbed in the belly, dragged down from their horses, they never let go of their swords and take the knights around them with them. Duke Horsfarth's army was confused by the situation and could not stop Gordon's assault. However, with the difference in numbers, Gordon's side will eventually wear out. Nevertheless, Gordon came to the front and headed directly toward Rolf, the head of the Horsfarth house. I'm going to give you the proper reward for your betrayal. Traitor. My, Prince Gordon. It seems that you are quite angry, aren't you? Yeah, I am. I'm already sickened by a credit-hungry bastard like you. Blowing away his escorts, Gordon points his sword at Rolf. However, at that moment, Gordon was wrapped in flame. Fool. There's no way that I didn't come prepared when I have to deal with a monster like you. It was magic. Then mages who had been standing by around Rolf burned Gordon with flame magic. The flame constantly attacks Gordon. We of the Horsfarth house have always carefully prepared to protect our bloodline. We are not so foolish like the Adler who always causes only more conflict. Saying so, Rolf smiled, convinced at his victory. However, before his eyes, an arm protruded out from the flame. At? Gordon's arm strangles Rolf. Rolf, whose movement was stopped with one hand, tried to say something, but when he saw Gordon coming out of the flames, his face can only distort in horror. You talk too much. It turned out like this because you didn't run away immediately. Wah. Cowardice is the strength of the Horsfarth house. And it is exactly because of that you are not suited to be the Duke of Horsfarth. 8. Remember well, if the Horsfarth house has been protecting its bloodline, then the Adler house has been polishing ours. It is not something that the likes of you can ridicule. Saying so, Gordon swings his sword and bisects Rolf's body. He then throws the upper half at the mages. You thought that you could stop this, Gordon, with that kind of flame, said Gordon as he slashed at the mages. The Horsfarth army lost its chains of command with the death of its master. Gordon and his men immediately broke through them. This is to prevent the pursuit. William's army only has injured soldiers and they had just gone down the mountain. Now, they have to make their way to Wismar. Gordon turns his gaze in their direction. A red flying dragon was flying in the sky. It was William's. On top of his dragon, William raised his spear. I pray for your good luck. Lucka. With that said, Gordon turned his gaze to the opposite direction. An army led by Leo was just around the corner. He must stop that army from pursuing William. However, there were less than 200 men of his suicide squad left. Leo's army exceeded 5,000 in number. There will be many exhausted soldiers, but in terms of morale, theirs is incomparable to the Horsfarth army. Even so, Gordon smiles. Fidessa. Yes. Right here, sir. This sure brings back memories, isn't it? I was only capable of attacking and only know how to order an assault. I do remember because that made it so easy to raise military achievements, sir. I see. Will you keep up with me until the end? Gladly. Good. Same as before. Follow my back. As long as you can see my back, I will not allow anyone to give up. Let's go. Charge. Chapter 373. The Death of Gordon. Whoa. Gordon led his suicide squad toward Leo's army. However, he didn't rush in head-on. Leo had split his army in two to chase William. The one Gordon is attacking is the one tasked with pursuing them. Charge. To me. Blood spills from Gordon's mouth as he wields his sword at the forefront. The wounds that Leo inflicted on him have opened, but that doesn't stop him. After all, he can't afford to stop his subordinates behind him. If he stops, they will also stop. Leonard. Gordon rallies himself up and shouts in a loud voice. He is trying to stop them from pursuing William. If Gordon focuses his attack on the pursuit unit alone, it is possible that Leo will chase after William himself and let the pursuit unit deal with him. That's why Gordon kept shouting. To let his brother knows that he is here. Leonard. After several of his screams, his brother's face came into sight. However, it was not Leo. It was Ul who was leading the pursuit unit. Ul's appearance put a smile on Gordon's face. He thought that Leo would come out to face him, but it was Ul instead. However, instead of approaching, the enemy began to rapidly take distance. Gordon and his men who had already reached their limit could not follow them. Then, the enemy deployed archers. Even if he is my brother, he can be despicable sometime, her. It was the development that is most undesirable to him at the moment. Do not engage in a brawl, rebuild formation, and attack from a distance. His skill is much different than Rolf. Ul committed to a despicable tactic exactly because he doesn't look down on his opponent. As expected, even Gordon can do nothing about this. When the arrows were fired, Gordon can only look at them. However, someone's back suddenly covered his sight. A moment after, he recognized that it was Fidessa who had taken countless arrows instead of him. Fidessa, please charge on. Your last ride. We shall open the path for you. With that said, Fidessa, with his body ridden with arrows, moves his horse forward. Gordon's subordinates followed him. The arrows continue flying toward them, but they do not stop. Gordon follows their path. Whoa! The enemy's arrows were relentless. However, with his men as a shield, Gordon broke through. Fidessa. He could no longer hear the voice of his subordinate. Gordon rushed into the archer corps while distorting his face. Charge. Gordon's assault was devilish. That's why when he broke through the archer corps, Leo was waiting for him. Leo descended before Gordon. His troops surround them. They gave up pursuing William and decided to defeat Gordon here. So you want the credit of defeating me, her. If you chase William, you might be able to get him too. You know, I'm not seeking the credit. I am only here because I acknowledge you. Leo holds up his sword and assault Gordon on top of Noir. However, Gordon counterattacked. Their swords collided. It was a contest of power and Gordon flicked Leo away. Getting thrown off Noir, Leo landed on the ground. His hands were incredibly numb. Gordon's swing was so strong that he couldn't believe that it was a blow from someone who is at death's door. It's heavy, right? That's the weight of mine and my subordinates' lives. If you can take it, then show it to me. Saying so, Gordon gallops his horse toward Leo and slashes down. Gordon's greatest strength is offensive. His strongest point that has never been demonstrated until now is being shown in its full glory. Leo also puts up a fight, but as if that is exactly what he wants, Gordon brandishes his sword in return. In the end, Leo's attack couldn't stop Gordon's. The blow was heavy and Leo was blown away each time he received Gordon's sword. Time after time, Leo was blown away. Stand up. Stand up and face me. It was the words that he once said to Leo. Gordon gets down his horse. He wanted to fight him on equal terms. Like in the past. Naive. Leo gets up and launches a series of attacks. It was a continuous attack that won't leave his opponent any room to breathe. However, Gordon overcame it and kicked Leo. You think that you can become an emperor when you can't even beat me? Don't make me laugh. The emperor of the empire is not that weak. Do you think that a naive and weak person like you is suitable for the throne? I'm not the old me anymore. Then prove it. I am not going to approve an emperor that is weaker than me. Saying so, Gordon slowly walks toward Leo. Leo could feel an indescribable pressure from him. It was the same awe-inspiring feeling he once felt. An atmosphere of a general who leads his subordinates on the front line. The pride he carries as a general who stood on the battlefield with many comrades behind him. His sword has that weight behind it. Leo was blown away many times without being able to take it. However, Leo did not give up. He continues to receive the blows until he is eventually able to take them. After that began a fierce exchange of blows. Whoa! Ha! Each blow is capable of knocking away his consciousness if he does not pay attention. Leo received them and launched his own counterattack. Still, to Gordon, who has already prepared for death, a half-hearted attack will not work. Even so, Leo did not run from Gordon. Gordon also seems to smile at such Leo. Unlike his rotten self, his brother grew up properly. He had taught his brother that a general can never give up. If the general does not give up, then their soldier will not give up either. Leo was faithfully practicing that teaching. After all, he always has an option to keep his distance and wait for Gordon to exhaust himself. However, Leo did not use such a tactic. After all, they are being watched by the soldiers. Leo wants to defeat his brother head-on because he was told that he would not be recognized as an emperor otherwise. And Gordon is now beginning to recognize it. The fact that his younger brother has gotten stronger. While desperately holding on to his consciousness, Gordon squeezed out his last bit of power and pushed on. It was a serious blow aimed at Leo's neck. However, Leo avoided it and dived into Gordon's chest. Once again, Leo's sword pierced Gordon. This time, it pierced his heart. A perfect blow. Good work. As expected. Of my younger brother. Gordon. And you. Why? Forgive me. I was a fool. For all the things I made you go through. I'm sorry. Gordon raised his face up after saying so. Ul was in his sight. Ul bows to Gordon. When he saw that, Gordon smiled and spoke to Leo. I had the luxury of choosing how I die. I was fortunate to see my brother grow up on a battlefield. If you think that way, then why the rebellion? I wonder why. But what's done is done. At my final moment, I want you to show me your victory. With that said, Gordon pushes Leo and removes Leo's sword from his body. And just like that, he fell back. However, his eyes are always fixed on Leo. As he was being watched by his brother, Leo raised his word high to the sky. The rebel, Gordon Lake's Adler, has been defeated by the 8th Prince Leonard. After burning the figure of his brother in his eyes, Gordon gently shut his eyes. His younger brother has surpassed him. A strange feeling of satisfaction overwhelmed Gordon. Then, a voice reaches Gordon's ears. You are a muscle brain as always. Don't say that. This is the only thing I can do after all. Well, it's fine as long as you are satisfied, right? Let's leave the rest to these children. Right. Let's leave the rest to our younger brothers. Saying so, Gordon's consciousness slowly faded away. Thus the Gordon rebellion that began in the imperial capital finally reached its end. End of Volume 9.